So welcome back obviously to part 2 now of the race, and we are live with Simsport Racing International Spa 24 hours race against cancer. We can see that the drivers we are currently watching are the number 187, and that is Tim Schaefer in the Garage 59 livery. Obviously that being a livery that is in the base game, but still a very good looking livery nonetheless.
Yeah, indeed. I'm not sure why they picked this car, except for it looking good.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say there's going to be a reason behind it, possibly just that it's the livery that they like the most. You know, there's never a real reason why you pick something sometimes other than just that it looks good. CBSR Racing in the first chat, we back. Indeed we are back. We didn't take a very long break at all, but there you go. We can see the leader in between them all as well. So there's I believe it's the 127. I'm not sure who's driving at the current moment. We'll have a quick look on the pit wall. So anybody that wants to know who is in the car, you can always look at pitwall.live timing /timing/RSR for all the information. There we go, Adam Mazelowicz back in, hi to all again, and Lubos there is one Porsche car going around. Yes, there is. So Sean Arnold in the car that is currently leading. We've got 19 people currently back into the stream, so hello everybody. Tim Schaefer now chasing down the 720 McLaren as we see them come towards Lacan. The car in front is not for position, so I don't know what's going on here. We've got a lot of cars all muddled together. So it's the race leader overtaking what looks like one of the cars further back. So currently leading is the 127 Sean Reynolds, I believe, in the Aston Martin just in front. There we go, so we've got it just in the bottom right there. We can see
race control.
The Aston Martin just in front.
No further action for incident between cars 380 and 19 on lap 179. No further action for incident between cars 380 and 19 on lap 179.
So that is no further action between cars 107 and 380 on lap 124. That means that obviously whatever happened has happened, and the drivers have to just keep going and make their way back around on the track. So we can see this. Obviously, we've got the garage 59 187 still chasing down the 720 McLaren. Obviously, there's no number on the side of the McLaren, but we know that it is the number 720 thanks to the timing screen. Obviously, I believe that's just due to the fact of it being a McLaren 720S special. So we can see that Tim Schaefer is still chasing down the McLaren as they come through towards Blanchimont. Through Blanchimont they come now, and it looks like Tim Schaefer's going a better run. It looks like a better run. There's a lot of overspeed as opposed to the McLaren. We're going to see a move being made into the bus stop. No, there's not enough gap. He's going to close the gap a little bit though. That was a very, very nice line from the Aston Martin behind.
I'm losing a little bit on the exit though.
Yeah, it did look like he lost a little bit, but you can see that Lavoie has overtaken the car. So EGT Motorsport have changed their drivers since, and we have Thomas Lavoie in the 514 Bentley. Just ahead of them is De Groot in a Lexus, but he is, I think, a bit further up the road than they would like. So Filippo Grambrini is now in P9. Ooh, time there.
They've been doing pretty well here lately. They've been
quietly making their way up the grid. So we can see that the drivers are fighting here. So we've got Gambrini and Premi, the two Ferraris. Once again, they're fighting in terms of Ferraris. That is for a podium within the Ferraris. So this is for the P3 in terms of Ferrari drivers. Aston Martin drivers currently taking up the top 3 slots. We can see that Vickers and McConnell in the Ferraris ahead. Johansson in the first Lexus, Holzer in the Aston Martin 267 Aston, Premi and Gambrini in Ferraris, and Oswald Wilson in the Bentley, rounding out the top 10. So we can see that Gambrini is still fighting to try and overtake the Ferrari number 62 of Premi.
Yeah, and it's beautiful seeing these two Ferraris fight for position here. Ferrari is such a beautiful car to to just look at.
Absolutely right. I mean, they're very lovely cars to look at. I don't think I'd ever own one, but I'd be scared of touching it, let alone driving it. As we can see, there's a move being made here on the 88 there. So yeah, this is full position. This is a bit of contact again, but nothing untoward. That's not too bad. Thomas Lavoie not trying to cause too much contact there. Little bit of a touch, but there's nothing bad there. Number 11 is behind them a bit further down the road. There's the 911 and the 4 car. Both Porsches, just one a bit faster than the other, as Filippo Gambrini is still stuck behind. There's the number 11 as well, actually, behind the 62 Ferrari of Premi as Premi goes down the inside, and I think Gambrini's going to make the move too, so both drivers through. And there is this 267. So there's number 267, the Aston Martin of Holzer, just ahead of them. So Chris Hill says hello part 2, hello to you Chris Hill. So we can see a lot of the drivers now sort of fighting their way back into a sort of not a decent position, but we'll see in the last like half an hour how the stops have actually affected. So obviously at the moment we can see the stops are going backwards and forwards and pretty much every direction that they can physically go. It's going to be interesting to see where they end up after all their stops have been completed.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be interesting to see this battle forming as well, as these two catch up to the Aston here.
It is indeed. Angus Martin says Spa 24-hour part 2, return of the rain? No, I hope not. Not for you guys anyway, not just yet. So we've got track temperature of 21 degrees Celsius and the air ambient temperature of 21 as we see Van Horn come into the pit lane in the number 34 Ferrari. We have a lot of drivers on the track still, 43 to be exact, 42 GT3s and a Cup car along with the ride. So
and we see the Belgian Ferrari here going on the inside.
There we go. So Gambrini's finally made it through past Premi.
Slightly wide there.
Is he going to be able to make the move stick? That's the big question.
Does look like he is.
Meanwhile, Thomas Lavoie, trying to make his way past Zamaro in the number 88. Lavoie, sorry. Thank you very much. I'm butchering a lot of names this weekend, so I do apologise. I can't say much more than I apologise. Well, there we go. So it's great when you've got a broadcaster who knows what he's doing, because he can correct you when you're going wrong and tell you off when you're being an idiot. So we can see Gambrini trying to catch up to Holter here. We can see the gap closing down massively. John T says that no way there isn't any rain during this race. There has to be, right? And well, it doesn't have to be. 937 is doing okay. We've got Evelyn's in the car, currently 2 laps down from Schaefer, but still running pretty well in P21.
I think
Lavoie, as I've been correctly told, is now chasing down the 88 still of Zamaro. We can see that in the bottom right corner there, that is Gambrini trying to chase down Holzer in the 267 Aston Martin. So we can see that there's a few battles starting to emerge again on the track. We've got a 3-way battle for P7. John Baton a bit too far back to interfere. We've got Osmond Wilson not far behind him in the Bentley, with his ping seem to be bouncing up and down like a roller coaster, like the track.
The Belgian Ferrari is going for it, but not quite managing to hold it on the outside there.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit wide. He runs a bit wide there, but it's okay. It doesn't look too bad as they come towards Blanchimont here. Watching the top, if you're watching the top screen, we will see the Bentley. Oh, well, now back in the right corner. He likes to confuse me, going towards Rouge and Radion, but we've got them coming towards the bus stop now. The Ferrari's going to brake a bit later than the Aston Martin and make the move. He does make the move.
I believe that was the same place that he overtook the Ferrari as well.
Yeah, that is the CBSR car in the pit lane as well. So we can see that the move's also now being made on the Camel's straight as they go towards Lacombe. There we go. So both moves made within about maybe 10 seconds of each other. So we were right to follow both battles, because both battles are pretty much concluded around the same time as each other. But Zamara's said, nope, I'm not having any of that. I'm going to take the position back, thank you. And pushing the Bentley as hard as he can. Mark Gradenbury says, please no Ray Norino. Well, now you said that.
The Ferrari's launching it on the Aston right now.
There we go, yes, the Ferrari. Oh, that was a very big swipe. That could have ended an absolute disaster there. So 62 has to be very careful as to how they slot back in. They're going to brake hard later, brake harder, and the move is made. So the Ferraris both making it through on the Aston Martin, but the Aston Martin may be on a different stint. And so obviously the tyres may be a bit worn, or just maybe a different car altogether.
Yeah, it could be any of the above.
Well, Tim Schaefer still on the back of the 720, not been able to make the move for a while now. You can see I believe that was, I don't know who's in the car, but I believe that is Sam Pearce's car, just ahead of the 720 McLaren. Don't think that is for position, it is not. I'm not sure which car, who is it currently in the Bentley in front, but obviously as soon as we know, we'll say. As we can see, Tim Schaefer still chasing down Mulderink in the 720.
Is it the E-Seniors? No, I don't think so.
I don't think that's the E-Seniors, no. I think that is the...
There's two Bentleys that are quite similar.
Yeah, say again, sorry, Steve? Oh, it is the E-Seniors. I think I need to be signed up to the E-Seniors because my eyesight's going. But, you know...
you had me worried that I'm getting a little bit lost here.
Well, we can see that the E-Seniors are in front, in fact, so that is my mistake. Obviously, it's not for position here, so E-Seniors are just going to sort of do their own thing, and obviously try not to impede the battle too much. Sorry for the noise. Just cracking up a bottle of Pepsi to chat and drink. So we can see that Bartosz Zamaro is still on the back of a different coloured Bentley. That is in fact a different Bentley. That is, I don't know, that's not Lavoie, that is a different Bentley altogether. Lavoie is a bit further ahead, so that's just a different car altogether. I don't think that's in the fight. That is the car with, well, what I called Woody earlier, or just some cowboy. So we can see that they are battling closely.
Racing Dudes Motorsports, I think that is, in that Bentley. Oh,
there we go, we've got a small bit of contact there as 5 into 1 does not go. That looked like the quick fit car and the 61 Bentley as well, so that may have been actually a position change somewhere along the lines, so we may see a couple of positions change and get towards the first split sector. So Tim Schaefer still in P20, Mulderink in P19. The nearest car is meant to be the 91 Mercedes, but there's no Mercedes in the shot, which makes me think obviously he's a bit further ahead than we would like it to be. But there you go, so there's Tim Schaefer now going around the outside at the Camel Straight. He's going to try and use the toe of the Bentley to make his way through. He does slot back in front of the McLaren. McLaren's going to try and fight its way through, but can't, and Tim Schaefer's going to hold off from trying to overtake the car in front.
Bentley running a little bit wide, but we're going...
Oh, contact! I think there was contact between the 187 and the 61 Bentley. The 61 Bentley is actually much further ahead on the road, so that could be a penalty coming the way of the Garage 59 Tim Schaefer, number 187 car.
Yeah, just as we were going to say that that worked out nicely, it did the opposite. Don't know if that is commentators cursing, if I'm thinking it before it happens.
Yeah, I think possibly, but we can see that we've actually ticked under 16 hours, so we have done 8 hours of this race now, if I can do maths. So we can see there's a lot of the race is gone now. So I believe we're a third, I would like to say like about a third of the way through now. A 24-hour race, so we've made 1/3 distance. So every driver that's in here, congratulations for making 1/3 of perhaps one of the longest races and one of the most grueling races that you'll do sometimes, but obviously a lot of these drivers are used to endurance racing. We're going to have a replay here of what happened between I believe the Bentley and the car. So he goes a bit wide.
He joins pretty safely though, and then
and then we're watching the garage 50. Wow. There we go. So it's come across as gold on the stream, but it's coming up as garage 59 on the other stream. That's an interesting one to see, but that's okay.
It did look like the McLaren hit the 59 car and or not the 59 car, but garage 59 car, and then the garage 59 car hit the Bentley. From that
it'll be interesting to see how the stewards view it, but obviously we're not stewards, so we can make our assumptions as much as we like. But the reality is that obviously there's only one person that gets to make that decision, and well, I say one person, a team of people that get to make the decision, and that is the stewards. As Osman Wilson has to come in. Angst says, "We'd like some rain for extra carnage, please." Are you not entertained enough with the carnage that's going on? A lot of the drivers in grief every now and again with sun for the next at least half an hour. So at least till the end of our stint, it looks like it's going to be sunny until the night.
It does look like the clouds have disappeared. It looked a bit cloudy there maybe an hour ago. But now we got full sunshine again.
Absolutely. So Ringville making it exciting. I don't think we can just magically make it exciting. I think it's exciting enough, as Jamie Buchanan's actually now under threat from the CBSR car. Obviously, any drivers that are not in the cars currently and want to come in and have a chat with us, feel free to. Obviously, we'd love to hear your stories from the race so far. As we see the CBSR car trying to chase down Jamie Buchanan in the 750 Ferrari of Positive Perception. So we should be. Sorry, go ahead.
Ferrari was looking on the inside there in the car ahead. I'm not sure which car that is.
That is a lapped car. It's car 19 in front. See, we like it. We like exciting cars because we can see where they are on track. The CBSR car is probably unmistakable with its bright blue and purple colour scheme. Obviously, we've got the Bentley just behind them as well, but I don't think that is for position.
No, the Bentley is not for position, no.
So we can see that Cohen Scepter is still chasing down Jamie Buchanan for 24th place. Rob Jackson, in fact, hasn't made much further up the road from his Positive Perception sister car. Obviously one in Ferrari, one in Aston Martin. The Rob Jackson car was actually running in the top 10 for most of the race before a situation that caused them to all of a sudden drop down past, in fact, behind the Ferrari of Jamie Buchanan. Obviously at the time, Mark Gradenbury in the car, and I believe it was Jack Young, in the car. So if Jack would like to come in and have a chat with us and he's watching, feel free to send him in. I'm sure Mark is. So Mark, do you want to send him down? Bentley off. The 512 is off.
Is he rolling?
He was rolling, but I don't think he's come back on the track. No, he's made it back round, but obviously that's a front end impact, so that's definitely going to be a pit stop call for the 514 in Thomas Lavoie in the Bentley. He's going to keep going. So despite hitting the wall, he's going to keep going. So Sean Arnold's still going. 2:19.0. That's a very quick time still.
I think he lost the back tires going through there. He hit the wall, but he didn't hit the wall that hard.
No, possibly. He didn't hit the wall too hard. But Cohen Scepter still on the back of Jamie Buchanan. So Buchanan and Scepter are fighting pretty close. A bit further back is the 101 car, which has obviously got the wall of the pizza with the car in P35 at the moment. So small issue there. We've got CBSR Racing in the comments saying best livery though, and Chris Pinchback agreeing with that. CBSR, great livery indeed. Hopefully we don't get any cease and desists from Hoonigan, but we can see that a replay here of just what happens to the Bentley. I think it just gets it all wrong. There's a little bit of a tank slapper there, but nothing untoward. And there we go. The car just rotates. Tank slapper straight into the wall. And almost rolls onto the track, but does hold the brakes just in time. Conceptor now right on the back of Roddenberry. We can see that Roddenberry is now, sorry, not Roddenberry, sorry, Buchanan. The lad from the Newcastle area. Trying to talk to him sometimes is a bit of a interesting conversation, but lovely guy nonetheless. Still under attack though from Conceptor in the CBSR car. As we can see them coming through towards Stavelo and Curva full Frere. I apologise to anybody that can actually pronounce that properly, especially Belgians in the chat. So we can see 95 our viewers count slowly going up here as people slowly start to realise that we've moved over to part 2 of I believe part should be about 4 parts of this stream. 3 parts, there we go, confirmed by Steve. There we go, Steve's magical, isn't he? He knows everything. So we the magical man, as if, you know, as if he isn't sat behind his computer spamming keys and replays and cameras. And once again, obviously a lot of love to the stewarding team and to the production team that allow us to chat and rant for a good chunk of hours. I think I take 8 of the 24 hours, so I take a third of the stream for this race. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure as always to work with Simsport Racing International and obviously the SRHI. As we can see, Conceptor still on the back of Jamie Buchanan. So back down the Camel Straight they go again as we see the gap slowly start to close once more. You can see that they are the Mercedes is trying as hard as it can to go for a move on the Ferrari just ahead.
I'm not sure if he should be worried about his hood there. It's shaking quite a bit.
Yeah, it could just be a bit of vibration. That's not too bad. So
yep.
We can see that it's looking very good though. Like for a car that's been racing for eight and a half hours, it's not looking as bad as some of the other cars behind and around. We can see that the 88 car is coming to overtake them. I think that is, yeah, that's nothing for them to be worried about. His car's already ahead of them. So we've got someone asking if the commentary is for full 24, and rightly said no, because we're doing it until midnight and then it restarts at 6 AM. And I believe after I finish in about half an hour, I will be joining you guys again for the last 2 or 3 hours. Steve is just going to be operating cameras in the night because he's an absolute mad lad. So we can see a lot of battling still going on across the track. We've got obviously Conceptor trying to race for 24th place, so it's not exactly a position that you think, yes, what a position to gain, but every position counts, especially in a long race like this. We can see the Ferrari of Abbey Racing, I believe, just in the background. As we see Rob Jackson going round the outside of the 99, he's going to outbrake him. It looks like he's already made the move before the brakes are even applied. There go the brake lights now, and that's the job done. That's another position gain for the Positive Perception A car after having a small issue earlier on in the race. So
yeah, it was a pretty smooth overtake there. Didn't look like the 99 was fighting back too much either, though, but good job from both drivers. Absolutely,
Rob Jackson making it stick for the end of the Camel Straight, then just pulling away, and the next car on the road is another Aston Martin of Tetrapita. I butchered that name, I apologise. Alessandro Premi.
You better be careful, you might get sued soon.
Alessandro Premi in the 62 Ferrari MP8. You can see just in the background there was Wild Things Nissan GTR, the widest boy on the track, because we don't have an M6 this weekend, so I can't call that the wide boy. We've got Gambrini still in P7. Johansson in the 42 has done a really good job to work their way back up to P6 after having a few issues early on in the race. We can see the Porsche Hot Air Balloon Motorsport coming through on an Aston Martin as well. So there's a few battles going on along the track. Premi seems to be sort of doing his own thing again. I'm not sure where Holzer is on the circuit compared to him, but seems to be a decent chunk of time away. McConnell is, so it's still a P123 for Aston Martin in terms of Sean Arnold for, I believe, Wild Things Wannabes, Ross McGregor for Rocket Simsport, and Dave Hedges for Simsport Racing International. So we can see a lot of driving and chatting going on in the chat and also across the races.
Not sure what happened there, but the Ferrari lost speed.
Looks like it's got a bit of damage on the front, so there's the Wild Things GTR gone through. We can see that obviously we've got a few more cars behind that are trying to make their way through. I think the Ferrari has got damage. We'll possibly find out soon enough.
It looks a little bit beaten up, but not too bad.
It doesn't look too bad at all. We can see that a lot of the drivers are trying to push their way through now. So obviously we're going to come towards, again, we're getting a bit closer now to the next round of stops. Dave Hedges is just trying to keep himself on the island for a little bit longer. He knows that, I'm assuming they're not going to make him do a triple stint and stick in the car. I don't think Simsport are quite that mean. But I say that, we'll wait and see how it goes. Joris Everleen's in the Van Nieuwkerk Simsport Honda. Oh, drops it as we start talking about them. They just drop it on the entry to the next section of Le Combe. There's a few cars going through. Steve just giving us his running commentary on it. But we can see that obviously small spin there, but nothing untoward, nothing that's going to cost them any major time. Next car down the road is a decent chunk away, so they don't need to stress too much in the Van Nieuwkerk camp. So next car ahead is Mulderink. So we can have a look at the YouTube comments. We've got a few what an AM driver in the shopping Honda. Such lovely comments from our one and only Steve Proudley, as Sean Arnold's still in the lead of this race with a long way to go yet, so a lot can happen sometime yet before anything happens there. Lawn mower from Chris Hill. I mean, Chris, you're not on track either. I think you're sort of hiding behind apparently we need you back in the comms box, Chris, so you gotta come on back now. So I'm sure that your time is expired and it's your turn to jump over soon. So we can see that with 15.5 hours to go, it's a long way until we jump into into a position where we're sort of talking about who's actually going to win the race. We know how, obviously, we've got 3 drivers up at the front that are just running away with it.
Car 321 in 4th place is actually not that far behind car 22.
So yeah, right now Chris Vickers obviously not too far behind. So like I say, we've got the current cars in 1, 2, 3, all Aston Martins, 2 Ferraris behind. Watching Concept is still trying to make his way round the Ferrari, so that must be the widest Ferrari in the world at the moment for that Mercedes not to make its way through. We've got obviously Mike Avranos saying we've still got brake changes to go. Also, obviously, we've got a lot of brakes that probably, I'm surprised they're still working at this point. I think if I was a brake pad, I would be gone now. I'd be down to the steel. So I'm surprised that some of these cars still have brake pads left. Chris has joined us once again in the chat. Hi, Chris. Don't know if he's going to say hi back.
Good evening.
There we go. How are we doing, Chris?
I'm great. Are you sure I can't go to the toilet yet?
Not allowed, no. You can go when I can go, which is in about half an hour.
Hold on, you nipped off before and had one. You went for a wee earlier on.
Well, you had your chance during the replays, but we're still watching Conceptor trying to chase down the Positive Perception B team Ferrari. So if we've got anybody that would like to come in and have a chat with us, feel free to drop in. Obviously, also feel free to donate. We love a little donation from everybody in the chat. Once again, like I say, coffee can wait. You know, if you've got some instant coffee, use that instead of going to Starbucks, and use your Starbucks money to donate to this great charity.
What a great idea that is. Why don't you just advertise for a multi-million pound company?
Oh, I said don't go to Starbucks.
Well, you said it again.
Other coffee brands are available. We'll do the BBC thing of if we name anything, we're gonna go. Other brands are available.
Was that out on screen then, Steve?
I don't think it was. That's evil. Oh, after all I did for you, Steve. You know, all the compliments I've given you.
To be fair, I think he's having more of a go at me than he is you. And you can tell that by the giggling he's doing in the background.
Yeah. So, Cohen Scepter still chasing down the Ferrari. We've got a few other battles going on elsewhere on the track. Might have a 444 watch soon enough. Chris Pinchback's asking how much has been raised now. I'm sure we'll get a running total at some point. There we go. It's still 11,880, but I'm sure it's changed. We're still waiting on someone to come in and take it.
Yeah.
There we go.
So we believe Patrick's counting at the moment. He's got his abacus out, shoes, socks. He hasn't got any friends and neighbours. But only us, and we're not right. Eric, I do apologise. You're obviously here to do a professional commentary job with Adam, and then I turned up. So, what do you think of the racing so far that you've witnessed today?
There's been a lot of battles, that's for sure. I didn't see the start of the race, and I kind of had to rush into the race. My headphones broke, so I had to go get new ones, and then I rushed immediately, and so I was a little bit out of sync, out of pace, whatever you want to call it. But the racing has been pretty good. Fair racing all around.
Yeah, I think to be fair, there's only been about 19 incidents reported, and quite a lot of them are no further action, as you've seen. I do apologise for the race control message earlier on, where I caused a little bit of confusion because I'm basically incompetent at everything I do.
Well, not everything. And just clarify, no, I don't have any affiliation to Starbucks. If I was going to affiliate anything, then I'd definitely...
Again?
Well, if we're going to be brutally honest, then buy Caber coffee. It goes to a great charity as well. So, CBS are saying that they've got the 750 car, so we've disappeared from their battle, and all of a sudden they've overtaken. So Ross McGregor's lost the position to Dave Hedges, so I think Ross has come into the pits. So it's not on an actual on-track overtake, it's just a pit stop desync as such. Cool. So we've got Sean Arnold with 4 minutes left on his time, Dave Hedges left with 5 minutes left on his time, and Chris with 3 minutes. So all these drivers will be stopping basically within the next lap, because it's not worth trying to run an extra lap and risk running out of stint time and then having Chris coming to you saying, "Hi buddy, you got a penalty now." So obviously we don't want anybody getting penalties, and we can see Dave Hedges in the SSRI car driving his way towards probably his next stop and hopefully his opportunity to jump out the car.
He's been in for quite a while now, hasn't he?
He's been in for a double stint, so it's about 2 hours and 10 minutes a double stint. So we think that maybe Regan Mitchell next in the car. Sean Arnold is doing a great job here. I think he'll probably double stint towards the end of this evening as such. As you can see, it's a beautiful looking evening. We're going to have no rain in my stint of commentary, at least for this day. Obviously, I'll come back tomorrow and it'll be absolutely chucking it down. So
It is Spa.
it is Spa, and it's typical. I've said, oh yeah, there's no rain while I'm talking. I'll come back tomorrow and it'll be absolutely raining. So we've got some great racing here across the board in the evening. I'll be definitely keeping in chat with watching and definitely not harassing the commentators like Chris has harassed me for. I think that's more of a case of I'm done, get me out of the car, than obviously wanting to stop. I think maybe Dave has had enough and wants to get out of the car for a well-deserved break. He's done a great job, and Robbie Stapleford's back in the car now for Rocket. So we're about to see literally probably the fastest driver on the circuit besides Sean Arnold here on the track. There we go, he's back out now. There's CBSR Racing's car. So we can see that they've come out around. I don't know if they've been in for their stop at the same time, but Robbie has come out in front of them. There you go, everybody's in the pit lane there. So Brian Larson's just joined us again. Good evening, Brian. So we can see that a few of the drivers now are making their next round of stops. We're going to see probably a change in most of the cars in terms of drivers as we get towards sunset and into the first of the night stints.
Tell you something, Adam. If you don't let me go to the toilet, I'm gonna have to have a change of underwear.
Well, you can go to the toilet. I think you're grown up enough to choose when you go to the toilet, Mr. Hill. We've got. I believe someone was in the everyone welcome to use chat. Then I don't know if they were trying to find us, but we'll wait and see if they come into the waiting for shed. But we can see that Benjamin McConnell in the 169 is currently inherited P3. We'll see where drivers come out, so we'll see who's actually in the cars when they come out onto the track. McConnell is back, I believe, back in the car. I'm not sure if he's actually been in yet. Steve will clarify for me as to whether his stint timer is high or low. So 12 minutes, so he's still in the car on an alternate strategy due to obviously various bumps and scrapes along the way. We've got Kieran Vidago in the Simsport racing car, so to figure out who it was, it is actually Kieran Vidago. So Regan might be just disappearing for a bit. So we've got Robbie Stapleford, Kieran Vidago. It'll be interesting to see who comes back out, as we've got a battle for P7 here with the CF Sim Racing Holland car having a little bit of a twitch, almost taking the rear end of the 267 off at the campus section through Stavilo. So we've got the 267 pitting in 3 minutes. John Baton, I think, is racing pole position, but obviously doesn't realise that he could just wait another couple minutes, but he's going to go for it on track. So he's not going to wait until the pit lane. He doesn't want to wait until the pit lane. He wants to know that he can make the overtake on the track. And there you go, he's going to go around the outside, look down the inside. He's going to look down the inside, but the thing is, if the 267 wants to pit, it's going to just whack him. There you go. So we're going to see there's 267 goes off to the pit. But number 12 did the overtake on track, which is much, much cooler, in my opinion. You know, if you can get the overtake done on track, you get it done on track. But equally, he was going to make that position.
That was a good, clean overtake as well. Respect.
It was a very, very well played overtake. And we've got 98 watching on the stream, so good evening all. Welcome to the SSRI Race Against Cancer Spa 24 hours. You join myself, Adam Bent. So you join myself, Adam Bent, Brian Larson, Chris Hill and Eric Ennison with the commentary team, and Steve Bradley still behind the cameras. I don't know how he's still going. We're watching Benjamin McConnell here. He's the only car out of sync in I believe the top 5. So he's got to jump back into the pit box at some point. So this P3 isn't actually for track position, more so he's just out of sync with the rest of the drivers at the front, but still obviously within the front 5.
Tell you how Steve's still going. He's had lots of coffee from an unaffiliated coffee shop.
Is that what we're going to say, is it? He's playing with logos on the stream now apparently as well, so if you see a logo change, then magic. So we can see that Steve's just having some fun. Oh, mentioning coffee brands is fine, I'm sure. I mean, it's free sponsorship at the end of the day. Obviously, you know, I'll probably just get in more trouble with the team I work with. Obviously, I won't name the team just because apparently we're not allowed to name things, but we have a coffee sponsorship and they're probably like, how come we're not getting sponsored? But yeah, obviously we can see that Jake Daniel in the J-Dog Simsport number 61, right behind the car of Tails as they come through. He goes a bit wide. This is going to allow Jake Daniel right onto the back. They're going to come through curb at Paul Frere. So it looks like we've got Don't. That's an interesting sticker on the back. Unfortunately, I think somebody already did that earlier on in the race. So I think mission failed with that sticker. I'm surprised there is. Oh, there we go. So the Mercedes runs away, and into the pit lane he comes. Fanta. So I don't know if they're actually sponsored by or just like Fanta, but we've got Fanta on the side of the car. Other fizzy drinks are available.
Jesus, stop again.
Chris Vickers in the Ferrari 321 Team Abbey Racing, who have been racing for the podium for most of the night, most of the day now, and into the evening once again racing for this podium. Brian McConnell has to come in within, I think, the next maybe 3 or 4 minutes. So we'll see Kieran Vidago and Chris Vickers make their way back up to P4 and P3 and P4 respectively. So I'm looking now. Dave Mercier saying he would happily jump in to do the night stints for the basically representing the Canadians as such. We've got TRP Goats from Charlie Crossland as we're watching Chris Vickers now come up through and down the Camel Straight in the Team Abbey Racing Ferrari.
I believe he's closed up about 4 seconds since maybe 5 laps ago.
Yeah, so we've got a gap closing at the front with Vidago. So Vidago isn't safe, and we know that the Ferrari has a lot of pace around the circuit. It's not been fully utilised in a couple of stints. With Kieran Vidago now slightly under pressure, I'd say. The track temperature has dropped massively. We're down to 20 degrees from the 40 degrees we started with at the beginning of this race, and it's interesting to see.
Yeah, I think when the sun goes down, that's when the tire pressures and the right strategies are gonna start showing. We're gonna see a few drivers or teams drop in pace, and a few drivers are probably gonna gain a little bit in pace.
So we can see that Kieran Vidago is trying to push. There we go. So Paul Cook comes back out, emerging just behind the 444 car. The 444 car just about makes it through past the GT3 of Paul Cook. So Paul Cook is under attack, I believe, from Tetrapeter behind. I believe that's the 187 behind him, and not far behind is Jamie Buchanan as well. I think those two are out of sync. We can see as well TRP for life from Desmond Fitzpatrick, and we're getting a comment, 3 comments. All right, Desmond, I'm so proud you've not crashed. Well, I think now I've said that, it's probably going to happen at some point. We've got hashtag 91 followed by smiley face. So obviously a lot of support for various teams here. 107 people watching. So we're going to see where they all emerge as time goes. Paul Cook, that beautiful looking car. It's a bit it's an interesting pink on the rear. I don't know whether it's meant to be a bright pink or a peach. So yeah, like Steve just told us, due to the new update, the liveries are slightly out of sync. I believe yes, on Thursday with the qualifying, the bright red number 12 car that is currently black today was pink, if I'm not mistaken.
Does that mean they've changed the color?
Possibly, they might have customized the color system or.
So it has
well,
to do with the DDS files and stuff. Yeah.
well, there we go. There you go. There's a little bit of information for you that I had no idea. I've not played this game in so long. So we've got Paul Cook still chasing down the back of the GT3 Cup car. There you go. He's going to go straight down the inside, and the Cup car's not going to defend. Jost Verman right behind the 911 of Roos. No, Hot Air Balloon Motorsport are going to be challenged by 610. I don't think 610 are going to make it through this. Like, oh, they are. There you go. I say that, and he goes straight through. There you go. So then, not far behind is the 777. So we see Noah Roos being challenged for his position. There you go. The Mercedes has made it through, but let's see if the Porsche can carry more speed. It's a beautiful shot. The hill as the evening sun sets on these drivers. And we start to see the headlights come on. 4 drivers into the night stint. Obviously, you're going to be very crazy to try and play around with your headlights in the dark. The commentators are cursed with having me here. Thank you, Chris. I don't think we are, but you know, I'm pretty happy you're here. So, anyway,
that's really good to hear that. So you won't be leaving us at all tonight, then?
Well, no, unfortunately, I do have plans for tonight, but I'm sure I'll be come on as soon as I can tomorrow morning after I have made it my way back home. So we can see that it is 29th place for Noah Roos now, after losing that position to the Mercedes of 610. We can see that behind him is the CBSR car, the Ken Block inspired Mercedes AMG. We can see that the cars are starting to look amazing in that evening sun, glistening. Despite the marbles, you can see just how much marbles and gunk is building up on the underside of these cars. Trust me, I've cleaned off marbles after a 12-hour race, and it is not fun.
I played marbles as a child. Does that help?
No, unfortunately not. So we can see that Chris Hill has a immediate application for eSeniors Racing. So we see Sergio Piperetta chasing down the 267 of Holzer. So Holzer's continued in the car as he goes, doesn't go too defensive, but into the bus stop, does run a bit deep, and the 62 goes straight through. So, I mean, we were about to commentate on what looked like it was going to be a good battle, and they've gone straight through. Racing Points PS Evo car straight through into 10th place.
Yeah, indeed, he didn't probably didn't feel that he needed to defend that hard there. Of course, yeah, exactly. You're probably going to lose more time trying to defend in this situation than not.
Well, you're absolutely right there. There's no point defending, not with that much time left to go. If you know that you're not the fastest driver and your job is just to keep it on the island, as the 787 almost does take it off the island.
So is that 787 and 101 quite close together on track there?
Not anymore. Well, they are on track, but in terms of actual positions, no.
I'm pretty sure that's what I said.
10 laps down. But, no, not 10 laps, sorry, 10 places down. But I think that there's already been an overtake from 101 on the 787, because we can see that they're pulling away with the 321 car of Chris Vickers. But Chris Vickers is actually going to overtake the 101. So here we go. We'll pretend like they're on the same lap here and commentate on the battle maybe between 101 and 787 as Chris Vickers goes a bit further ahead and off into the sunset away from the battling Porsche and Aston Martin.
He's keeping a pretty good distance to who's in third position again.
Yeah, it looks like they are spending a little bit of time close to each other, but it looks like they're holding a decent gap. So Gabor Hayas, I will butcher the names, I'm sorry, is holding his own against the 787 with Van Dirksen and still in the car. So 787 is 2 laps down, but obviously this is like, this is watching these guys. So if he overtakes, I can guarantee it's like watching the drivers celebrate a win, because obviously these two have been at it since Imola. We've heard a little bit about the story how these two are trying to fight for the not even for the win, just for bragging rights against each other, and obviously the war of pizza. we can see, obviously, we have been joined by the one, the only, David Russell. Good evening.
Hello, David.
Hello.
Evening, guys. How are you?
There we
I was just getting a few things sorted.
No worries, Dave. You've still got another 3 minutes. We just thought we'd harass you and say good evening. Yeah, you can see that 787 is still trying to hold its own against obviously 101. They seem to be relatively the same on pace. Yes, it is ACC, Chuckton. We are on ACC for the SSRI 24 hours Spa against Cancer. Obviously, I'm going to keep butchering the names and changing around the name, but obviously it still remains the same. It's a charity race around, the end of the season for the Simsport Racing International Endurance calendar. Obviously, Spa 24 being one of the most impressive races for GT racing in the world. So we can see Mark Ham now in P13 chasing down Vale in the Mode 11 team Lexus RCF GT as they come down the Kemmel Straight. The Aston Martin seems to have a lot of speed to catch up to the back of him. And you can see the Garage 59 car in front and the 19 Porsche behind. Robbie Stapleford there, you can see just in P2, still trying to catch up with the I think Wannabe's car. It's Mark Ham still trying to push as hard as he can to gain the position back from Vale in P12. So we've got a lot of commentators in here with us. You're joined by myself, Adam Ben, as we are getting close to 8 o'clock in the UK time, 9 o'clock. If you're in Belgium and Europe, or most of Europe, it's about 9 o'clock for you, and it's probably getting close to dinner time, so a lot of the drivers are probably thinking about what they're going to have for dinner. And Chris probably thinking, what can I order?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what you're referring to, and also about the drivers. I'm thinking about dinner. I'm not having it because you won't let me leave this bloody seat.
Well, I never said you could never leave. I just said you couldn't go to the toilet.
I've got used to it. I've got a wireless headset, so I can still go to the toilet. It'll just be broadcast.
I don't think we want to hear what you get up to outside of the broadcasting booth. But well then. So, like I said. So, we have 15 hours and 7 minutes. You have been joined by me. Pretty much most of them. I think I've done about a good 6 hours of the commentary so far. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I'm half keeping track. I know I've got 2 hours tomorrow in the morning as the race will come to pretty much to its end. We can see that Mark Ham there trying to catch up to the back of the Mode 11 car still. So as we get close to the end of my time, mine and Eric's time in the booth for this evening, Eric, you got any final words or anything you want to say?
My headphones are keep cutting out, so I'm not sure what's happening. But I'm definitely still here.
So we're getting towards the end of our stint. Anything to say before we sign off for the night?
Keep donating. That's the main reason why we're here. The fight against cancer. Never give up and keep on fighting.
Absolutely, as Joris Selvens doesn't give up fighting the car as they drift once again through Puon. This time not ending up in the wall or the gravel or that giant tarmac runoff. Or as Max Verstappen calls it, track limits. So we can see that 937 has made its way towards the section at Stavolo and Kerber Frere. As we get towards the end of my time, I'll probably hand over to the very capable hands of Brian Larson and Dave Russell. I'm sure Chris will be around to harass them too as well. I just want to thank everybody for watching, for listening to my voice for too long, I'd say. Obviously donate as much as you can as we see a car off. That's the 71 off in the corner there. And yeah, thank you very much. Donate as much as you can. Thank you for listening to my voice for the past 4 hours. And I feel very sorry for anybody that's had to listen to me for that long. So with that, I'm going to sign off now. Have a lovely evening all, and I'm going to hand over to Dave Russell.
Thanks very much for your time there, Adam. It's great to hear your beautiful voice.
Good stuff. Thank you for that, Adam. Yeah, go and rest your vocal cords, sir. Very good, very well done indeed.
I'm off to McDonald.
Whatever works, mate. Whatever's best for you. I'm very envious. Is all I will say about that. Absolutely. Other fast food outlets are available, people, if you're watching, depending on your weapon of choice. But yes, good evening. Welcome to what I'm going to officially refer to as the prime time slot of this stream, because it's the one I'm commentating on. My name's David Wessel. I'm joined in the commentary box by none other than Brian Larson. Brian, good evening. How are you this evening?
I'm good. Second time on here today, so I'm a bit warmed up. I had the pleasure of working with Adam from the beginning, and he's done a stellar job. So, yeah, you got big shoes to fill. So I'm looking forward to that, mate.
Good stuff. Hopefully, you'll have to keep me posted over the next few hours and let me know how we get on. But I'm sure we'll be all good. I know it's my second stint as well. To be fair, did a 90-minute stint a little bit earlier just to kind of drop in and keep Jesse company. So it's myself and Brian with you until 11 p.m. tonight. So looking forward to bringing the sun down on this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Still 15 hours and 4 minutes left to go. So nearing the halfway point. Lewis Roters in the lead at this moment in time, the 127 Aston Martin, the Wild Things Racing Pro Team still leading the way. They took that lead midway through the second stint when Sean Arnold got in the car, wrung the neck out of it. They are now, as it stands, a lap and about 5 seconds ahead of the number 2 car on track, which is, funnily enough, the number 2 car as well. That's the Rocket Simsport car, currently being driven by Robbie Stapleford, as we see a few cars getting up and towards it. There's a few going on there, a little bit of a dodgy moment there going into corner. Looks like Sandoval will look on board at the moment. It's managed to get around it okay. And then it's Kieran Vidago rounding out your top 3 in the number 22 SSRI car. Chris Vickers, Rob de Koning, Beton, Ugard, Piperata, Holzer and Saletta round out your current top 10. But Brian, as we know, I mean, we've seen it enough already. You and I both commented on, like we said, it's not going to be the way this race is going to end at any stage, is it?
No, but to be honest, as you said earlier, Sean did an amazing job in his second stint of the race, and he just closed in on Callum, overtook him just before the stint was gone, but he did an amazing job to get the car in the top spot, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, did a fantastic job in that stint, and he did in his contrasting stints alongside Leo Hirvonen as well. Of course, started the race for the Wild Things Racing Team, and like we said before, got a lap worth of time between themselves and Robbie Stapleford at the moment, so doing a fantastic job so far. But that fastest lap, as you can see by the little purple number next to Robbie Stapleford, still means they've got the fastest lap of the race so far. So clearly demonstrating that they do have some sort of pace between them as well. But
yeah,
anyway.
But Robbie also took the fastest lap in qualifying with a blistering time of 2:17.2, and he was by far leading everybody in the qualifying. So there's no doubt about it. He's very quick. So in overall, it's going to be a long fight this for the 24 hours totally.
Absolutely, you can definitely tell that there is two, or I say two, that's very unfair on the rest of the drivers. There is plenty of quality in this grid. Speaking of quality, we've got Stephen Hoffman in the commentary box with us. Stephen, welcome into the stream. How's your race gone so far?
It's all good. It's all good. It's actually been pretty good. It's just finishing my first double, so sounds good.
And of course, formerly of the you are a little bit quiet, Stefan, but hopefully I can personally hear you. Okay, hopefully the rest of the guys can hear you at this point. So up until this hour, yeah, perfect, brilliant, good stuff. So how many hours, or how many? We'll go with stint hours. Be easy for me to get my head around anyway. How many stints have you done in the car up until this point?
Me personally, I've done 2. I had a late start in this race. Overall, we probably running 10th stint, 9th stint.
Yeah. And
the time, yes.
And how does it feel knowing that there's still 15 hours left to go? That must feel quite daunting at this stage, especially when you've only done a couple of stints as well, I'd imagine.
I mean, it's been a fun race so far. It takes a little while to get into the groove because it's still a long way to go, so you might get a bit distracted with that sometimes, but you just kind of have to ignore it in some way. and just get on with it.
Absolutely. Funnily enough, Steve Proudley and I were talking about that earlier. We were talking about how different people, like when they get into the car, sometimes they can get into the groove almost instantly. Sometimes it takes a couple of laps just to kind of get into the swing of things. Are you one of those people that you can get into the car, start your stint, and pretty much be on point straight away, or do you find you tend to need a couple of laps just to kind of get into the feel of things?
Let's say the first 5 or 10 minutes is like, especially now with the update, I haven't been super practicing, to be honest. So yeah, 10-15 minutes in this case just to get into the groove. But then yeah, you kind of get a hang of it because you've probably driven the car before. Anyhow.
Absolutely. Well, I'd like to think you've put at least a little bit of practice in up until this point, considering the task at hand, and probably, forgive me for suggesting this, but probably not made all the much easier by the fact you're driving the Porsche 911 at the moment. How has that been up until this point as a beast? Has it been easy to tame, or have you had any struggles with it at this point?
I mean, we struggle a little bit with understeer as the fuel tank gets emptier, and with the new tire model as well. So you have to adjust a little bit. Personally, it's not too bad for my own driving style, but I know some of the other guys are struggling a little bit with it. So
yeah, so it certainly does lean towards certain drivers more than others, doesn't it? I personally, I'm a big fan of the Porsche. It's probably not it's definitely my personal favourite, but it is one of those that does feel, I think you probably agree, quite rewarding when you get it right.
Indeed, and it's a fun car to drive. Don't get it wrong, but it's sometimes a bit frustrating. We also had panorama on the straights and so on. You can swear a little at the car, but then you get to a braking zone and you're like, all right, it's fine.
Absolutely. And you guys, I'm sure you're aware of this already because I'm sure you're keeping abreast of everything that's going on. So P26 at the moment, currently obviously got Gabor in the car. Like I say, with just literally under 15 hours to go, what are your guys' hopes and expectations towards the second half of this race? Are you looking to get a fair way back up the field, or are you expecting it's going to be quite difficult from here on in to kind of make any real major gains at this stage?
I mean, it's we're not even halfway through, and with Spa, the weather, anything can happen, to be fair. But I mean, we're not expecting to win this one. Let's be honest. But we're still in a great fight with the 787, and the memes are still flowing in the chat. So the banter is still alive. So we are still looking for those guys.
Yeah,
we can't find them on track. Sometimes we've seen them, but then they get the blue flag, and that's a shame for them. But it's all good.
I'm sure it's quite a pleasing thing when you see them go past the blue flag. Of course, yeah, we're six positions behind you at the moment. Who have they got in the car? They've got René van Dieckhuizen in the car at the moment. So yeah. Well, look, Stefan, thank you for dropping in. When's your next stint? When are you back in the car?
Let me just check. I think I will be around between 5 and 6 in the morning. So
you've got a nice rest now, which is very good.
Yeah, but I'm also doing the pit wall stuff, so we'll see how much sleep we can get, because the adrenaline is still going. So,
oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, look, congratulations on your work so far, Stefan, and best of luck on your stints in the morning. Go get yourself a bit of rest if you can, and best of luck with the rest of the race.
Cheers. Thanks for streaming.
Brilliant. So that was Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson, from the RIP 101 team in the Porsche 911, currently sitting at P26, Gabor Hayas in the car at the moment. And Brian, it's interesting to hear that, wasn't it? Just knowing that, I mean, you've only done 2 stints in the race, and yet your next stint is literally just under 12 hours away. It's quite impressive how much time there is to not be driving, but you're still so involved in the event, aren't you? It's quite impressive.
Yeah, well, it's down to a team effort, isn't it? And depending on how many guys in the team, how many guys actually not on the sheet registered to the cars they have sitting behind them, helping it out. It's all about the drivers doing all the work. So sitting, looking at the pit wall about all the other cars, what are they doing, the lap times. They always need 1 or 2 sitting, analyzing all these data just to give the best shot for their own car. So it's all about the driving on track, but off track there's a lot of work being done within all the teams, I can be sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I've personally done that before. I've been involved in a couple of endurance races up until now, and like you say, you almost can't get yourself away from it. It's just, you immediately find yourself drawn to timings of people. You've got people who's driving asking you questions, and you effectively, in a way, turn into a glorified race engineer, which is quite fun, but it can be quite difficult at times. I think, from my perspective, at least, anyway.
Yeah, a lot of people would just want to be left alone, not too many details. When sort of like the calm settles and you sort of get into the rhythm, you just want to be left alone and just to get into the rhythm. So, but it's all about down to the traffic, all the information, where are the cars, what are you battling for, and any problems on track, any stalled cars or whatever can be in your way. So it takes a lot of work to be doing these 24-hour races, definitely for all involved in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of work that's gone in, Reece Wiggin, one of the E-Senior Racing Team drivers in the Bentley, the 217 car, very close to the back of Daniel in the other Bentley, or one of the many other Bentleys Jake Daniel is driving in at this moment in time. Good showing from the E-Seniors guys up until now. I know that Mark Neutelings was in the commentary box a little while earlier, and I'm sure there'll be reason to be pleased with how they've gone so far. Made their way slowly but surely up the grid, and almost like London buses, we have one interviewee come into the box, and then we have another one as well. I'd like to bring in Chris Pinchbeck into the room. Chris, how are you, sir? You well?
I'm alright, mate. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. I've literally just come back into the comms box, so I'm fresh as a daisy, which
Sound it.
I can't imagine is the same for you up until this point. How's the race gone for you guys so far?
Yeah, no, it's good. I've done 2 stints at the moment, so it's been going really good. The guys are doing great.
And I mean, well, one of your stints, funnily enough, I was actually speaking to none other than Mark Raddenbury when you were in the car a little while earlier, when you were destroying the gap between you and one of the drivers. I think it was Ash Coupland who was in at the time.
Yeah.
You certainly look like you've got a good amount of pace around you at the moment, as we see Kieran on the screen.
Kieran's doing great. My first stint was amazing, but the second stint I got stuck behind the Ferrari, and then we had the Lexus that was a lap down on us, but he was obviously battling with the guy that was in front of Kieran, so he wasn't willing to give up pace or anything. So I knackered my tyres a little bit early on that stint, but the stint before I was really happy with.
Good stuff. And when are you next back in the car? Are you back in tonight, or are you off until the morning now?
Midnight for a double stinter.
Oh, lovely stuff. And who else is on the midnight shift with you out of the guys?
I'm trying to think. Hang on, I've got a bit of paper in front of me here. It's
paper, very old.
Yeah, I had to print it out. Regan's on before me. He's up to midnight, and then it's me from midnight through till 2:10, and then Kieran's on at 2:10. So
fair
it's all
play.
going good.
And since the 1.8 update, which I'm sure has been mentioned many times, I'm sure it won't be the last time we talk about it across this broadcast, how's that impacted your preparations, and how has it impacted the Aston Martin? Because we know, obviously, from previous patches that it's been extremely strong around here, and considering the top 3 of Aston Martin as well, you'd be forgiven to think the same. But are you feeling any differences between the cars since the patch?
Huge difference for me, probably more so than the other guys, to be honest, because I've always found the Aston so stable, but now you have to be a little bit careful, because in sector 2 there's a few times where the back end wants to go a little bit, which it never had before, but it's the same for everyone. So
absolutely, yeah. No, but I mean, it seems to be going well so far. I mean, you've got it's just under 15 hours to go. Currently, obviously sitting P3 with Kieran in the car at the moment. 80 odd seconds off of Robbie and the Rocket Simsport team. Is that the kind of aim you're going for, or is it just a case of consolidating the podium at this point in time? Obviously, there's still loads of time to go, of course.
Yeah, I've just been talking to the guys, and Dave said that Kieran's actually closing down a little bit, but it'll have to be some stint to close up on Robbie. Obviously, we all know Robbie's lightning quick, but not putting his teammates down. But I would think we're more likely to catch when one of the other team members is in the car rather than Robbie, I would imagine. But we shall see. Anything can happen. It's still 15 hours to go.
Oh, exactly, not even halfway through. Look, Pinch, we'll let you crack on, mate. Thank you very much for stopping in. Best of luck on the night shift with yourself and Regan, and hopefully we'll get a chance to catch you at the end if you guys manage to get on the podium still.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, guys. Great effort. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely to have Pinchy in the comms box there as always a pleasure to speak to, and always has a fantastic insight as always. I know he's still listening, so I'm sure he would have liked that little call out I've just made to him there.
Love you.
I love you too, mate. But anyway, yeah, so the SSRI guys currently sitting in third position. Like I said there, Kieran Vidago still in the car at this moment in time. Currently, Brian, running, as Pinchy mentioned a second ago, I'm just getting confirmation on the Pitbull Live's data as well, actually running quicker than Robbie Stapleford, which is not something I was expecting to say at any point, because I've commentated on Robbie racing a number of times in the past. I know how lightning quick he is. But they have definitely got some pace in those guys, haven't they? They've got a really good team of drivers in that 22 car. Before we talk a little bit more about the SSRI guys, we're going to bring another man into the interview. Honestly, it's like London Bus. I can't get enough of this. We bring David Mercier into the conversation, who's part of the EGT Challenge team. David, good evening. Am I right in thinking you're across the pond at the moment?
Excuse me, come again?
Am I right in thinking you're overseas at the moment? Are you one of the Canadian guys in the team?
Yeah, you're right.
And forgive me, I'm going to have to get this out of the way straight away. What's the time where you are at the moment?
It's 3:20 p.m.
Oh, lovely stuff. But it's sun's still out.
Actually, it's later for you guys, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 20 past 8 at the moment. The only reason I wanted to ask, and I don't know if it's 3:20 for you guys at the moment, is because Steve Proudley, our broadcast director, mentioned to me earlier that you guys were 6 hours behind. But by that count, I make 5. So it was really just to confirm whether that was the case. So there you go, Steve. You thought it was 6. I'm sure he's telling me here. He said 5. I'm sure he said 6. I'm gonna go back. He's telling me to go watch part 1. I think I might be here for a while. How's the race going for you at the moment, David? How's everything going in the car so far?
Actually, I'm not in the car. I'm looking at the team right now, and the team is doing great. And I'm not driving today, so 5 guys from the EGT Challenge group are driving the car. So Vallée, Cloutier, Bélanger, Lavoie, and Lafrenière. And now I think it's Lavoie that is on the track right now.
It is
Actually,
indeed, yeah.
Yeah, he is in 15th position, and things are going very well so far, so we are really proud of the team. Actually, they did qualify 15, and they are 15 right now, so if we can get a few more places, that would be awesome.
Can't you just tell that he's a commentator?
I know that obviously I think was it David who started? I think David started the race, or at least was there towards the front end. I know there was a couple of, I wouldn't say incidents, but a couple of comings together that shifted you guys down the order a bit. So like you say, it's really good to see Tomois getting back up to the order. Now, I'm not saying it's just him, obviously everyone else has done a bit of their part as well, but it's good to see you guys getting back up there. And like you say, 20 seconds behind Yasha in the 88 Aston Martin at the moment, so there's definitely a chance for some positions to be gained, isn't there?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, Lavoie is a pretty good driver, and I think he's going to do everything he can to get those positions. So I'm looking forward for it, and I wish him good luck. Lavoie is a pretty solid driver.
Absolutely, he's doing a solid job at the moment. Now, I know that like you say, you're obviously not taking part in the race, but it's lovely to have you in here as well. Now, I for one am an avid follower of the EGT motorsport scene at the moment, but I know that there'll be people on this broadcast at the moment who may not have a huge amount of awareness for you guys. So what is it that you guys do? What is it that you can tell the people watching? Just a little bit more detail about what it is that you guys do at EGT.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you for having me today. EGT Challenge have been put together by a few guys back in 2019, and since then it has evolved, and now we are offering a lot of races. Actually, we do have a few categories. AM for amateur. We do have 28 drivers in there. They are driving GT4 in the sprint formula, which are 30 minutes races. And after that, we do have the silvers, almost 50 drivers in there. They are doing 30 minutes sprint races in GT3. And then the other group are the Pro-Am and the Pro. Almost 50 drivers as well in there. So all those races are having a championship. And we've been doing that for a few years now. And a lot of good drivers, as you can see, Lavoie right now. We can see this guy, Bélanger, Vallée, Lafrenière, and Cloutier. Those drivers are really good, and they are all out of this series here in Canada. Actually, in Quebec, Canada, EGT Challenge. And if you guys want more information, egtchallenge.ca is the place to get all the pertinent information about that. And you guys are welcome to come race with us. So it's always a pleasure to have a lot of people with us. So it's open to everyone.
Oh, lovely stuff. You might have to consider me signed up for the next one, David, because that was the best pitch I think I've ever heard for a racing series. It was really, really impressive, I've got to say. Almost, like you say, almost as impressive as how the guys are getting on track at the moment. So how come, if obviously, like I say, it's obviously 5 cars in the car already, what was, how come you're not taking part in the race? Is there any particular reason, or have you just kind of let these guys crack on and let them do what they need to do?
Actually, you know, I'm a real car driver. I do own a Mazda Miata, and when I tried the sim racing, it took me a long time to get comfortable in that. And finally, I ended up just not practicing enough, and I decided to go the other way, and now I'm the commentator of the series.
There you go.
I'm not driving anymore.
Dare I say it, I think most of us who commentate normally don't have the speed to catch up with the really quick guys, don't we? So you're not alone, don't worry.
Those guys are phenomenal. They have excellent driving skill, and for me to catch up with them, it would take me a long time, actually years. So I prefer to stay on the microphone side. I think it's the best place for me, and I let the pros do their thing in there.
Absolutely.
I just have one question for David's place.
Sure, go ahead.
With you being a real race driver, and I know a lot of people have been asked this, but with this different sims around, which one do you think will actually be the best to transfer into the actual racing of the cars? Which sim would that be?
Oh, that's a pretty good question. I'm gonna have to think about it.
You've got some really good sims around, and I know ACC has come a long way from the beginning, but
yeah, actually,
how do you find ACC compared to real racing?
Actually, I've been playing with the ACC. I used the regular version as well, Assetto Corsa. I also did a bit of iRacing, of course, because I'm a Mazda Miata driver, and they do have a great series in there for that. But I think that so far ACC is probably the most realistic one that I've tried so far. But I'm not an expert. But
no. But you know, from the best feel from actually being on track and then sitting in a simulator.
You know, definitely the car settings and the physics of this thing. It's amazing how you can set up this thing to be just like the real car. The only thing that you don't get is sorry for the expression, but in real life you drive with your butt, so you feel the car and you feel everything. And you don't get that feeling with simulator. So in my opinion, that's the only downside. And I think this is where I'm having a hard time with simulation, because I got used to drive with my whole body, so I feel the car. And in there, I don't feel that. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm not as good at the guy that we're seeing on the track right now. But that being said, if you remove that factor, all the rest is pretty much the same. The feeling in the driving wheel, the feeling in the pedals, the views, the displays, wow, there is a wow factor in there, and I encourage everyone to go in ACC and to start practicing. It's a really good way to get really good habits on driving the cars, and you know, it's a really good experience to be able to feel the car when it's going understeer or oversteer or bad braking, or you have bad tires or bad alignment settings. You can feel all of that in simulation, even if it's not real life. And then you get it in real life, and you know what's going on because you did practice. So that's a really good experience, in my opinion.
Right. Perfect. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Really interesting insight, David. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll get the chance to catch you again before the end of the race. But thank you for stopping by. Thank you for explaining a bit more about the EGT Challenge side to us. And like I say, hopefully that will encourage some of the guys, not only just from the general ACC point of view, but hopefully to join you guys in the EGT series as well. And best of luck for yourself and the team for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to be there with you.
Fantastic. So thank you very much to David Mercier there from the EGT Motorsport team. Not driving in the car we heard there at this moment in time. He's got the other 5 guys, including Thomas Lavoie, on your camera at the moment, who are looking after things. Tom has actually done a really fantastic job in these last couple of minutes to really start closing the gap on the car ahead, which is of David Yasha. He's 13 seconds behind now, Brian. He's gained 7 seconds over the last couple of laps. That's some blistering pace from the 514 car, and continuing to do so now. He's 12.5 seconds behind. They're starting to make some moves, aren't they, these guys at the moment?
Yeah, I just saw. Did he just move up a place? I was looking at. I'm sure I saw him in 15th, and now he's in 14th.
Yeah, Jake Daniel. Yeah, Jake Daniel, I think, was the driver who went into the pits, the number 61 car.
Right.
I did see the P next to his name, so that will explain that.
Okay.
But yeah, doing a fantastic job of closing up. I think we'll all agree. I mean, he was 9 seconds quicker, apparently, on the last lap than Jake Daniel was, which might explain some of that pace. Only a second quicker on that point, but that is blistering pace from those guys.
Yeah, 2:21.5 last lap. So yeah, not bad. And still, you see the temperature track-wise just dropped another degree. I'm guessing it'll have a big impact on the tires and generally how the car is going to feel when the temperature drops even further.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, common knowledge for those of you who've driven in ACC before, of course, and probably, like I say, if we go by what David suggested, it's going to be pretty true to real life form. As the track's going to get colder, the lap times are going to generally get a little bit quicker as well. And the one thing we're still waiting to see is whether there'll be any adverse weather on the horizon. The wind has picked up from when I was in the comms box a few hours ago, so it's 7 kilometres an hour at the moment. Like I say, track and air temperature down to 19 degrees on both sides. So as the sun continues to set, it's not only going to be an issue with some of these. Well, you see Ruben de Koning there, we'll come back to that in a second, driving very, very slowly next to the wall down the Kemmel Straight. P5 at the moment. That's surely going to drop him out of the standings. We'll hopefully try and see what happened to cause that. Looked like he had a couple of bits of bodywork kind of shifting around on there, but big issue for the 169 Ferrari there. It's going to presumably promote at least Lasse Ugard up into 5th place. Then presumably you would imagine, Brian, a couple of the guys are going to go with him. Would be very interesting to know what's happened there. It looks like he's managed to get it back to the end of the Kemmel Straight. You can just see on the track map on the right hand side he's going through Les Combes now, but looked like it might have been a big incident for that car.
Yeah, but it looks like he's just after we caught up with him just after Eau Rouge. Did he have a big off there? Let's see the replay.
Yeah, so you just see going through Eau Rouge, looked like he had a bit of damage on the back end of the car. All got a big amount of curve, didn't he? Yeah, that inside curve was just spat him out the other side, straight into the wall.
Looks like the steering and the front end is very bad.
Yeah, I would imagine that car is not very easy to drive in a straight line at the moment, which is a real shame for those guys. Now you can see, look at the wheel on the onboard.
Big damage.
Having to turn it more than about 100 degrees in order to even keep it going in a straight line. So that's going to be a horrible long run right the way back to the pit lane for Ruben de Koning. That he's already dropped down to P6, so that's Lasse Ugard has gone through into P5, and I'm sure they will drop out. I would expect potentially they'll drop back out of the top 10 on that form, because you'd imagine that's at least a minute and a half's worth of damage, wouldn't you?
It's just for him to bring it back to the pits is going to take double the time as normal. And this, look at that. Definitely, this is going to be a massive repair. They are going to lose at least, I would say, maybe 2 or 3 positions for this. That's bad. Nobody wants it.
Really big shame there. I mean, for those watching, if you've never seen a car drive before, they don't drive like that. That's not normal.
No. And it's not down to ACC.
No, absolutely. That is exactly what has happened. That's what happens when you drive. I'd say he drove face first. He didn't drive into the wall on purpose, of course. We know that, but very, very unfortunate. That's going to promote quite a few people up, you would expect. Like I say, already down into P6. I'd expect to be down into P7 before too long. I'm just trying to see whereabouts on the track the number 62 car Piperata is. Can't quite see. Oh, he's just coming through Piff Path Lafania down towards the back end of sector 2, so probably will stay in 6th up until the pit stop, but won't go any forward. Will continue to go further down after that. I suppose what we should do is we should have a look at the sole Cup car in the race event, the one you've got on screen now, Angus Martin in the TVN Racing Cup car, also being piloted by Yannick Muller and Stein Passpont, who I believe, I'm imagining Stein was probably the one who chose this car because he does like the lesser spotted cars in these games. So fortunately for them, Brian, they're in the very unique position where they've started the race and they've actually already won the Cup class, which is quite impressive because they're the only one out there at the moment, which is good to see.
I think that's why he's just flashed his light coming down the street. Yeah, it's a brave choice, to be honest. I know two of the guys, Steen and Yannick, raced with them before. They're awesome, fast drivers, but it's more than a handful with this car. It's very limited options with helpless driver's aid, and it's a great car to drive. It'll drift like hell if you're not careful about the throttle response. So, but yeah, I love the Porsche, and it's always been my go-to car because it's a good all-round car. But this is a proper driver's car, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a different type of hell if you want to pick the Cup car for 24 hours. even without any adverse weather, we've not had any in the first 10 hours of this race. But if the rain does come, which I think a handful of people are hoping, some are obviously hoping, and I'm sure that these three will be definitely hoping that the rain will not come because, as you say, very little assists, no traction control, no ABS in the Porsche Cup car.
Yeah.
And, the rain does come down, it's going to become very, very difficult indeed for them.
And actually, it's as it stands now, it's like a win for them because they're actually up 4 places from what I just see.
Absolutely, yeah, they're doing a fantastic job. I mean, I think they're up into P33, 34 towards the top end of the race. And obviously, for those of you who didn't see, there was a big incident at the start of the race. There was a good sort of 10, 15 cars who were caught up in it as they went through Rouge for the first time. And fortunately, the same Passport who was driving the car at that time managed to get through there without any issues. So got them a fair few points up. And the fact that they've only dropped, you would argue, about 5 or 6 positions since that, just shows that these guys are not slow. They've really got the pace, despite the fact they're in a slower car than everyone else on the field.
Yeah, it was too bad to see in the beginning. You saw like the second 2/3 of the field coming through a Rouge from the beginning. Everybody was more or less side by side. Some of them were trying to maybe take a position or so, and it just it ended up poorly for, I believe it was 7 cars. Not big damage, but a few of them got spun around, and a few of them had to go to the pits to get damage repaired. And as we heard from Steve Proudly earlier, that a general drive-through is 85 seconds. So it's a lot of time for basically nothing, but that's racing to you. So yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It can be a very frustrating place to be at times, but can also be incredibly rewarding as well. Quick update for you, just in terms of the donations up until this point. I did get this through about 20 minutes ago, but of course we've had so much to talk about, whether it be interviews or other general details on there as well. I just want to bring your attention to the fact that the total on the donations is now €11,829 for the cancer charity that we're racing for in this Race Against Cancer Spa 24-hour race here at Simsport Racing International, which is amazing that we've managed to get that far. It'd be great to get to 12,000 before my stint finishes at 11 o'clock. So if you haven't donated already, please make sure you do so. I said this earlier and I'll say it again. There's so many people who need treatment for issues such as cancer in the world. There's more than anyone could ever imagine, and although this will only go such a small way, it's still such a massive thing to be able to donate this amount of money to such an amazing charity. And you don't need a cup of coffee tomorrow morning. You don't need to have the extra onion barges on your Indian takeaway tonight. Save a bit there. any small amount will make that massive difference. And if you're able to do that, no matter what the amount is, whether it's a massive amount or a small amount, if you've got anything to spare, then please make sure that you do so if you can. It would be very, very much appreciated indeed. And thank you to everyone who has donated so far. And for those of you who donate once Brian and I finish this evening, thank you to you guys as well, because you're doing something fantastic for a fantastic cause as well. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. See that car number 12 is still sitting in the pits. Oh, sorry, car number 169 sitting in the pits, still doing repairs, losing 6 places.
It looks like it's just come. 187 seconds repair time, would you believe? And just to add insult to injury, you've got a drive through as well.
Oh.
Yeah, so what's that? Who's good at maths here? So 277 seconds, if my maths doesn't fail me, which is what, 3 and wait, no, this is where I really struggle. Nearly 5 minutes in the pit lane in total. That is the better part of nearly 3 laps that they've potentially lost.
His lap time going into the pits were 4 minutes and 19.
Yeah,
that's another 2 minutes.
Exactly.
And it looks like he's down to 15th place now.
Yeah, it looks like he's 18th at the moment. We see him just on the camera at the moment. I think a little bit behind, but like I said from Steve there, got to drive through just to add the insult to injury, like I said before. So you've got to serve that within 3 laps. That's another 85 seconds or so that they'll lose, and that will push them. It will definitely push them down into somewhere in the 20s, because you can see Soletta and Evelyn's not too far behind. They're only about 50 seconds behind between the two of them. So really, really unfortunate. It's just such a shame that an incident such as that, you get a wheel too far onto the inside curb at a turn like Eau Rouge, and you see the outcome of it. Really, really big disappointment for those guys, but. Obviously, we've said it enough times already, and there's a car just in front of us on the screen that I'll come to in a second. With that in mind, there's still 14.5 hours to go. So yes, it's disappointing, but like I say, there's still plenty of time left and plenty of time to get back on the field and get back into the swing of things and get some more positions back off of those ahead of you before the race is done.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see tonight. I think stuff will happen during the night that we're not going to see, but yeah, it's down to the race, isn't it? Things happen, stuff happens, unfortunate things, incidents. So it's all about racing. But up to now, I think it's been. I said earlier, and I actually had to bite my tongue a little bit because I actually. Said in here how I appreciate how the guys were racing, and just as I more or less finished the sentence, somebody did a big dive bomb into the bus stop. But to be fair and to be honest, it's still this racing I've been seeing, and I've seen a good few hours by now. It looks like it's a good group of drivers here. Definitely some faster than others, and some doing it for the charity. But still, all in all, I would say, and saying that again, somebody just bumped another. Oh yeah, I should learn to keep my mouth shut.
I'm pretty sure I actually watched the stream earlier, Brian, and I'm pretty sure that when I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been one of the Pulse Motorsport guys, but I'm pretty sure you were talking about at the top of the Kemmel Straight that the racing up until that point had been really good. The quality was really up there, and then as soon as that happened, someone got punted and then sent off at the top of Les Combes. So I think you need to stop saying anything that could possibly be misconstrued as a curse.
I must learn to bite my tongue. Save it in the bank and save it for later.
Absolutely, it's good to see in the YouTube chat as well. I'm not going to say the name of this particular user because if I say it wrong, it's going to come off really badly, and the amount of people watching, I don't want to sound like I'm being rude on air. But fantastic to see that people are still continuing to donate, and it's nice to see that people are asking who the people donate for as well. So we've got 937 has popped up in there. That's the Honda with Joris Evelyn's in at the moment. That is one of the guys who's come up with obviously just the 444 car, which is currently being driven by Angus Martin, which is the Cup car we talked about. and then we've got the 101.911, so that Oliver, one of the team members, can continue to grow a mustache. I can't remember the exact ruling behind it. Someone did mention it earlier. I'm pretty sure for every certain amount that's donated, he will continue to keep a mustache for an extra week of the year. I believe that's the case. You see a replay here of Jamie Buchanan just being caught by the late braking Aston Martin there. Really unfortunate. And then probably a case of frustration there, isn't it, Brian? Just caught another one as well. I was just about to say, case of frustration, isn't it? You saw he put his foot down as soon as he possibly could. You know it's on the grass. It's not going to be easy. And then, unfortunately, caught someone else in there as well, which is a bit of a shame.
Will he get a penalty for that from race control, you think?
He might get a warning. Potentially, I think he didn't seem to do enough of a detriment to the other Aston Martin that was coming through. I don't think personally, but I'm not a steward, so
generally
they might come out and think of something completely different. I don't know.
Generally, people have been really good with rejoining after coming off the track. Few incidents, few warnings, but I would say generally people have been okay rejoining after coming off the track, so okay, that's enough of the good talk.
I was going to say, you wait now. You wait for it. We're going to see a really bad rejoin now. You've said that, Brian. Thanks for that. So we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break just to give you guys a bit more detail about the charity that's going on. So we're going to jump over to that now. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Good morning, all. My name is Patrick Boxham. I'm the chairman of the Against Cancer Foundation, and I'm very happy that I can address a few words to you. As you all might know by now, our foundation has its origin in 2004, and it started with a real life track day where a child with childhood cancer could have a spin around the circuit in Assen. And that was basically the trigger for a yearly event that has taken place now 17 times every year, and that has grown into a very big experience day for more than 200 sick children and their family members. More than 2,000 people every year we welcome in Assen to give them one day where they purely can enjoy being a family, being a regular family, and enjoy all the good things in life. And that was basically the first start of our foundation, and it has been growing ever since. Unfortunately, I have to say, because if every year 600 children are diagnosed with the sickness, cancer, it's very sad. And it's very sad that our foundation needs to be there and giving them some positive energy in their battle against cancer. So it's very sad that our foundation is needed this much. And on the other side, I'm very happy that we can do, and that we, by now in 2021, organize multiple events like what I've told you, the circuit day, but also VIP events where children can go to a Formula One competition or go to a soccer match and just purely enjoy not being sick for a moment. And we also do organize holidays, giving people 4 days of just pure being on a holiday as a family, enjoy each other and enjoy just life and not being sick every day. I'm very proud and happy that we all do this by solely volunteers. Our foundation is based on volunteers only, and nobody within the organization and the foundation will have one penny from the foundation. That means that every euro that we get will go into the families that need it the most, and need the just having a day off and giving them a smile in their race against cancer. So I'm very happy that we have grown so far, that we can that we made such an impact on so many lives in the past 17.5 years. I'm really excited to and looking forward to the race that you are all competing in the next 24 hours. I'm really excited because 17.5 years after the first real life event, we are now having the first big race against cancer online in the sim race. And I know it's a very challenging fight that you're all facing, and I know that it's not very easy to compete 24 hours in an online competition, and I know it's a very harsh competition. And I'm looking forward to seeing a very fair and nice competition in the 24 hours, and wishing you all teams very much of luck in this competition. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank you all for all your effort that you have done before this race in raising donations for our foundation. The amount at this moment, there's still donations coming in, and we're very happy with that. And I'm very pleased to announce that all the donations combined together already gives us the opportunity as a foundation to organize 120 family days, holidays. So there are a lot of smiles that we can give to families that are affected so harshly by childhood cancer. And on behalf of the Against Cancer Foundation, myself, and also all the families and sick children that were going to benefit from this, I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart, and wishing you a very good race and a nice event, and may the best win.
Hear a little bit more about the charity we're working with on this broadcast, the Against Cancer charity. And like I say, fantastic to see so many of you have donated, and nice to see that the YouTube chat has kept ticking over with people talking about who they're going to donate for in the background as well. If I had to take a pick, it would be the man on your screen right now, or it would be the man in P3 at the moment, just simply because I know them well enough already. Ross McGregor, who has currently gone into the car for Rocket Simsport, they're currently sitting P2 still. Lewis Reuters is still sitting in P1. They're over a lap ahead at the moment, nearly 2 laps, but of course Reuters has just gone into pit lane, so there'll be a change potentially of driver in the Wild Things Racing Pro team for now. And we've also, Brian, got Kieran Vidago and Chris Vickers in the pit lane as well, so the top 4 all pitting on a similar strategy. Really means that it's basically down to the pace of these guys in the car really at this stage to try and make something happen, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Well, definitely down to getting the time set down, and it looks like they're maximizing the time. They're actually being on track, as we talked about earlier. Going past the hour with a few minutes will actually be able to, in the 24 hours, be able to maybe only do 23 pit stops. So that could be an advantage for some close racing right into the end with the pit stop strategy.
Absolutely. Still a long way to go, of course. 14 hours, 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. My name's David Wessel. I'm proud to be joined by Brian Larson for the next few hours of this stream. We'll be with you until 11 PM, and we'll leave Steve proudly in the background working the cameras as he has done from start to present in this race so far, and he's done a fantastic job up until this point of keeping across all of the action, of which there has been a plenty. You'd be forgiven for thinking that in an endurance race that things would probably calm down quite a bit at certain points, but that's really not been the case, Brian, has it? We've been quite fortunate that although towards the front end of the grid there started to be some gaps form, as you see Kieran Vidago just warming his tyres up down the road, down the hill towards Pouon, we've had some really interesting battles come through. A little replay here. This is Ross McGregor going down the back straight towards Blanchimont in the Rocket Simsport car. We'll just see what's happening here. It must be something interesting. I'm sure he's not going to go through this corner without any issue whatsoever. Goes through, catches the inside curb, spins the car. Does he avoid the wall?
No.
Oh, big shunt into the wall there. Lots of front aero damage for the Scotsman in the number 2 car. Looks like it looked like he drove away from that in a straight line at least. Of course, we didn't see the travel of the wheels, so hopefully no suspension damage there. But unfortunate for them, obviously, going back to earlier, Brian, of course, you were on the start of the broadcast. Of course, it was Robbie Stapleton who took a 10-second or so lead in the first stint, and then Sean Armand, within the best part of about 20 minutes, completely obliterated that, took the lead from Callum Cripps, and it's been that way ever since. And that's not going to be something that the Rocket Simsport guys want, because that's not going to help them get back towards the front of the grid, or to the lead of this race rather.
No, it was seeing the first stint. They just took off. Did a driver change after an hour and I believe 5 minutes as maximum for the stints. And after that, the second stint was just amazing. They were leading by 16 seconds. And 10 minutes before the end of second stint, they actually were down into second place. So it was just amazing to see. I believe it was who was it? Top of my head, it was Sean Arnold in the 127 Wild Things. Was just ripping the heart of the car. He was catching down Callum every lap. A couple of seconds, some laps, but in the end, 15 minutes before the stint was over, he actually took the lead. So, and it looks like they've been having it ever since.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just slowly but surely extending that gap, aren't they? It's 1 lap and 8 seconds as it stands, which has grown about 6 seconds following the pit stop change. Of course, benefited by the fact that Ross McGregor, we saw a moment ago, was pointing towards the wall coming out of Blanchimont. It is one of those corners you have to get the line right to take it flat, and just caught a little bit too much of the interior curb and spun him off into the wall. Martin Neutelings is in the cockpit of the E-Seniors racing car, so he's taken over from Reese Wiggin. They're currently sitting P14, and as I said earlier, doing a fantastic job at this point to get that Bentley really far up the grid. Can't quite remember exactly where they were on the grid from qualifying. I think it was a fair way further down than they are at the moment. So brilliant work from them. They've actually moved 6 positions, I'm hearing. So come up from 20th on the grid, which is fantastic, and we'll see how many more positions they can continue to take off their rivals as the race continues to develop. Mulderink in the 720 McLaren is next on Mark's radar. And I'm sure he'll be looking to make some sort of inroads into that gap. 18.7 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, it's settled down a little bit now. So I think the people are just trying to get their head down, getting the cars through the stints, and hopefully, or they are hoping that the guys in front will do mistakes and having to do more mistakes.
Impressive to say. I mean, like I say, Brian, we're nearly 10 full hours into this race. Still 42 of the 47 or 48 cars that started this race, which is a real testament to the endurance, no pun intended, of these teams. Of course, it is very much a war of attrition. I was in a 24-hour race a couple of weeks ago, and we were very unfortunate to have quite a few people drop out because of reasons. Some beyond their control, some just the case of, like I say, just so much damage. It's really not at that stage worth doing it, but it does pay testament to the commitment of these guys. Of course, this is a championship at the end of the day, although this is a one-off charity event. This is still part of the SSRI Endurance Championship, and this does mean points for these guys as well, although there is some, dare I say it in the nice way possible, ringers who've dropped in for the one-off race. But it's great to see so many people still in this race, and they are the people. If you're not in the ticket, if you don't buy a ticket, you're not going to win the raffle. And although the 127 car is well ahead of the field at the moment, they're going to need to keep going. One thing we will mention is that on the SSRI channel at the moment, we're currently sitting on 960 subscribers, which is, if I'm not mistaken, over 120 higher than when we started this broadcast about 10 or 11 hours ago. What would be absolutely fantastic, and I implore you, if you haven't done, to click the subscribe button already, is to reach 1,000. Ideally before Brian and I leave you for the evening, but if not, before the end of the race. And by the maths that I'm very not good at doing, Brian, it looks like we're going to get to it, which is fantastic to see, isn't it?
Well, hopefully, yeah. And it's good to see people are joining up, watching the race, and supporting the charity. So that's what it's all about. And as you said, it's part of a championship, but this one is more dedicated for the charity than for the championship. So, and as we talked about earlier, I'm guessing there's probably a couple of teams joined up just for this session, purely because of the charity, and that's just awesome to see, and awesome that we also got all this money involved for the charity. That's really good.
Absolutely. One thing, as you can see there's the total, so it's 11,829 euros raised for the Against Cancer charity up until this point. I have no doubt that will continue to rise before we continue on through this broadcast. One thing that is, I would want to bring your attention to, if you go into the description of the stream, you'll notice a couple of auction links in there as well. If you do want to win yourselves, or I say win yourselves, get yourselves a pair of Gridfinder sim racing gloves, then you can head on to the links in the description as well, and feel free to put a bid on those and hopefully get your chance of winning those. I know that they are hot property based on previous experience. I was part of a series where they were given to the fastest lap winner of that championship for each race, and it was fantastic to see just how keenly people contested for them. If I remember correctly, and I don't know if anyone will be able to confirm nor deny this, but I'm pretty sure Jenson Button won one of those, and I don't know if they ever made it out to him in Los Angeles, but I know he did win them, and I'm sure he was pretty keen to get the most out of them. As we just saw, Brian, Ross McGregor going into the pit lane 50 minutes earlier than expected. That damage potentially not quite as good, or not or worse than we expected. Sorry, get the English out.
Yeah, but it looks like he was weaving the car in the pits. I don't know what's that about, because he was actually at the pit entrance. Because they are actually using the pits on the old start and finish, so they have to come all the way around turn 1, and then they got the pits there. But he was looking like he just got into the, as you would say, Formula 1 pits, and then he was weaving the car, so I don't know what that was about.
The only thing I can imagine potentially is that he's trying to keep heat in the tyres because he's only fixing the damage. That's the only thing I can assume that would be. Obviously, unfortunately, we can't say. We can get a rough idea of his pit stop time, but that won't tell us exactly what Ross does in the pits. We'll keep an eye on that. He will probably, in fact, I would expect this almost definitely going to be the case that he will come out in P3. That will promote the SSRI team, currently being driven by Kieran Fidalgo, up into P2. Which will be good for them to see. Nick Timmermans in the DC Sim Racing NL team, the number 208 car on your screen at the moment in the Aston Martin. He's half a second behind Christoph Holzer in the 2027 Aston Martin head. You can literally see them. They are nose to tail on track at the moment, and they've got, I think that is Fabritori who's behind them, and that is Alexis, can't quite catch who that is, who's ahead of them on track as well. One of the closer battles on here, Mark, and insane machinery, it makes it a little bit more difficult to get past, doesn't it? Because, well, I mean, the setup to take into account, although as we'll come back to that in a second, because it looks like Timmermans has got a fantastic run out of Eau Rouge up on the Kemmel Straight. He's alongside the Aston Martin of Christoph Holzer. He's managed to get past him going into the braking zone into Les Goms. Fantastic work from him. Looked like he got a fantastic run out of Eau Rouge. Got the move done before the braking zone, and that's exactly what you want to see in an endurance race if you're the man, mate, if you're involved in that move. As Holzer, just to add insult to injury, goes wide coming out of there as well. But that is a very typical, dare I say, endurance race move, isn't it? Wasn't particularly difficult, wasn't particularly kind of brash or ballsy, but got the job done. They'll continue to focus on their respective races.
Yeah, and you see Ross McGregor just lost a position for Torrey. Did they change drivers? Car number 2.
It looks like just waiting to see. They've actually disappeared off the time chart, which is a bit of a worry. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep you updated as to where the number 2 car has gone. That's a bit of a worry for those guys. There's nothing to suggest anywhere on the Discord or anything similar to just what's actually happened to them. The only thing I can imagine is some sort of disconnect from the server, which would be a massive shame from those guys if that is the case. Because obviously, I mean, no matter where you're running in an endurance race such as a disconnect is never ideal, but they're running P2, Brian, which is less than ideal.
Yeah, I'm just looking at pit wall, and it actually looks like they're sitting in the pits. Move down a spot now on pit wall. So let's see in game what's going on. We still don't have him on the timesheet. So they might have a disconnect.
Yeah, really big shame. Hearing supposedly from Desmond Fitzpatrick in the chat, I'm pretty sure I recognise that name. I'm sure he drives for the Wild Things Racing team. So with all due respect, Desmond, I'll take this with a pinch of salt, but he's suggesting they've actually quit from the race entirely, which would be very surprising in my opinion, just given where they were in the race at the time. I know that it was an unfortunate incident, but they still had plenty of time to gather the pace back to try and challenge the 127 Aston Martin currently sitting in P1. But as it stands, it looks to me like they have retired from this race. So Rocket Simsport, unfortunately, not making it 10 hours into this race, and that promotes everyone from P2 downwards up a place in this race at this moment in time. So Kieran Vidago in the SSRI car moves up into P2. He's still nearly 2 laps behind our current race leader, which is that of David Kelly in the 127 Wild Things Racing car. Fabri Tori promotes himself up into the final podium position in third and is 17 seconds or thereabouts behind the number 22 car of Vidago. So big news coming out of the race at this point. Rocket Simsport retiring from what we can tell, and there's nothing, Brian, to say at this point that we are going to be getting them returning at any time soon, unfortunately.
No, it's just, it's too bad. Too bad. They were doing an awesome job. They must have had some issues that they wouldn't be able to sort out. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to just drop out. But, well, hopefully one of them will actually be able to come down to us and talk to us, just to get us more into the clear about what actually went on. Because we saw the off on the track with Russell McGregor, but it wasn't a big off. It didn't look like the car had much damage, but with him coming into the pits and weaving from side to side could actually indicate that there were actually more damage than what we actually thought there would.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, we'll only know if and I call out to any of the Rocket Simsport drivers, if they come into the commentary box and have a chat with us, you are more than welcome. We'd love to hear it from your perspective, because, well, it basically mean that we know what's going on at this stage. All we know is all signs point to a retirement from the number 2 Aston Martin. So we'll have to wait and see. Tom Olivois, he's come into the pits from 8th position. He shows 9th on the time chart, but he was 8th when he came into the pits. So fantastic work from the EGT car to make his way up into the top 10. I'm sure he'll drop a fair way out of that, because you can see on the timing tower on the left-hand side, there's some very small gaps between them at this very time. And I think that is the EGT car in the pit lane, just in the background of your camera, as Ruben de Koning comes down towards Eau Rouge. Of course, we saw Ruben earlier on in the race as he goes very, very wide through Eau Rouge. Had an incident at that exact point and got shifted quite a way down. He served his drive-through as well, so that's no longer against his name. So now, realistically, it's for them just to kind of get their head down and see if they can work their way back up the field. We'll remain to see how that will happen for the RNE Spa 24-hour team. 6-9.
Yeah, we got a car number 71A Grabolini having a drive-through penalty. I don't know if he's just... I don't think he's been to the pits, but he's definitely had some track warnings that probably caught him out and got this drive-through penalty.
Absolutely. News in from the Rocket Simsport camp, courtesy of Chris Hill, who's mentioned in the Discord to explain exactly what's happened there. It says number 2 Rocket Aston retiring from the race due to a home emergency for one of our drivers and other drivers' availability. We'd be unable to complete the race without putting the remaining drivers, in brackets one of who is half injured, through a lot of sleep deprivation and severe penalties for going over the allowed driving times. Thanks to the organisers for getting this race underway with recent server problems and to raise money for a great cause. Sorry we can't be there for the whole of the 24-hour race. We hope to be in better shape at future events. Good luck to everyone for the remaining rest of the race. That is a massive disappointment, isn't it, Brian? Because although, I mean, look, there's clearly some quality up there, it's a really big shame that that's had to happen, because they were really looking strong for a podium, potentially going to be back in with the fight for the race win. But unfortunately, in some circumstances, things like that need to happen. And all we'll say is, look, hopefully everything gets better on their end. Hopefully whoever's injured gets back to full fitness soon, and whoever is involved in that home match, hopefully everything gets sorted out there as well. And hopefully we'll see you all back at the next event at some point soon. But a really big shame they had to drop out there.
Yeah, but still, maybe a good decision not being able to drive all the other guys into the hole. You know, it takes a lot of effort to do this race.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the 61 car just going through. It's just, I think this came up whilst I was going through that statement. Just he's going so wide going through the bottom of Eau Rouge, overcompensates. He almost looked like he might have made it through as the Wild Things car and the Pulse Motorsport car could pass as well. Luckily, though, got through that relatively unscathed, and well, there was no wall meeting him at the end of it unless he drives into it now, which we hope won't be the case. But it's a very difficult one, isn't it? Because look at him, he's trying. I think he looks like he's trying anyway to do some sort of safe enough rejoin, but doesn't really seem to know what's going on.
No further action between cars 911 and 452 on lap 22. 225. No further action between cars 911 and 452 on lap 225.
Just hearing through from race control, that's official warning for car 911 for causing a collision with car 750.
Official warning for car 911 causing a collision with car 750 on lap
positive perception A team, B team, sorry, that's Mark Radden.
Official warning for car 911 causing a collision with car 750 on lap 227.
Which is appropriately driving Porsche 911 at this point in time. So warning for the hot air balloon motorsport car. We'll have to wait to see whether that will cause them any issues towards the back of the race. David Iasher in the Parc Ferme Endurance Racing car, number 88, the Aston Martin. I think, Brian, that was the Aston Martin who we nearly saw get caught up in that rejoin from Jamie Buchanan a short while ago. We'll still wait to see if anything comes out of that, but looks like these guys are having a decent enough job. I do quite like it. It's a very John Player special vibe livery there. It looks very clean on Aston Martin, doesn't it?
Yeah. Looks very posh. That's what you like to say, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks very, very clean. Very nice.
Yeah. Some great liveries around here, definitely. We saw the rear bumper of the Mercedes. I can't remember the team now. And that was quite funny. Got a really close up. Steve Proudly was able to make first, so yeah. That was quite good.
I'm going to have to ask him very kindly in his ear to see if he can find me that livery now, because I'm really intrigued to know what it says. I thought you were going to talk about the very appropriate rear bumper of the number 28 car, currently driven by Nick Timmins, which appropriately says, for more than one reason, to be fair, never give up. And those guys are currently sitting P8 at the moment. Tim Schafer on your screen, he is sitting in P16. As you see, another penalty comes through. It's a drive-through penalty for car 169. So that was the drive-through penalty we saw for Ruben de Koning after he came out from that big incident. So that was causing an incident. So that explains why it looked to me like he drove a little bit longer in the stint before he went through. Tim Schafer sideways through Les Combes. He's got Joris Evelins in the Van Newker Simsport car, the number 937 Honda, just behind him. This is one of the closer battles on track at the moment, which is a rare moment of, dare I say, Brian, a bit of calm in the race at the moment. It just looks to me like there's a lot of pit stop changes being made right now.
They come in just around the hour now, or just past the hour, so it was about time that some of the guys started to pit. But yeah, definitely. Looking down the timesheets, the scoreboards, this is maybe the closest battle right on track at this minute.
Absolutely. One person I would like to bring to your attention, I was reminded this whilst we had the video from the Against Cancer charity going on a short while ago. Gabriel Lafreniere in the number 514 Bentley, the EGT car. Of course, we spoke with David Mercier a little earlier today. Steve Proudly reminded me during the break that Gabriel is actually has a I don't know the best way to put it, apologies if this comes across in any bad way or shape or form, but has a disability where he doesn't actually has any use of his legs. So all of his driving, so accelerator, braking, turning, gear shifts, all of that is actually all done through his arms. He's got a very impressive rig that allows him to do that, which, to be fair, Brian, he's probably quicker than both of us, I would imagine. Again, forgive me, I don't know your absolute pace in sim racing, but to say that he's that much quicker and is using it in that sort of way, that's quite impressive, isn't it? And credit to the man for entering in and competing in a 24-hour race with something like that, because that is proper commitment to the cause, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. It takes a lot. I mean, being able to do this without any feed is just amazing. That much information having to go through the hands and get all the buttons, everything set up for it is unbelievable. And he's still carrying on as he does. That's just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very impressive indeed, it has to be said, and fair play to Gabriel for doing that. You can see Kieran Vidagos continuing to extend the gap between himself and P3, which is Fabri Tori at the moment. So he is putting in some good lap times. You can see he's running very much in the 2-minute 20s at the moment. Did lose half a second or so on the last lap to Tori, but is continuing to gain time as it is in the main. Almost though 2 laps behind our current race leader David Kelly in the 127 Wild Things machine. So realistically, it's going to be very difficult at this point for anyone really to come up and trump the Wild Things racing team. However, of course, as we know, there is still plenty of time left in this race. Still 13 hours and 55 minutes. So we're officially over 10 hours into this race now. Still plenty of time for them to get anything back into it. And we know that during the night time in these races, as you can see the Wild Things racing car on your screen at the moment, as he just goes past the Quick Fit McLaren, which is a very lovely detailed livery on that McLaren 720. Continues on, and like I said, I was going to say, driving into the night, Brian, is very difficult, isn't it? See, the sun setting now. It's 9:41 in server time, or 9:42 rather. It's only going to get more and more treacherous as the sun continues to set, and there's of course always the potential of rain afoot as well.
Yeah, that's the wild factor of this. We never know what the weather is going to be like during the night. Some actually praise for the rain to come, and other will just like it to have it really smooth and just being able to keep the head down and get the times in. But still, again, temperatures dropped another degree, so nighttime is definitely coming. You see, as Adam said before he ended in the comms, that the cars were actually starting to look much better with the sun going down, and I must agree with them. Even though they look a bit dirty on the front end, they still look really nice.
I was just about to say they do look a bit dirty, don't they? Yeah. It's one of those, isn't it? As you can just see David Kelly coming past. I think that's Thies van Verseveld. Apologies if I've butchered that name. I've tried my best. It might be right. I don't know though. In the 720 car. The reason I mentioned him was because I can see a lot of love for Thies in the chat, coming from Bruce, Semo and Lindsay Brands, who are all very much liking to him. I'm intrigued to know what Lindsay thinks about Thies, because she's put an interesting emoji after his name. I don't know if that's to do with the back end of the car or otherwise, but maybe we'll just leave it at that, shall we? Maybe we'll move softly on. But yeah, David Kelly still doing a fantastic job. I think this is his first stint in the number 127 car. As you can see, there is Thies van Verseveld in the 720 McLaren, that Shadow Project livery car. It's quite an impressive one. I love the fact that when you select this car in ACC, you get to pick the accent colour. I'd personally go for the orange myself, but there is a lovely selection that you can go for, isn't there, Brian, where you can really make that car pop. But it's a proper, classy little clean livery, isn't it?
Well, McLaren has always been a good car, and it doesn't really matter. Whatever you put on the McLaren, it looks awesome, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I should say they're not actually called the McLaren Shadow Project team. Just been informed on the Spotter's Guide by looking at it myself. They are the Sim Racing Belgium Devils, and one of the few teams, in fairness, that have only got 3 drivers. Now, of course, minimum of 3 drivers need to compete in races such as this, but it does make things a little bit more difficult. Of course, one of the other ones is the Cup car of the Treble 4, and I'm sure there's a few others in there as well. Anyway, let's turn our attention to some of the fighting we've got on track. You can see Sergei Sebastian, EM Race City, the number 91 car. He's not currently right behind. I think that's Christoph Holzer just in front of him on track. He's currently in P9. There's a lap between these two, but very, very close on track. And they're very similarly paced. So I wonder, Tim Schaefer, very, very sideways, going through the source, putting the foot down as early as he can. But it's interesting to see, Brian, that towards the front end, throughout the area of the grid, there seems to be a few packs kind of forming. They're on the same lap, they're kind of ebbing and flowing between them, but there does seem to be times at points where there's almost laps between 2 or 3 cars, which is quite impressive, and it shows you that how potentially some of these races are contrasted at these points during so far this evening, today. Sorry.
Yeah, it is down to incidents, pit stops, unexpected pit stops, extra time, and you'll see a lot of racing. And even though they're probably a lap down or a lap up, incidents or just unfortunate measures did that they would like to be racing each other, but they're actually not on the same lap. So yeah, it's never easy. And we just saw the car number 14. The car in 14th place from Sebastian. He was actually the one with the livery on the back end, saying "Stay off my back" or "Don't kiss my ass" or something like that, which we enjoyed.
Lovely stuff. As we've just seen there, a change for P15. So Thies van Versveld, he was putting his peachy rear end of that McLaren 720S right in front of Tim Schaefer, but we saw there Tim got a fantastic run out of No Name and down toward the P1 and made the move stick. I did think that Thies van Versveld did actually give the 187 Aston Martin a bit of a nudge through the first apex appeal, but didn't look to be the case. But lovely move from the Garage 59 car again. I've no doubt that will not actually be the name of their team. No, it's the Wii Sports team. My apologies, I don't know why they've got a different livery on for this one, but there's a lot of admin that goes into these events. And speaking of all the admin, a big thank you comes in from Rhodium for thanking everyone for this event, wherever it comes to the admin who've arranged it, the drivers taking part, and on behalf of everyone involved, I'd like to thank all of the other commentators for jumping in and doing this as well. It's been a pleasure to do so far, and with more than half of the way to go, Brian, still plenty to do, even if we're going to leave Steve Proudly on his own after the next few hours, just to keep everyone who wants to stay in the overnight shift and just see all the cars going around in the middle of the night, which I'm sure will be quite an interesting sight to see for sure.
Yeah, they're going to be having a long night, these guys. Also keeping head of all the incidents and all the yawning, as we just heard from Steve Proudly. Sorry, you listeners, you can't hear Steve Proudly, but we got him in our ear all the time. Well, he has to be here, good and bad, but it's always good to hear Steve Proudly, even though he's yawning.
Absolutely. It's also nice when he's a little bit quiet as well, isn't it? But
yeah.
We won't tell him that, will we? Anyway,
No.
back to the on-track action. Mark Neuterling is currently sitting in P9. We just saw him on the screen before we dropped back to Thies van Versveld. He's getting a lot of airtime now, isn't he? I think Steve's watching the chat avidly and noticing people want Thies on their screen, so he's giving the people what they want. But Mark Neuterling's in the eSeniors team, gone from P14, I think it was at the start of his stint, up into P9, of course. That will be partly due to pit stops and driver changes and the like for the other teams around them. But again, it just shows you the quality of the drive that the seniors guys have done so far, whether it's been Mark, whether it's been Reese or any of the other guys in the team as well. They're doing a really good job. Of course, Carlo Van Brandt, Craig Holmes and Peter Wolfsener in the car as well. They've done a really, really good job. They've from what I've seen at least, they've kept their cars clean. They've done what they needed to. And as a result, as you can see, as we talked about a few times, keeping it clean is almost the element to success, because if you can do that, Brian, it gives you the chance, as we're seeing from these guys, to kind of shoot up the standings a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Race control. Official warning for car 99 causing a collision with car 750 on lap 232.
Same
official warning
strategy.
for car 99 causing a collision with car 750 on lap 232.
There you can see there, note from race control, so it's an official warning for car 99 for causing a collision with car 750. So that's again the positive perception B car. The car 99, I think that's going to be the Aston Martin. It's currently got Stefan de Rijk in it. That's the 99 P23 at the moment. that would have been the incident, Brian. I think if you remember, it was the one where we came into the bus stop, if I'm not mistaken. So you'll get your confirmation as to whether there will be a warning for the unsafe rejoin very soon, I'm sure, if it's been reported, which, if I'm honest, I don't think it would be.
No, it must be down bus stop, because that's sort of like the last incident we had. So yeah.
You can see battle for P18 at the moment. That is Danny Desfort putting the pressure on. I mean, it says on Pitbull Live it's Joris Evelyn's. It's not. It is Treffers in the car at the moment. Patrick Treffers, sorry. I was going to say Patrick, but I hate getting these names wrong, so I'd rather get it right myself. The timing task just 1.1 seconds between them. That is definitely not the case. You could put an A4 piece of paper between these two guys. There is some very, very close battling as they come on towards the back straight, up towards Blanchimont. You can see, look at the pace that the Mercedes AMG has got on that Honda NSX. He's going up the inside towards Blanchimont, the number 69 car. Can he make the move past the 937? Oh, bit of a twitch from Patrick Treffers in the 937 NSX, the Van Nieuwkerk Honda. Very, very close to losing it there. Fortunately, managed to keep it going in a straight line. There's an Aston Martin off on the inside. That was the same Aston Martin, if my memory serves me correctly, that was off at the start. Peter Vanya in the CFT Sim Racing Holland team, number 12 car. He's off on the inside of, I don't know where exactly that is, but he's going to drop down from P10. Gabriel Lafreniere is presumably going to pick up that final top 10 position as it stands, assuming that Peter can't get that car pointing back in the right direction. But Patrick Treffers there, Brian, that was a bit of a code brown, wasn't it? It was very, very close to losing it.
Yeah, and it seems like he had enough space. I think he's just got a bit dazzled that he actually went on the inside, to be honest.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting one. You can see a replay here. I think this is Peter Vanya, is it? Yes, it is. Just going through no name. Very interesting. Not something I've seen before, I've got to say. Normally the kind of thing you'd expect to see from the Cup car, based on other series I've seen recently, but just looked really strange there, didn't it? It was a very innocuous incident that he had. He just, well, I say he went in a bit too hot. It didn't look like he was, but maybe just showing that Lexus is a little bit second-hand at this point. Maybe he's on worn tyres, we don't know. But unfortunate for him, that's dropped him down to P12. So that's Gabriel Lafreniere and Benoit who have gone through past him. Jake Daniel now just under 10 seconds behind the number 12 Lexus car. And the Lexus, Brian, are doing a good job at the moment, aren't they? We can see at least 3 of them in the top 12, I'm sure. There is a couple of the other ones. Well, yeah, there's also got Lasse Ugard in P4 as well. They're really putting on a good show, which is good to see, because not many people would normally go for that Lexus, would they?
No, it seems like Aston Martin is the car of choice for this race. I know from the update, some people were saying that they actually did some updates to the BMW, so I don't know if that would have been the car of choice, knowing what kind of updates or what kind of update Kunas would have brought in. But yeah, Aston Martin seemed like the car of choice, but as we talked about earlier, somebody being brave enough to run in the Cup car, and the Ferrari seems very strong. We saw that earlier, for battling for the second place, and yeah, I think it's just down to what people actually likes to drive, and of course also with the cars being bumped with the updates, so they even out the playing field. People might change the car choice for that, but definitely Aston Martin seems to have had a good run for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of one of the many Aston Martins in this field, Simon Wilkes, you can see on screen the number 751 Positive Perception Racing 18 car. Just hearing from Ash Cooper in the chat, I'd seen this would have been the case anyway, but I know that they've had an unfortunate run since I last saw them. When I last saw them, I spoke to Mark Raddenbury, who's the owner of this team. They were in P3, if I remember correctly, or P4, sorry, being closed down by the SSRI car of Chris Pinchbeck at the time, dropped all the way down to P22, so must have been caught up in some incidents that I didn't see whilst I've not been in the booth, but really unfortunate for them to drop back. We're hearing that the gentleman you see on screen already when we did the charity video a little while ago, he's actually going to be popping into chat with us in a moment. I think it's Patrick who we'll have a word with, so it'd be nice to get a chat with him, and it'd be nice to hear a little bit more from his perspective about the charity as well, and hopefully we'll give you guys a bit more of a reason in terms of why you should be donating, and obviously the research and things that those guys do. What we'll have to make sure, Brian, before that happens, is we'll have to make sure we get a total. He might have one anyway, but I think we should probably try and do a bit of digging. I'm going to try and sort that out now and see if we can get a donation total before he joins us. That'd be nice to do.
Yeah, it would be nice to see what the total is up to now, and I'm sure that shouldn't be a problem to get out there. And again, it's a pleasure to be here. To be honest, I haven't done this much work since. It's a long time since I helped out, and I'm really pleased to be here and working with you, David, and from the beginning with Adam. And there's a lot of other good guys trying to help out, so we can get this event sorted and getting out in the most positive way as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good to see everyone putting the effort in, and like you say, fantastic to see everyone putting the effort in for the charity as well. And yeah, just brilliant to see exactly what's going on. We'll hopefully get, like I say, an update on the totals as soon as we can. Confirmation, just an update from Sim Racing Holland in the chat as well. Confirmation as expected that you would need to stick, if you're in the championship for the long run with this endurance championship, you do need to stick with the car you joined in first place. So for those of them who have joined as a one-off for this one to do the best bit for charity and to get involved in the endurance race, then they'll be able to get a free pick. For the others though, they need to stick with the car they started in, so it's one of those, got to pick it in the long run. And I think the Bentley is one of those that's a lot of people have picked, just generally speaking, probably because of the size of the fuel tank on it as well. But anyway, we'll digress from that. You can see getting some requests in the chat from people to keep an eye on. First one has come through from Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson. Of course, we spoke to him a little while earlier. He wanted to see, unsurprisingly, considering he is driving this car, he wanted to see the 101 car of the RIP 101 team, Michael van Diemen, in the car at the moment. In fact, I love that last name. I've probably pronounced it wrong, but I'm sure he hears that a lot. And that is an interesting livery. It almost looks a bit like a cow, which is nice to see. Danny Desfort in the CBSR 69 Mercedes. That's not the Mercedes, Brian, I think, that has that interesting message on the back, is it? I think you said that was from the 90s, didn't you?
Yeah. We saw it earlier, very close up.
If that's the case, let me just pop a little message into the chat for Mr. Proudly when he gets to it. I'm going to pop 91 in there so I can see the rear end of that thing, because I'm really intrigued. You've set it up for me. I need to see what it looks like. Triple forecast, Stane Passport driving that at the moment. That's a request that's coming from Yannick Muller. Of course, he's in that car. I congratulated him very early on today on winning the Cup class. Like I said before, the only team who have elected to drive that car, and as I said many times, we'll be hoping for no rain at this point. But staying in the car at the moment, he was the one who started that race, and you can see there Dimitri Denoit in the Mode 11 racing car, that beautiful almost geometric shaped Lexus. I do quite like the light blue and almost copper orangey mix on there. They do bounce very well off each other, and to be fair, Brian, we've said it once before, say it again, and I think you said, Adam mentioned it earlier, these cars do look beautiful at any point, but they are looking particularly nice as the sun continues to set, like you said earlier.
Yeah, it was actually Adam that noticed it or said it, and I could only agree with him. So yeah, no, there's some great liveries out there, definitely, and people are racing, and I know they are spending a lot of time doing these liveries, and it's sort of like an art form. And actually, some people are actually charging money to do it, and I know from previous experience, I even paid for a couple of liveries just to get my liveries sort of like sorted, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. You just saw the number 20.
Here we go.
This is the one we wanted to see, though, isn't it?
This is what you like to see.
I can see "Don't Kiss My," and then I don't know if I can say the next one. I can't see it properly. It's a picture of Bart Simpson with a set of lips on either side that says "Don't Kiss My Ass." That is very, very good indeed. I don't know if it's worked. I haven't seen if there's been any nerfs up the back end of the EM Racing Team car currently being driven by Sergei Sebastian, who, I'm going to say, Brian, every time I've come on to this stream, whether I've been commentating, whether I've been watching it on my phone or on my TV or anything like that, I feel like Sergei has driven the entire race because he's the only driver I've seen in that car at this point.
Yeah.
Please tell me there are other people in this team.
That must be other. I haven't looked at it, but car 91. There's 5 drivers, so there should be, unless he just put some fake names down. Here we go.
There you go. That's what he wanted to see. Brilliant work from broadcast director Steve Cranbrook to somehow, whilst this car is doing 140 mile an hour, get a camera attached onto what I can only assume was well, it would have to go on the spoiler. I can't see there's any sharp enough edge to get onto otherwise.
No, but it's maybe just a warning to all the other cars. Don't mess with me.
Absolutely. Lovely stuff from that. And it's always I love those kind of things where people will put those kind of liveries on the car because I think it looks really clever, and it's really funny when you see the sorts of things as well, because it makes people laugh, and it's a reason to keep an eye out for those sorts of things as well, isn't it? It's really good to see.
Yeah, it's
So just getting a message through, we're seeing what is DT, that stands for drive-through sem. So he's got, Thies van Versvaart, I know you're keeping a keen eye on him. He has got a drive-through penalty, so he will have to drive through the entirety of the Spa-Francorchamps pit lane, which is a combination of the Formula 1 style pit lane, which goes from the bus stop through to La Source. It comes all the way down towards Eau Rouge and exits just on the right of your screen there as well. So if you ever see a DT on there, it's normally it's one of two things. So it'll either be someone has been penalised for extending or making track cuts, so you get 3 warnings and then you get a drive-through, or the stewards will give them out if the need is to do so for any incidents that come through. So yeah, hopefully that clarifies. And you can see just next to Thies's name, he's got a P next to him now. That means he's currently serving that penalty. So in a second, or in a few minutes, most likely given the length of the pit lane, the P will disappear and the DT will as well, and he'll be back up to speed. Normally you get 3 laps to serve your drive-through penalty. So hopefully that clarifies things.
And as well, you should be able to see on the small track map the car number 15 serving the drive-through penalty is actually turning dark grey around turn 1 from the start-finish line down the straight to Eau Rouge, where the PIX actress actually is.
Absolutely. You can also see the green car of the 444, which is the fact they're driving the Porsche Cup car. So I say again, it must be really satisfying, although they're I think they're P39 at the moment, which is still really impressive considering the fact they're driving a car which is noticeably slower than most, if not all, of the GT3 cars in this server at the moment. It's quite impressive that they've done that, but they are also always leading their class, which is quite nice to see.
Yeah, it must be a great feeling. Here we got another rear bumper sticker, never give up. Awesome message.
Very, very apt considering what we're racing for at the moment. Of course, like I said before, we'll say it once, we'll say it more times, and I'm sure everyone else on the broadcast team will say it as well, that this is, of course, whilst it is a championship race in the SSRI Endurance Championship, this is a very special one because it is all for the race against cancer. And like I say, never give up. It transforms in many different messages. It's not just about the fact you should never give up in the race, of which we are nearly 11 hours into, but you should never give up on anything. And as you said a few times, we have got an updated total. So when we're joined by Patrick from the charity, we'll mention that to him as well if he's not already aware. But it just shows the importance of that. And like I said before, any form of donation, no matter how big, no matter how small, will always benefit a charity such as this. And I'm really pleased to see that the number, again, won't tell you yet, mainly because it might update before I get it again. I'll get it as soon as we get the interview through as well. But it's actually gone up by a very nice amount since we last told you. So we'll come back to that at some point soon. I see from Yannick Muller in the chat, the number 1 goal of Team 444 is not to finish last of those cars that finish, and I think we're doing well at that. Of course, 444 is the Cup car, who are looking at the track map, Brian, just going into the bus stop, and they've got about 10 or 11 cars in front and behind them at the same time, so that might be a little bit scary, but yeah, they're certainly doing a good job at the moment, aren't they? Considering the difference in performance, pace, generally speaking, of that Cup car, they're doing a really, really good job.
Yeah, we saw in the qualifying they were actually, I believe, doing 222, 223s, and bear in mind that Robbie Stableford did a 217.2. So they knew from the beginning that it weren't easy off. So still, I'm amazed that they still chose this car to participate in this race, and only 3 drivers, which is actually awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. It's credit to. Funnily enough, I think it was Yannick who actually messaged me and asked if I wanted to be a part of it, and I said I'd love to. I don't know if I'd want to put myself through 24 hours of pain like that, but unfortunately I'm already busy and I'd already committed to telling Steve I'd commentate for him. So unfortunately that won't be the case. But I'm very pleased to confirm we're joined by a very, very special guest, Patrick Boxham from the Against Cancer charity. Patrick, welcome to the stream. How are you this evening? Is everything going okay?
Hi guys. Yeah, thank you very much for joining. It's so that I can join in this live stream. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. Since the start of the race, I'm really excited and continuously looking at the game or at the race. Really exciting. I'm a racing driver myself, amateur race. And like the first hour or 2 hours, it seemed like it was like a sprint race.
You're absolutely right, yeah.
Instead of a 24-hour, and I'm really excited. It's very nice looking. There's a lot of fights, a lot of things going on. I'm really excited about the evening session because it's a different atmosphere. And of course, what all you guys are doing with the donations, it's really amazing. I'm very proud of what all the teams are doing.
Absolutely. We'll save the donation total till last in case you've not already seen it, but we'll keep that on under our hats until we finish this chat with yourself. But you mentioned, Patrick, so you do a bit of real life racing. Do you ever get into the sim racing scene at all, or do you stick straight to the real life track sessions?
I should say not yet. Because I've done some sim racing, but it was only to improve myself on track. So there was in the ring, but not done the sim racing yet. But I really got excited. All day, and in the past couple of days, I'm looking for my old equipment already. So I think you have another fan, and I'm looking forward to competing myself sometime in the future.
I'm sure you would be very, very welcome indeed. So talk about your real life racing career then, Patrick. What series do you race at the moment, or which ones do you typically tend to cover?
Yeah, what I'm doing at the moment, I'm racing in sprint races for the Western Cup. That's in the Netherlands. That's a cup that's based on a car like the Lotus 7. That model. And basically the quickest car that you can get for a small amount of money. And besides that, I'm doing endurance speed companies. So that's what I'm doing, and that's also my direct link to the foundation. Because as I told, and as you might know, its origin is from car racing and motorcycle racing. That's what the foundation has originated from. And since I started driving myself on track, I got familiar with the foundation, and I also did compete or join the circuit day that's organized yearly. And that was for me the moment that I really got hooked up with the foundation. It's a very great course, and really love those smiles from the children that you get when they can have spin around onto the track with you. So that's basically my link with the foundation, and it started with car racing. And, it's still my both biggest hobbies combined.
I mean, I'm sure I can speak for everyone in saying that is inspirational to say the least. I feel myself got a lump in my throat. It's amazing to hear that sort of stuff and the amazing stuff that you guys do. So before we get on to the total that the guys have raised, up until this point, let's remember, and one thing I will say before I ask this question is the fact that there's still 13 and a half hours left in this race. So if you're watching this chat, if you're watching the stream, you're listening to the broadcast, you're listening to Brian and I have a chat with Patrick at the moment, of course, from the Racing Against Cancer charity. I would implore you, if you haven't done already, or even if you have and you've got any spare money sitting there that, let's face it, can go to a better cause, I would strongly suggest you go into the description on the stream, head onto the PayPal link and donate whatever amount you can, big or small, to the Racing Against Cancer charity. Because Racing Against Cancer charity, my apologies, because these people need it more than anything. And what I'd like to know, Patrick, is from your perspective, is the money that's being raised at the moment. What benefits will that bring to the charity, generally speaking?
Yeah, what we would like to do with this money that we raise is that we would use that for the family holidays that we organize 2 times a year. We try to organize a small holiday, like a 4-day holiday, 5-day holiday for families who have a child that suffer from childhood cancer. We will take them to, in this case, to Germany and go to some theme parks. Everything is organized for them, so they will not have to worry about the sick children, but also not to worry about the healthy children. We will take care of them. We will make sure that they have a big smile on their faces for 4 days. And we will use the money for organizing those holidays. And if you, and of course, we try to get the most out of every penny. And we can take one whole family, and a family is the sick child and his brothers, sisters, and mother and father also. That will normally consist about 5, a little bit more than 5 people. We can take one family for an amount of 1,600 euros. So for 4 days in full. So we will use this money and try to get, basically a touring car full of families and take them onto a holiday. So it will be like 50 people having a 4-day holiday and not thinking about the sickness and the illness and beating cancer, but just be a regular family and just have smiles and enjoy each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's incredible. Well, for those of you who are racing, whether you're in the YouTube chat, wherever you're watching from, even if you're watching this back, because this is going to be on all the relevant channels for the foreseeable future and will never disappear. So this charity link is presumably going to be open for a very long time. If you want to get people in need to do those kind of things, and as you very appropriately put, Patrick, just feel like a normal family for the time being, despite everything that's going on, that's what you're donating for. So please make sure, like I say, no matter what the amount is, whether it's £5, £10, if you've got £100 kicking around, if you don't need it, then these guys do. And as the stream mentions at the moment, the whole never give up mantra, it's very, very appropriate. And one thing I will say, Patrick, is thank you for all of the work that you guys do, and hopefully we can continue to raise a significant amount of money that will go towards those people who are, like I say, in far more need than we are. It's probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, and I would like to add to thank you all, and thank you all for organizing this event, and thank all the teams for raising so much money and giving us the chance to help those families. So thank you, a big shout out to everybody, and a big thank you to all.
Absolutely. Before you go, Patrick, before we wrap this up, shall we get an idea of what the current total is, if you're not already aware?
Yeah, you're making me a little bit curious, because the last couple of hours I didn't so you're making me a little bit curious.
Good to know. I'm glad I'm keeping the suspension. I've just seen in the YouTube chat, What in Texas Racing has just donated again, which is fantastic to hear, and and they're imploring that everyone else does as well, and I will be making sure that I'll be getting something over to that at some point in the next 13 hours as well before the race is finished. There is no doubt about that. But anyway, total as it stands, I was hoping from Patrick, not you Patrick, different Patrick from SSRI to give me a later update if there has been any change, which there will be. but the current total as we know it is €11,894, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing, guys.
Like I say, we know it's gone higher because we've just seen people in the chat. The Horton Texas Racing is actually supporting the E-Seniors team, which has got Mark Neutelins in the car at the moment, so we know it's going to be higher than that. And I did say that I would love for it to reach the 12,000 mark before Brian and I finish our stint for the evening at 11 o'clock, and it does look like we're heading towards that end. So thank you to everyone, every penny, pound, whatever it is that you've donated. And if there's any more that you've got going to spare, I've said it a number of times, and I'm sure, Patrick, you'll agree, it's if you've got it, donate it, because it will go to a brilliant cause, as you've rightly pointed out today. And it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you. But before I let you go, is there anything else you would like to say to us before you can get on and get back to enjoying the racing?
What I would like to say is that I really like and love the community. Today I experienced the first 9-10 hours for this race, and I'm feeling like part of the community, and I'm really liking the community, the atmosphere between. There's a lot of sportsmanship between the teams. I can see that in the chats everywhere, and that's not very common in the real life racing. So I think that's a very huge compliment to all the teams as well. Very fair sportsmanship on track and in the chances. So I wanted to mention that. It's one thing that noticed me most today.
Fantastic. Well, look, Patrick, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Hopefully some of the other guys in the commentary team will get a chance to speak to you before the race ends. Thank you very much for joining us, and hopefully we'll catch you again potentially in the morning, and hopefully we'll have another eye-watering total to share with you that we're going to put to a fantastic course. So thank you again for joining us, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Good luck.
Thank you. Lovely. Bye. Lovely to speak to Patrick there. Really, really nice to get a bit more of an idea, especially from my perspective, into what the money that we're raising in this event is going towards. And it was lovely there, Brian, wasn't it? It was really nice to see that it's still got that racing element in it as well. It's nice to know that's where it's come from. It's nice to know that we've now got a bit of an idea for those who weren't aware as to what it's going for, and hopefully that will give people to just a bit more of a kind of a bit of a nudge to donate anything if they haven't done already. It's brilliant to hear.
Yeah, definitely. It's really nice when these races actually being brought through, that actually the guy in charge of the charity actually takes time out to go in and acknowledge what people are actually doing for the cause. So I think that's. For me, that's the main thing, you know. It's not like just something you put up there and then race, get this 24-hour race done in a charity, but actually get the people within the charity to come in and get their description on what actually the money goes to. That's just and even as you said, getting the families for vacation. Away from the normal surroundings and getting the seas a little bit of distance. That's just amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. Really, really nice to speak to Patrick, and I'm hoping that we'll get the chance to speak to him. Maybe not yourself and I, Brian, but hopefully the other guys will get a chance to speak to him before the race is finished. But with 13 hours left to go, just over 13 hours, sorry, as the sun has almost permanently set on the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, it is Desmond Fitzpatrick at the wheel of the 127 Wild Things racing machine, the Aston Martin, currently leading the way over a lap ahead of Kieran Vidago, currently heading up the Simsport Racing International team, who are just under a lap behind the 127 car right now. But of course there'll be a pit stop change for them soon, I have no doubt. Fabri Tori in the Team Abbey Racing team sits in P3, with Lasse Ugard in the number 42 Lexus machine sitting in P4. Carlos Bilello currently sitting P5, but I'm sure that will change over the next few minutes. It looks as though we've then got Martin van der Kraan in the number 33 Lexus. We've got a lot of Lexuses showing in the team, in the grid at the moment, and then we've got Christoph Holzer, Mark Neutelings, Gabriel Lafreniere and Dimitri Kanoit in the rounding out the top 10. But like I say, I'm sure that will change before too long. As you can see, one of those people, as you said, Mark Neuteling's currently sitting in P8, doing a fantastic job at the moment, isn't he, Brian? He's one of those people. I'm sure you and I have commentated on him a number of times at this point. He loves that Bentley, and one thing he's very, very good at doing, he's not having to really do it at the moment, which I'm sure he's quite pleased about. He's very good at making that car very, very wide and very difficult to pass, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a great driver. But yeah, it's awesome to see how the lights are working, and it's probably going to be better within the hour or two where the sun really sets, and you'll be able to see all the flashing lights, and everybody wants to pass, and all the tactics and small gadgets, So, but it seems like the Wild Things car actually had their pit stop on the last round, so they're doing a good job. Lap down to Kieran Vidago, but I think they're going to be pitting here around 15 minutes or so, coming up to the hour change. So it seems like top 4 maybe is sort of like in a stalemate, just keeping their heads down, getting the pace, and just keeping the car rolling.
Absolutely, like you say, it's nearing. It's pretty much not time. Jesus, I thought that was Kieran Vidago having a big moment through the bus stop as we come onto the back end of the Cup car, currently being piloted by Angus Martin. They've literally just changed the car. You can see the last lap was 3:58.9. So Angus just got into the car. You can see the smoke coming out of the brakes as he's locking the car up going into La Source, which is again one of those things. There's no ABS nor traction control in the ACC version of the Porsche Cup car. So he goes up to Eau Rouge. I can imagine that's quite an interesting experience in this car as well. But yeah, it looks, like you said, Brian, it just looks like people are kind of just hunkering down a little bit towards the night shift at the moment, getting towards the darker period of the race. It's as dark as, nearly as dark as it will be for the entire evening. So lights are on for everyone. That is a mandatory thing. They will have to have them on, of course, otherwise we won't be able to see them, nor will the drivers on track either. So something to keep an eye out for. But doing a fantastic job nonetheless. And like I say, I think people at the moment are just trying to keep their noses clean, try not to get into any real major incidents, and try and get their way through the darker period of the race relatively unscathed.
Yeah, I saw a race on YouTube with I think it's a British actor called Michael Fassbender. He's actually racing with the Porsche team, and they've sort of like made this video series, and that's quite good to see. You get a real insight about how much work goes through these cars and setups and teamwork, everything combined. Drivers change strategies, and especially the last series they just brought out, they were racing at Portimao in Portugal, and it's still a multi-class racing with the ELMS, and the traffic is just horrendous with all the LMP2's cars coming around everywhere. So, but this is not going to be a factor in this race as they all GT3. So, but in a normal race with the lapping traffic, with the LMP cars being that much quicker, it's only another factor for mistakes, errors, and damage, and people not being able to complete the race.
Yeah, so as you said there, Brian, sorry, just had my rookie moment there, microphone on mute, so apologies. I know I'm randomly talking. Normally someone fills in at that point, which is why I normally realise, but then I've just noticed it. But there you go. Yeah, like you say, very important at this stage, just to kind of keep your noses clean. One team, funny enough, just talking about that, who's seemingly kept their nose very clean up until recent points, is the car we're riding in the splitter of at the moment, it looks like, which is Martin van der Klaan in the Lorp driving number 33 Lexus. They've been in the kind of the mid-teens for quite a portion of the race, and of course, as we said before, people are driving different strategies, things are going to change and stuff like that. As you can see, he's got quite a few back markers to contend with who look like they're having their own battle, I would assume. But just means that, like I say, keeping it clean gets you into these positions, and these guys are doing exactly that at the moment. They've got themselves up into P5. They're running consistent lap times. You can see, I mean, a little bit slow on that one, but probably caused by some of the back markers kicking around. But consistency gets you results in endurance racing. Obviously, yes, you need to have some element of pace in the car as well. But if you can stay consistent for the majority of not only your stint but the majority of the race, that's where you can get back into it. And most of these guys towards the top end of the field are very consistent, aren't they?
Yeah, it is well, incident free and quick lap times. I think that's
you've said it now, haven't you? You've said incident free. That's never ideal. You know what's going to happen now.
I know what's going to happen. I wish I haven't said it, but hopefully these guys will let him through.
He's in a difficult position, isn't he, Mark?
He is.
Because he's got people in front of him who are going to be fighting for position, and they're not going to want to give him that move. You see, one of them's just about got out of the way there. Fortunately, just managed to jump out of the way. That was I think that was the 420 of Isaac Jorgensen, who's just gone out of his way there. So he's one person out of the way. Interestingly, I'm just looking at Pitbull Live, and unless I'm very much mistaken, it actually looked like these guys were fighting for position. Just looked like they were generally very close and didn't fancy letting him through. We'll see if that is the case. Hopefully, once the timing tower updates itself. But yeah, it's. I mean, that's just part and parcel of endurance races, isn't it? People are at different stages in the race. They could be on the same lap and just in different phases, but it makes it a bit more difficult. And yes, consistency is part of it. Yes, you need to have some sort of element of pace, but at the same time, you need to be able to maintain pace through traffic like that. And that's one of, arguably, if not the most important things we can see on the camera now. Denise Pope, currently sitting in P32, didn't have the best of starts this race, of course, caught up in the incident we saw on lap 1, but have managed to kind of calm the ship a little bit and continued to slowly but surely make their way out of the field, haven't they, Brian?
So I think she was, I'm not 100%, but she was almost on the back of the grid after that incident through a rouge on the first lap. She was definitely one of the last ones coming through that, having to do a pit stop for repairs and stuff. So that's awesome work, being up to 32nd place.
Absolutely, shows you again. If you can keep yourself out of trouble, there's definitely always a chance. Although the back end of that Nissan GTR is looking a little bit battered and bruised at this moment in time. We're actually having confirmation that we've got one of the drivers from the Porsche Cup car, the lesser spotted Porsche Cup car, of course, leaders and eventual winners in class from the 444 car. Stain Passport in the chat with us. Stain, welcome along, my friend. How are things going for you guys in that beast of a car at the moment?
Hello, welcome. Yes, thank you. We're actually going pretty well. We're just cruising around. We're not in anyone's way. We've all got our indicators mapped on our steering wheel, and clean.
Well, you're certainly doing a good. I know that Yannick posted in the chat on the stream a little earlier. The main aim for you guys was to not finish last out of all of the running cars, which you're certainly doing a good job of at the moment. How is it driving that car when you've got these beefy GT3s around you? Is it quite intimidating to see them around, or are you guys coping with it quite well?
I think we're coping with it quite well, because of course it's slower in the corners because it just doesn't have the aero of a GT3 car. But because it doesn't have the aero, it means it's pretty much the fastest car top speed-wise in a straight. So we can pretty much dictate when the other cars are going to pass us. And it's always pretty much after a corner, so it's all been really clean.
Good stuff. And of course, I've mentioned it a few times, I'm sure it won't be the last time we talk about it on the broadcast, but no electronic aids whatsoever in that car. How is everyone getting on with it? Obviously, Agnes in the car at the moment, but how are you three coping with that lack of what's almost a safety net, I guess, in a way, of having those electronics to kind of calm the car down when you need it to?
Well, at least we have ABS, which is
that's
really
true. Yeah,
it's really helpful. But the zero traction control, I feel like the gear ratios in the Porsche are helping us because they're quite long. It's not. If the car was like turbocharged and you could feel the turbo coming on, it would be a disaster. But it's naturally aspirated. The torque curve is pretty normal. It doesn't suddenly give you a jump scare like, okay, I'm spinning now. It's pretty controllable.
And I suppose the question everyone wants to know the answer to is, why pick the Cup car? I know that you three are. I know that you are all very, very quick drivers in the sim racing field, especially in the SSRI community. Why pick a car that you know will be significantly slower than the other guys? What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, I was thinking of doing it with a pretty much a meme car, a car nobody uses. And I looked at the Ryder first. Well, first the Jaguar, because Jaguar is just a fun car to drive and it makes the best nose in the game. But that just annihilates tires like you wouldn't believe it. Then I tried the Ryder, which drives terribly. And then I thought maybe I could give the Cup a try. And the Cup was faster than the Ryder. And then I went, all right, we're picking this.
I love that. I've said on it. I think every stream I've seen you in, because obviously I've commentated on yourself in when you were driving the Jag in the GT3 Championship. You seem to love driving the lesser spotted car, don't you? So what would the next one be if you had to pick?
Well, the V12 Aston is a decent choice, and then maybe, but it's a car I haven't driven at all. It's the old McLaren, the 650S.
Yeah.
I think people just forget that's in the game. Especially since the 720S is a very good car.
Well, I'm hoping that we'll get to see you in anything. To be honest, it's always a pleasure to have you on the field. It's like I say, it's always nice to see. You seem to pull out some very impressive results given the lack of machinery, shall I say, that you're piloting at the time. And considering how the race is going for you guys so far, it definitely seems like you're doing the same thing at the moment.
That's the fun bit about picking a car that's quote-unquote terrible. If you finish, it's already a success. You finish with a car that is good. There's zero reasons to be not happy.
Is that on the livery at any point? That little quote there. If you finish, you're already doing better than you expected.
No, I should have put it. I think when the last GT3 season, because I was driving a low bit, you still have to put in a team name. I put it on lap time. No, good time over lap time.
Perfectly.
Very, very appropriate indeed. Well, let's say thank you for dropping in and chatting with us. It's been fantastic to speak to you. And I mean, there's a lot of conversation in the chat saying that you are everyone's heroes for picking that car, and I'd be hard pushed to say any different, because the fact that you are doing it as well as you are. I mean, I think you were in somewhere in the top 30 towards the start of the race. Of course, I know there was instances, but we'll bypass that very, very quickly. Then yeah, we can see that you guys are doing a fantastic job. I've got a quick question from Dave. I know Dave sat in the chat as well, so I'm sure he can expand on this if he needs to. But what's the reasons why this race, this charity, this whole event is quite close to you? Mind explaining a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. A few months ago, we as a family lost our granddad to cancer, so of course it's very relatable, this race. And that's kind of what the delivery of the car is also special, because it's pretty much painted. If you can see on the side of the car, there's a little Jeep thing. I made someone on Instagram, re.holycrap stuff. He makes pretty cool drawings, like cartoony style of cars. He does commissions. I was like, can you draw this old military-ish Jeep my granddad used to drive around in the Ardennes? Because it was just, we called it in Dutch the Zotten Jeep, which roughly translated in English is the crazy Jeep. Because it would drive everywhere, go everywhere. I mean, it would do it half the time in the air because it was jumping and bouncing around all the time. And it always looked like this dirty matte green with a vinyl soft top roof. And for some reason, always like dirt and snow on the side of it. So I thought maybe I could dress the Porsche up like that. That's what I did.
That's brilliant. Do you know what? I was actually, I saw this earlier, and I'm really meaning to ask why the livery is like that. So it's really nice to see. And it's nice to know that it's, like I say, it kind of gives this, I suppose it gives this event, although it didn't already have anything in the first place, it gives it more kind of reason to you guys from a personal perspective. So it's really nice to see. Oh, well, look, thank you again. Like I say, brilliant to have you in. I'm sure.
Thanks,
well, I mean, you're already getting all of the plaudits in the chat anyway before you told us that story, and I'm sure that will continue to be the case throughout the rest of the race.
No further action for incident between
funnily enough,
car
I said
420 and 452.
I said to Brian before you came in
256.
that Yannick did
No
actually
further
ask
action
me if
for
I was
incident
available to
between
drive this
cars
car, and I said,
420,
unfortunately, I'm already busy, but I don't think
452
I'd want to put
and
myself through that trouble
256.
because it seems like 24 hours of much pain. But yeah, next time would be great. But look, thank you for joining us today. Congratulations on how you've got on so far, and best of luck for the rest of the race as well. Hope you do well.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Lovely to hear from Staying Passport there. And again, like I said, lovely to hear the reasoning behind entering this race and the cause and everything like that. And it brings us back again to why this race is taking place. You know, we've mentioned it a lot, and we wouldn't not do this because obviously it's a race that's very close to a lot of people's hearts, especially personally and otherwise as well. Of course, although this is a part of a championship, this is part of the endurance championship that SSRI are undertaking. This is a specific race for the Racing Against Cancer charity, and if you've got any money going spare, no matter how much it is, whether it's £1, a penny, £5, whatever it might be, please make sure you drop into the link in the description of the stream and donate whatever amount, little or large, you can to what is a fantastic cause. And big thank you to Steve for coming in there and explaining to us how the race has gone and explaining to us how he's come to obviously doing that as well. And like I say, fair play to him, I think is probably the best way to put it, for taking on a car that is as difficult as the Cup car and getting this far and being relatively unscathed, Brian, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely a big job for him to take on the car, and now we know one of the reasons behind it, and that's just deplorable to hear that, and for him to be able to do this 24-hour race with the two others, so that's really good. On another point, I just saw car number 42, coming through Eau Rouge, and I think he had a little bit of a incident. It seemed for a small point there was a yellow flag, so I don't know if he went off track or if something happened up there.
Hopefully we can see potentially on a replay what might have happened there. Cutting to the live action, you can see David Cesar in the number 187 Aston Martin, very close behind Thies van Versveld and very close behind Cook in the number 91 Mercedes AMG car. Can't quite catch exactly who Cook is. I know he's driving in the same team as Sergei Sebastian, so it's nice to see that Sergei is not the only one driving. I finally had confirmation that he is not alone. But this is the closest. It's Paul Cook. Sorry, my apologies, Paul, for forgetting the name for a moment there. This is the closest battle on track at the moment, Brian. And again, we're 11 hours in, pretty much on the nose, and we've got three cars, 14th, 15th, and 16th, within a second of each other. It's unbelievable how you can go that far and still end out this close to one another.
Yeah, we sort of forget there's action here and there, but this is amazing. Three cars, and well, I think, do they respect the rear bumper of this car? I don't think so.
Yes, very good point.
Pushing out a bit wide. No incidents, no touching. Let's see bus stop.
Paul Cook just about managing to keep the position at the moment. David Cesar's watching this, isn't he? He's thinking, right, I'm going to get a position. I'm going to get one, if not two positions at this point if they keep doing what they're doing. This is very impressive stuff. Like you say, little bit of a love tap between Van Versveld and Paul Cook going through launch. Unfortunately, both cars pointing the right way. But yeah, it's incredible. So far into this race, the lights have gone down. It is almost pitch black here at Spa-Francorchamps circuit, only lit up by a couple of the lights around the circuit, and the lights coming from these cars at the moment. You can see Van Versveld goes through Eau Rouge a little bit sideways, but Paul Cook wasn't exactly putting it straight line the entire way through himself. So onto the Kemmel Straight, you argue Cesar is closer to Van Versveld than he is to Cook. You see Cesar just comes out of the slipstream, showing the inside of that car. Oh my goodness me, Van Versveld. I wonder, Brian, if he was just trying to keep an eye out. And look, you can see there, Cesar, look, told you it would happen. He was licking his lips. He knew there's a position on the cards. It just looked to me like Thies just went a little bit too deep, maybe trying to defend from David Cesar and the Aston Martin. went too deep, nearly caught the back of Paul Cook, which I'm sure he'll be reading this out relief, but Cesar was there, opportunistic move, really good stuff from the Aston Martin driver.
Yeah, really good stuff from all three of them, and probably just very aware about the cars coming up behind you. Maybe that got him to sort of get a little bit too late on the brakes. So, well, that's all the racing, isn't it? And seeing again that the temperature dropped another degree down to 17 now, so nighttime is starting.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting darker and darker. Well, like I said, it's getting darker. I can't really get much darker than it is at the moment. You can barely see. You can see Regan Mitchell, who has taken over from Kieran Vidago in the Simsport Racing International Aston Martin. They've now got the gap to P2 by 30 seconds as it stands. So really good work from the number 22 car to extend the gap between themselves and Fabry Tori in the 3-2-1 Team Abbey Racing. That is a car on the inside of Bruxelles. Not quite sure what happened there. We're now behind the Quick Fit Aston Martin, Quick Fit McLaren 720. The 452 machine currently being driven by, if I can confirm, being driven by Vincent Vilcek, who's in the car at the moment. So he's a back marker. They're currently sitting in P30. As it stands, you can see Thies van Versveld comes into the pit lane. David Belanger has taken over from Gabriel Lafreniere in the 514 machine. They're just outside the top 10 now. And Cesar, Brian, as you can see, is turning his focus to Paul Cook now. So Paul he's lost one car behind him, but it's been replaced by another one, and hopefully there won't be too much kissing of rear ends over the next couple of laps, and the move that if David does make it will be nice and clean.
Yeah, I don't think Paul is going to be enjoying if he's going to be kissed from rear, but yeah, this is definitely, well, most exciting on track right now, the closest battle right now, and it's very clean through there, really clean. It looks like it's just a matter of time before David Caesar actually gets a chance to go up and pass Paul Cook if he makes a little bit of a mistake. Oh, very close into here.
Yeah, just go through Bruxelles, nice and close. Yeah, it looks like he's got that Aston Martin on rails, doesn't it? It just looks so smooth in comparison to that Mercedes, which is, dare I say, struggling to keep it pointing in a straight line. That rear end looks so twitchy coming through circle. Look at the amount of time he's gaining through the corners at the moment. Going through the door, he's gained at least a tenth and a half, 2 tenths going through that first apex, which is really impressive. He's got a lovely big gap back to Patrick Treffers in the 937 Honda as well, so plenty of opportunity for him to make a move, and if it doesn't stick, which I'm sure you're hoping it will do, still gives him the chance to kind of recompose and go for another attempt as they go through towards the back straight now. Just come through Campus out through Stavolo, and you see just going a little bit wide. That wouldn't normally give him a track limits warning, so he should be okay there. And as they continue on towards Blanchimont, like you said, Brian, it's almost a case of if, of when, not if. David Cesar makes the move on Paul Cook, you would think.
Yeah, and talking about the Aston Martin again, watching earlier with the Rugged Simsport and the Wild Things wannabes doing the battle for first place, where Callum Cripps for the Rugged Simsport team and Sean Arnold for the Wild Things wannabes were battling it out. Sean from Wild Things was just, the Aston Martin just got pointed into the corners and it just stuck. I mean, through the corners he was just catching so much time. So it's probably maybe a bigger advantage for the Aston drivers that they actually got a lot of corner speed compared to the other cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, we everyone who's driven an ACC at any point will know the pace and quality that, or just the pace and quality. So the pace that the Aston Martin has, it's so compliant when you're driving around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. It's really impressive, and it looks like the update that happened, of course, during the week hasn't massively impacted the performance of the car too much. They are still all over the back of Paul Cook in the number 187 car. Lots of support for the seniors team in the chat from Stefan Buckley and a couple of the other guys as well, Andreas Pettersson, and I know there's another one, Andy Goddard, who's supporting them as well. So lots of support for those guys in the chat. Kieran Vidago flirting with me in the chat as well, to talk about how it's the sexiest car on the track, which is the SSRI car. I'm sure Steve Proudly in the director's box would be hard to disagree with that, I'm sure, but we would have to say, Brian, there's plenty of beautiful cars out on track, including that one. We have to say the liveries as well. Cesar goes very deep into the Fania there. That was a little bit scary. We'd be hard pushed to say. I mean, let's face it, the liveries on show in this race are brilliant, and we're seeing one of our personal favourites. Because if you can't see it at the moment, you can just see on the back end of that a Mercedes. You might see it if David Cesar goes for removal, gets very, very close. He won't get to this point, it's very wide. Out of Stavolo, it does say "Don't kiss my ass" on the back of that Mercedes, the little picture of Bart Simpson, which is very, very amusing.
Yeah, and it looks like David Cesar is actually respecting that wish. So it's always nice to see the drivers actually respecting each other.
Absolutely, it's one of those. It's like you see it on a car in a day-to-day, don't you? So if you can read this, you're too close. It's one of those.
Something like that,
yeah. Like you say, it's working because David Cesar at the moment, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but he's kind of, dare I say, struggling a little bit to really get on the back of that car again. He made a little mistake coming out of Stavolo onto the back straight. That would have impacted, obviously, his run. He's lost a little bit of time to second behind now, but doesn't really seem to have much of a way of trying to manufacturing a move past Paul Cook at the moment. He looks pretty comfortable in that Mercedes.
Yeah, it's sort of like Paul found his groove right now, and maybe David just backed off a little bit, not having to punish his tyres too badly. But I think it's just sitting there for now. But I must admit that the Aston actually looks like the faster car, but it seems like Paul's got it sourced out and just being able to handle the pace a little bit. But I'm guessing one little mistake from Paul, and he's right there, David Cesar, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, David, I mean, he's already made one move off the back of a mistake from the driver, as David Cesar. He obviously made that move on Thies van Versveld, who's actually coming to the pits. He's still in the control of that car, the number 720 McLaren 720S, very appropriate car number and all that sort of stuff as well. He's dropped back down because Simon Wilkes is in the pit lane, so he's from the Positive Perception A team, who we mentioned earlier had a fantastic start to this race, but unfortunately lost time and lost positions due to a few incidents they would have been caught up in throughout the afternoon. So they'll be hoping to try and make their way back up to P21 as it stands. But this is the closest battle on track. Still, David Cesar trying to manufacture the move around the Mercedes AMG of Paul Cook, the like I say, the very appropriately and amusing liveried EM Racing team car. I've got Chris Pinchbeck's flirting with me as well. He wants to make a recording of my sexy voice. I won't go into that right now, but I'm sure if you search hard enough, I'm sure there'll be something kicking around, but we'll leave that for another day. Let's focus on the racing, shall we, Brian? I'm getting a little bit flustered now. I'm hearing all of these positive comments about me.
Just looking at the previous lap times, Regan Mitchell in the number 22 car is actually just posted at 2:19.4, which is absolutely not absolutely, but it's the quickest lap time just last time round.
Yeah, quickest lap. I think the difficulty you've got is it suggests it's the fastest lap of the server on pit wall, but I know that there's been a couple of times where it's dropped in and out so far this afternoon, so it's the fastest time since pit wall live has reset itself. Now, one thing I will say, if you want to see the timings that Brian and I are looking at the moment, you want to get a bit more detail about the timings that people are doing, then as I said there, head to pitwall.live and you want to go and find the RSR Revolution Sim Racing Pitwall Live server. It's live at the moment and you can see exactly what's going there. In the meantime, though, we've got another gentleman who's dropped into the comms box for us to have a little chat. We've got Christoph Holzer, who is driving one of the many Aston Martins in this race. Christoph, thank you for dropping in. I've seen, dare I say, you guys have had a fair bit of airtime in the race so far. How's it been from your perspective? I know you've been in the car quite a bit.
First of all, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure. Yeah, for me, during my triple stint that I just did, basically I focused on just keeping it on the black stuff, and I didn't pick any fight, basically, and even let back markers through just to focus on myself. because especially in the third stint, my concentration got down and I couldn't really deliver my usual pace anymore. But hey, basically after, let's say, all pit stops applied, we didn't lose positions, and that's quite awesome.
Absolutely. I'm impressed in the sense that you've done a triple stint. That's
ask my
quite
hands,
impressive.
Ask my hands when they are hurting. It's really, my fingers are driving me crazy right now.
Oh, I can imagine. So when are you next back in the car? Obviously, you've done a bumper triple stint now. Are you back in the car presumably in the morning now, or have you got to do anything overnight?
Well, the plan is that Regis Martes, who's in the car right now, will do a double stint, and then I hop in again. That's the plan.
That's the plan, and we know how plans go in endurance races. They don't normally stick to that, do they?
The thing is, I'm here since the very first minute, so if our team leader Marius Fredriksson is joining in before my stint, then maybe he will jump into the car. Because I'm basically done.
I suppose that's a good thing. And talk me through, because I've done, so I can't speak for Brian, who's contact with as well, but I did an endurance race at Spa a couple of weeks ago. 24-hour race as well, and I double stinted a couple of times, and I know how difficult it was to especially towards the back end of the second stint in particular, to obviously keep yourself kind of focused, keep yourself doing the same lap times. How do you manage to get through 3 stints in a row? Was that always the plan for you guys? And if so, how do you kind of...
Basically, it was not the plan. Our friend Marcel Wiese, who was doing the first stints together with me, he has birthday today, and he wanted to go to a party, and then he said, Christoph, I do a triple stint and then I can leave earlier for the party, and sad story for you, you have to do a triple stint then too. And I was like, yeah, why not? Everything for you today. It's your day. So
at the time you're thinking, yeah, I'll do that, that's absolutely fine. And then you're halfway through the third stint and thinking, what have I got myself into?
Basically, no, I didn't have the confidence for that. Actually, I asked other team members to at least stay ready when I feel during the second stint that I cannot do a third stint. But that was all okay. There have not been big troubles. That was all okay. But, focusing during the third stint, it was not easier that it got darker and darker, to be honest, because that is, at least in my opinion, requesting even more attention from a driver. And I'm just happy that I'm through. I'm just done now, and I delivered my pace. I didn't make big mistakes, no self-implied damage. Not a single warning from myself. I'm really happy with myself, and the other guys are also happy with our performance so far. And we're looking forward to catch some of the guys ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. You started P12, I think it was on the grid, wasn't it? And of course, like you say, Ividius is currently sitting P9. I know that will probably change, I'm sure, obviously, with people making pit stops. You'll go up to P8 now because Peter Vanya is in the pit lane, so you've got at least another position. So what's the absolute aim by the end of the race? What are you guys looking for in terms of an outright finishing position?
Well, basically, we are already ahead of our aim that we had. So,
it's always good.
Race control.
My personal one is
no further action for instance between car 101 and 34 on lap 1.
That would be really,
no
really
further
cool.
action for instance between cars 101 and 34 on lap 1.
If possible, maybe to sneak into P6, 5 in that area, maybe.
Well, I mean, if you keep doing what you're doing, then I think that will definitely be on the cards. I mean, you're 21 seconds off of Kroll in P7. So, yeah, I mean, look, stranger things have happened. There's still There's still just over 12 and a half hours to go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw you guys up there, because you've definitely kept things clean and tidy, kept yourselves out of trouble. And it seems like you guys have got some good pace. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And,
Brilliant. Well, yeah.
Thank you for holding this great event. It is, let's say, the cause of it is quite close to my heart personally, because I had an occurrence in my family and stuff, and yeah, so it is a real pleasure to do it for a good cause, and also the money you have raised so far, it's just a huge achievement already. And I'm really thankful for that, to be part of that, and yeah, I just hope it is going on like that, and all of you as well have a lot of fun.
Absolutely, I'm sure I can speak for everyone, including myself, that yeah, it's been fantastic fun so far, and yeah, long will it continue. It's quite impressive to say we're not even at the halfway point. But no, Christoph, thank you very much for joining us. Lovely to chat with you, and really interesting to hear the reasons behind you obviously wanting to get involved in the event as well. And as I said before, best of luck for the rest of the race. Go rest your tingling hands, and hopefully we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.
And you, thank you. Fantastic to hear from Christoph Holzer there, from the 267 Man AC as your team, who are currently sitting in P8. Iridius Partes in the car, as we heard from Christoph a moment ago. Incredible, Brian, that he's done 3 stints in a row. That is mammoth stuff. That is incredible.
Yeah, it's not easy. You only get sort of like one straight to relax a little bit, and that's not really that long time on this track. So really good going for 3 stints in a row. That's just amazing.
Absolutely doing a fantastic job. Another thing that is doing a fantastic job, that was the world's most poor link I'll ever do in any of my commentary that I'll ever do in my entire life, is that the Simsport Racing International YouTube channel is currently on 973 subscribers, 27 off of the mammoth total of 1,000, which when we started this stream at just over 830 or so, wasn't probably looking like it was on the horizon, but that 4-figure is definitely edging ever closer. If you are watching the stream, if you're one of the 129 people watching at the moment, thank you first of all for sticking with us. My name is David Russell. I've been accompanied so far in this stint on the commentary team with my esteemed colleague Brian Larson, and as always, Steve Proudly is in our ears, giving us all the action and doing a fantastic job covering all of the cameras that we have, including a battle we'll touch on in a second between the 2 cars on your screen. But we would absolutely love it if you haven't done already. 1, to hit the like button on the video, because that helps it get out to other people, so we can also, everyone can see the fantastic racing and put some brilliant support into the wonderful charity you're working with for this race. But also subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. It was a massive thing, and like I say, if we get to 1,000, that would be fantastic. Whether it's before Brian and I leave you for the evening, or whether it is before the end of this race, I'm pretty sure it will happen. But yeah, fantastic work from everyone involved, the admins, the broadcast team, and everyone else as well. And yeah, as I said before, it's quite impressive that we're still only less than halfway through. But anyway, back to the on-track action. You can see at the moment David Belanger in the number 514 EGT Motorsport Bentley is following the number 217 E Seniors Bentley, which is getting all the support in the chat on the YouTube stream at the moment, which is currently being driven by Mark Neuteling. But you can see there, Brian, it looked like Mark might have got a slightly dodgy exit to Eau Rouge, and it looks like Belanger is closing the gap a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like Belanger really wants this 9th place, to be honest. Really close battling. Still a lot of courtesy, just not doing a dive bomb or something ridiculous, but still keeping it clean. But 2 Bentleys battling it out, we haven't seen that for a long time.
No, absolutely. There's quite a few in the field, isn't there? But none of them have really been too close recently until this point. They've also got a car a few seconds back down the road of Nick Varges, who's in the number 11 Lexus, who's 6 seconds down the road from them. But you can see their lovely exit from No Name from David Belanger. Is he going to try and make the move into Pure? And he isn't. I've seen David race on a number of occasions, and he's a very composed character. And he's really one of those who will make the move when it's absolutely necessary to do so. Won't do anything for the sake of doing it. And you saw that going down towards Lincoln a moment ago. Just jumped on the brakes a little bit earlier than he might normally do, going through Lafagna now all over the back. You can see that it's almost like a rotary engine through the back of that Bentley. It's quite an interesting sight to see, especially when you're this close to it, going into campus, close there, nearly getting up the rear end of that 217 ECU's team. Go through Stavolo, lovely exit from David Belanger. Is he going to get alongside the 217 car? Not just yet. He's very, very close though, not far off at all, but still, Brian, like you say, he's looking to make the move, but he's not quite managing it at the moment.
No, I'm just looking by the time distance to Nick Vargas on car 11th place. He's not catching up actually. So these two guys are actually doing a pretty good job, even though they're battling. So he was down to 6.17 and it was up to 7 seconds just on the last bit. So yeah.
So you can see Mark Neutin's covering the inside of La Source, got David Belanger all over the back of him. At the moment, you can see the front split cam. David Belanger going very, very wide out of La Source there. That's not going to give him the optimum run up towards Eau Rouge, but it looks like, I thought he was going to go alongside there going into Eau Rouge. That's not a good decision in the shortest of races, let alone when you've got 12 hours left in there. Fantastic run off the top of Radion onto the Camel Straight. He's already alongside. Look at those two in the dark. That is beautiful to see that. And just going up through the gears, we're talking about 165, 170 mile an hour going to Les Combes. Belanger heavy on the brakes, gets the anchors down, and it looks like he's made the move stick. I talked about it earlier, didn't I, Brian? I said that Mark Neutin is very good at making that Bentley very wide, but when you get an exit through a Rouge like that, there's not really a lot you can do to combat there, is there?
No, definitely not. And still, big shout out to the guys from Canada, from the EGT team. Still, these guys racing is just amazing. He's done an awesome job, and just look, he's a couple of tenths now away from Mark Neutlin. So it looks like Mark has sort of held him up a little bit, or he's just focused too much on the battling. But he's definitely got away from him.
Yeah, he really pulled away really quickly, hasn't he? And like you said, they're making They're kind of keeping the gap to Nick Rogers behind relatively similar. We'll see what happens with Mark now, because like you say, he's, dare I say, lost a lot of time to Belanger just through the middle sector of this lap. See Anthony Brown for the Positive Perception Racing B team running through the bus stop chicane. As I said earlier, these guys were doing a fantastic job earlier, and shout out to Jamie Buchanan, who is part of that team, who's part of the Positive Perception team, generally speaking, who is saying hats off to the commentary and admin team today. Been an awesome race, even if we didn't have to fight our way back at the field. Don't you worry, Jamie. Still plenty of time left to go. 12 hours, 34 minutes and 5 seconds to be exact. And plenty of time for things to change. As you see, they've got the A team in P22. Simon Wilkes currently at the wheel of that one. The Aston Martin B team, as you can see on your camera, of Anthony Brown, who's 2.5 seconds back off Papale, ahead of him in the number 99 Aston Martin. That was the one. Funnily enough, I think we saw those two come together a little bit earlier. I think Jamie might have been in the car. I can't remember who it was who was driving the Aston Martin, but back close again. Interesting to see, Brian. Again, contrasting fortunes, I guess, but when you look at the two Positive Perception teams, like I say, one of them qualified and was up in 4th at one point, the other one was back down in the 20s as they are now. Now there's only 46 seconds between them, so it shows you just how different things can go in these races, doesn't it?
It's never easy to sort of predict the outcome of these races, as we saw earlier with the car number 2 from Rocket, all of a sudden dropping out due to several circumstances within the team, which is really sad, as they were one of the top runners. So, and that's again long distance racing for you. Many people involved, like with just hosting a race like this. All the time and effort and all the people that actually takes to maintain and host a race like this is just unbelievable. More hours, man hours put into this than a normal work week, that's for sure. And you just see this, all the practice from all the guys, getting the cars set up and getting their heads down, getting to go into battle with lights or no lights and traffic or no traffic. It's and as we talked to earlier, doing 3 stints, Steen is just
it's quite impressive, isn't it? One thing that is equally as impressive, I'm just looking at Pitbull Live on the timers at the moment, is the pace that is coming out of Regan Mitchell, as who's the one we're driving in the pretty much on the dashboard of. You see a Bentley exit stage right, which was not what you wanted to see. We've talked a few times about some of the Bentleys and some of the other cars being a little bit difficult to handle through Blanchimont, but Regan Mitchell is putting in some incredible lap times. He's a second a lap quicker on the last lap than Desmond Fitzpatrick, who's currently sitting in P1 in the number 127 Wild Things racing car. He did another 2:20.9 on that occasion. That's another 7/10 out. They're a lap and 66 seconds behind, but that's some really impressive pace from Regan at this point, and it's showing you that there is definitely still a chance for things like this to change, although Fabri Tori is doing laps a little bit quicker than Regan as well. So the top 3, in fact the top 4 you would say as well, because Johansson is doing, Chris Johansson is doing the same. He's quicker than all of them again. It's starting to close up a little bit, of course. There's laps between them at the moment, we all know that, but with 12 and a half hours to go, there's still potential for this thing to change. And a big shout out to Just Chris in the chat and the stream. He's just subscribed. Welcome to the stream, my friend. And a big shout out as well to Robbie Stapleford, of course, of the Rocket Simsport team. Really, really big disappointment for you guys. It's such a shame that you weren't able to obviously continue the race. So hopefully everything from your end has been sorted. It would be absolutely lovely before Brian and I disappear at 11 o'clock, if you fancy it, to come and have a chat with us in the comms box. You are very, very welcome indeed. In the meantime, though, I don't know if Steve Proudly's seen this, but I believe there is someone sat in the waiting room waiting to have a chat with us. It'd be nice to get a chance to have a speak with them in a minute. I think it will be one of the 751 car, the Positive Perception guys, and we can now see, so we can see Ash Coupland has joined us in the comm box. Ash, good evening to you. It was a good start to the race for you guys, I'm sure you'll agree, but it's, I mean, without me sounding too rude, it's gone downhill a bit since then, hasn't it?
It has indeed. We had a great start to the race. Jack gave us fantastic first 2 hours. We were sitting, I think, between 5th and 6th, depending on where the pit stops lay. And then, unfortunately, we had a wheel and pedal sync issue. I lost about 4 minutes. So yeah, that's what happened to us. And then we had another incident where we had a stationary car at the top of Radion that we collected as well, which didn't help.
No, that's less than ideal. I did wonder, because like I say, I was very much aware. I remember I was actually chatting with Mark earlier, who I know was in the car at some point later on this evening himself as well, or in the Ferrari rather. And he mentioned, like I say, he was super proud of how you guys were getting on, and it's such a shame that kind of thing has happened. But other than that, I mean, it looks like the pace has been there. Are you guys confident that throughout the rest of the race there's a chance to get a handful of those positions back throughout the rest of the race?
Yeah, we're kind of hoping for sort of 17th, 15th, between 15th and 17th position, we're hoping. Pace is still good. We've got Jack and myself driving the night shift tonight. As most of you probably know, Jack's very quick. Was second fastest in qualifying overall. So yeah, we should be able to, as long as we don't get any more issues, we should be able to pick up some places through the night. Hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, that's one of them. I know Brian and I were talking about it earlier. It's one of those, isn't it? If you can keep yourself clean through the night time, and especially, like I say, if you've got yourself and Jack, who I know you're both very quick in the car overnight, there's definitely opportunities to get up to that kind of area, and hopefully you get the chance to do it. That'd be the main thing, because it'd be such a shame, given the start of the race, like you said, for it to go wrong due to those technical issues, and like I say, just an unfortunate incident with cars that are beyond your control. It'd be really good to see you guys get back up there again. As you can see, your teammate Simon kicking up loads of sparks going for a Rouge as well. That's quite a nice sight there.
Yeah, I mean, still proud of the boys. We've done a great job. Everyone's done a great job in the car. It's just a shame with the issues we've had, but I'm still enjoying it. It's great fun. We're very proud of the V team as well. They're having a great race. They sort of clawed their way back up the field after an incident on lap 1. So yeah, all's going pretty good in all, I think.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I just want to give a shout out to you guys as well. It's a fantastic stream, and thank you for everything you guys have been doing. It's great.
Thank you very much, Ash. I mean, it wouldn't be anything without you guys coming in and keeping us company. I'm sure everyone will agree with that. It's always nice to get your guys' perspectives, and hopefully throughout the rest of the race, like I say, still not even halfway, would you believe? I'm sure you're very much aware of that.
Yeah,
considering you're going to be driving overnight, I'm sure that's very much in your knowledge at this point. But it'd be hopefully good to see come the morning when the commentary resumes after the break at midnight. When the guys come back in the morning, it'd be lovely to see you guys a little bit further afield, and hopefully, if you can keep yourselves clean by the pace you guys have got, I'm sure that will happen before too long.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thanks for talking to me.
You're very welcome. Best of luck with the rest of the race, Ash. Good to speak to you.
Yep. Cheers, thank you.
Fantastic. Lovely to hear from Ash Coupland there of the Positive Perception A team there, driving in the 751 Aston Martin. Here he's going to be one of those unfortunate ones, Brian, who's doing the night shift. Would you want to do that? I mean, I personally wouldn't, not because I would probably get told off by people in my house for being too loud, but I probably wouldn't want to do the night shift because I don't think I'd be any good at it. Would you? Is that the kind of thing you'd want to go and do?
I wouldn't prefer it, but I think it's depending on the level of readiness, to be honest. I mean, if you've been up all day and having to do the nighttime racing, I wouldn't enjoy that, to be honest. But if you're fresh and ready to go, it'd probably be a good chance for the teams if they got a fast drivers. And as said, that he's actually got Jack Young on standby for the nighttime. And looking at the times, he actually did a 2:17.7 in qualifying, which is, I believe, second quickest after Robbie Staples. So, them putting out a 9th place right now. Sorry, not 9th place. They were in. Where were they?
I think they were 5th or 6th at one point, weren't they?
Yeah. So they should have a real good chance to reduce the gap to the guys in front with these fast drivers during the night time, definitely.
Absolutely, you've got the right people. If you can get the quick guys in and keep them clean in the night shift, there's definitely potential to gain some time and some all-important positions. Simon Wilkes currently in the 751 car, 5 and a bit seconds behind Danny Sport in the number 69 Mercedes AMG. You can see Sebastian Hoeklaf in the Dutch League Racing Team Blue car on your screen at the moment. He is sitting in P35. He's got Coates just behind him. And what we'll do is, whilst there's a little bit of a, dare I say, a lull in proceedings, we'll cut to some of the highlights from the race so far, and we'll see exactly what has got us up until this point. So we'll go through those now. You can just see from the start. So this is the intro to the race. You see that's Denise Pope in the Wild Things Racing car on the right hand side.
And just bear in mind, she's actually one of the ones being collected in this incident. So just bear in mind that Denise at right hand corner braking now. She's actually one of the unlucky ones through this.
Yeah, like you say, it just looks like I can't quite can't quite catch which Ferrari it was who's just on the right hand side by the pit lane exit, who looked like, not saying they completely made the move happen, but it just looked like she got caught up in that instant, which is a bit of a shame. It's Patrick Vanst, I think that was earlier in the Pulse Motorsport team, going, I think he outbrakes himself at this point. You can tell I've seen these highlights once before already. Nearly catches the Bentley there. And even this point, I was a little bit worried at the rejoin, but he manages to get that Lexus to turn on a 5 pence piece to get through there. See, it's quite strange seeing the cars in the daytime, isn't it? This is the 720 Sim Racing Belgium team. Go for a Rouge, loses that, and that is a straight punt into the wall. That's a suspension breaker, isn't it?
He definitely spent some time. Then it's Denise Pope again, just getting away from her teammate. Very unfortunate, but she's still doing a really good job with her team as they are right now.
Absolutely, this is the SSRI car being driven at this moment in time, going through Rouge as well. All very close between the two of them there, nearly coming together with the, I think that's the McLaren 720, and I think that is the Team Abbey racing car just behind them as well. It's just cut out by the trees. That's a move earlier on for what would have probably been at the time one of the top few positions. You see there the SSRI's got so close. Gets caught on the curve, very difficult to get the car slowed down when you're catching those curves at that point, but just about manages to stop it. You've got the Aston Martin, that's the number 99 car I think, and that's the 169 Ferrari just behind them, going into La Fagna. And I would imagine at this point is there going to be a little bit of a nudge from the Ferrari in the back of the Aston Martin. Oh no, it's this one, I saw this one before. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Just about looked like he managed to get out of the way and just got collected by a rogue Porsche 911 going up the Kemmel Straight. You can see here that is the, I think that's the SSRI team car again. I'm not mistaken. No, it's not. That's a Lexus. It's definitely not an Aston Martin. Someone going at this a Lecom. Oh, that's a very awkward move, isn't it? Again, it just shows you how you cannot stop the car on those curbs, isn't it?
Yeah, it's never good, but yeah, stuff happens.
Oh my goodness! Exit stage left. Again, we talk about how the Aston Martin, generally speaking, is meant to be on rails, but it definitely wasn't there. At the Kemmel Straight again, just coming out from behind the tree line. I think that's the Pulse Motorsport car. I think that's that John Player special liveried Aston Martin we saw a little while earlier. I think I remember seeing this. I think this is David Novak and Patrick Vance. Lovely move from Novak. I think I remember watching this on the stream myself when I was watching a little while ago. And lovely move there. Just shows how important getting the inside line into Les Combes can be. Coming through Pouon, that's a McLaren X in stage right. And again, just shows you how difficult these cars can be to handle if you really throw them into situations they don't want to be in. That's the now retired Rocket Simsport car, I believe. That's the Wild Things racing car. This must have been the move for first place, because that would be Sean Arnold and Callum Cripps just going into Bruxelles. Gets up the inside. Can he make the move stick? They go into No Name, round the outside. That is a very, very clean move. Great compliance from the two of them there. Now see. It's the SSRI team that's going up the back of the, I think it's the Lork racing car, I believe. I'm starting to get used to these liveries now, Brian, you can probably tell. Making the move up into Les Combes. Yeah, nice and clean there. Generally speaking, Les Combes has been the position to make all these moves happen, hasn't it? And some of them have gone well, some of them haven't.
No, but it seems like it's been one of the favourite points to overtake. And for most times, I'm not saying anything positive right now, even though watching the replay stuff can happen, but most times it's been looking like they have been courteous to the other people involved, so yeah.
Absolutely, you see there a lack, I wouldn't say lack of courtesy, I think that was just a case of it looked like the number two, I think Kieran Vidago in the car at that point, just looking up the inside of the of one of the Lexuses on the grid, looking like great sportsmanship from Kieran to let that move come back through, let them go back into position, if it was for position, of course. You'd imagine it was, considering they can't see any blue flags out on track at the moment. You see there, look at that, that's a beautiful, I think that is the Ferrari that we saw actually caught up in at the start of the race and going into La Fagna, number 21 machine just losing the back end. And it seems like, I don't know if Steve Bradley's done this on purpose, but I'm seeing the SSRI car in pretty much every single replay at this point. So I don't know whether he's done that on purpose or whether it's just a happy coincidence. Oh, that was the 21 Ferrari losing the back end there. I think is this the same one? I think it might be. So going through Les Combes, that is on the Aston Martin. I think that's the 787 car ahead of them. Loses it on the curb there. Gets it. Oh no! Oh, that is a tank slapper and a half. And then you see him lose it again. You see.
Oh, that's 3 times in one go. That's quite amazing.
Yeah, you think he's caught it, and then he loses it again, and 2 or 3 more times, which is pretty impressive. That's the Simsport car. Lovely move. That is. I say the move's not really done yet, but that's arguably one of the most satisfying moves you can make. I did that in a race once before, and it was the best thing. You feel great when you get it done, because if you can cover them off into La Source as well, which it looks like they do there, it's a properly nice move to get done. Very nice.
But saying that again, it also takes 2 to tango, as some people say, and if the other person doesn't acknowledges that, then it's just the reception for mayhem, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, you've got to have a level of compliance between them as well. This is, I think that is, well, I'm assuming that's Craig Holmes because it's on the screen at the moment. Going into bus stop. Oh, traffic jam. A little bit of a punt procession there, you would say. That's the seniors Bentley going into the back end and then having the Aston Martin going to the back of him as well. This is what's going to happen here. Oh, a bit of touching there. Whoa, goodness me. A little bit of touching. There's at least 2 or 3 taps. You can just see through the tree line down the Kemmel Straight there. I think that is number 237 car that we spoke to. We spoke to Christoph Holzer from earlier. There's a 69 Mercedes coming through Rouge. I think I actually saw this one with my own eyes earlier. I think he loses it through Rouge and exits stage right at the top of the hill, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. Oh no, it's left. Oh, goodness me. That is, it's the worst possible place to lose, isn't it, Brian? Because you're doing what? You're doing what, 130, 140 at that point minimum? To lose it there, there's always going to be a massive amount of damage. There's another one. I don't know how he's lost it there. I think that is Sam Pearce, Steve proudly saying in my ear. Part of the Red Line Zach team racing with hubby Nathan Pearce as well, and of course plenty of others as well in the team. That is, I think, again, I saw this one. I think this has come back to the point where I was commentating at this point, because that is, I think it's Sem Spenkelink losing the car at that point. We're seeing a lot of the same moves, aren't we, Brian? It's a lot of people catching curbs in the wrong way or just going in a bit too hot and overstretching the car. There's a lot of that kind of stuff happening, isn't there?
Yeah, it's through these fast corners, people are trying to maximise the lap times to the bare minimum, and one small mistake, especially through a Rouge, is so costly in damage, repairs, time spent. Parking next to the ballards is also another great move.
Absolutely, you can see here, this is a move for position. This is the Rocket Simsport and SSRI team. Big lunge up the inside, wow. Really cleanly done. It almost looked like the Rocket Simsport team may have just dropped into the pit lane there, just based on how they got out of the way, but really good work. And the compliance of both of them. That's the Pulse Motorsport Lexus sideways. You guys should be drifting through Puon like that. Luckily avoided the wall though, but that's not going to do the tyres any good. They're back again now. You can see, can't really explain what happened there.
That looked a bit funny.
Yeah, very odd indeed. There's that kit. There's that amusingly named, amusingly liveried Mercedes going sideways. Oh, big shunt there. You can see even the rear wings pointing in the wrong way at that point. Less than ideal in the typical British fashion, make it sound a lot less bad than it actually is. Another, coincidence, the SSRI team are back in force again. That's a late move. That is the Team Abbey racing car. I think that's going to potentially be in position. That was Chris Pinchbeck. We're hearing from Steve Proudly. I'm sure Pinchy will love us to mention that at that point and name and shame at that stage. That's the 237 car making it past the 208. And then going up for a Rouge. It's going to be another case of Bentley loses it through a Rouge. I would imagine it will be. Just catches the curb. Looks okay at that point. That McLaren's going way too fast. That's very close. Oh. What's going to happen at the back? What's going to happen when we come out of the trees? Oh, that is spicy. Jeez. That is so close between those two. Somehow that Bentley has managed to hold on to the position. Oh, and then I'm seeing some really, really strange stuff there. Maybe he just got on the power a bit too much. Very odd indeed. Pulse Motorsport car. Is there a move from the inside from the Honda? Is it going to be a bit too little, too late?
Very clean.
Very clean indeed. The question is, Brian, are they going to go side by side through a Rouge? Are they going to put us through that? I know it's a replay, but I still don't want to see two cars going side by side.
I'm not too sure. It looks like the Honda is backing off. No, side by side. Oof.
How on earth? I mean, it looked like the Honda was going to tap the back end of the Pulse Motorsport car, but he didn't. I don't know how he's managed to avoid any incident there. Fair play to those two. That was... Oh, no! Oh, it's close. Why has he stopped?
That's a really...
Reverse, man. Oh, this is horrible. Again, it's a replay. We know it's happened already, but that is terrifying to watch. That is the same Bentley, I think, exiting stage left again. That is the SSRI car looking to get past the Team Abbey racing machine. almost used the Bentley disappearing to his advantage, didn't he? It was quite impressive. Another one, I think that is again the Team Abbey Racing Ferrari getting overtaken. What's going on there? Just a really late move. Luckily, the other Ferrari didn't get taken out as a result. Fortunately, got away with that. We've got Clayton Banney at the moment. I think this car's actually retired now, unfortunately, the Odyssey Racing car, which is a shame. Gets a really good run out of Radion and up onto the Kemmel Straight. Oh, that's scary! Oh my goodness me, that
3 wide.
Closing very, very quickly indeed. Goodness me. If he makes this move as well, that's very impressive. It looks like he has. Fair play that, man. Really good move from Clayton Banney. Didn't hold off at that point, did he? Rocket Simsport car. He's coming out of the bus stop. Oh, goodness me. Not something you'd expect to see. There's another one. Are they going to do the same? That's the seniors car. Just gets out of the way. Oh, there is so. I mean, we've missed. Well, I know you've been on as well, Brian, and you've probably missed out on a bit of this stuff, but we've missed out on quite a few incidents so far, haven't we? Looking at this.
Yeah, it's. I saw some of the incidents earlier, and yeah, pushing it hard will make these accidents occur, and that's just the way of racing.
Absolutely. Goodness me, there's the Honda losing it as well. I mean, that last one was terrifying. It's so close. That quick flip McLaren nearly caught the back end of that Bentley, losing it through there. You've got the number 12 Lexus. A couple of people, you're losing it in Lafagna at the moment. It's getting a little bit too hot into there, maybe getting too late on the brakes, trail braking a bit too much. I've got one of the Bentleys now. That's Dave. That's one of the EGT cars behind as well. We're going to see him exit off to the left, drifting through Pouon. Big drift through there. Just about. I mean, manages to keep it out of the wall and then does a bit of grass cutting for good measure as well. You can see there. Going through Pouon again. That's the seniors car, very close behind one of the Lexuses in the race. Going into Lafagna. Is it going to be a late dive? It's. And we kind of left the door open.
Wow.
I mean, that's a great move. That's really. Reese Wiggin driving, I'm hearing that is from Steve in my ear. Fantastic move from Reese there. The gap was there and he made the most of it, didn't he? That was brilliant stuff.
Saying again, there's some great moves, and okay, some love steps as well. I should just shut up. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Anyone who's playing the 24-hour bingo will have been gifted the commentator's curse at least half a dozen times by you, Brian, at this point. As you see there, that's the EGT car going into the wall, going from Blanchemont. Not the first and the last time we'll see a Bentley go a little bit squiffy through there. This is the 169 Ferrari. I think we saw this, didn't we? Oh, this is where we're going to see.
This is the big impact we saw where the steering was off.
This wasn't long after we jumped in, was it? Where if you look at the cockpit cam, I mean, they're fifth now, or they're fifth at this point. Where are they now? Just trying to find them on pit wall live. There's the camera. 19th at the moment, so that's what that's done to their race. Really put them out of the running, which is a really big shame.
I think they rejoined as 16th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is the one that I think you spotted earlier. There's the nudge on Jamie Buchanan, and then it just gets a bit too hot and heavy on the throttle.
Rejoining really bad.
Luckily, that's almost. I mean, it's an interesting way for that other Aston Martin to get through the second apex of the bus stop, but not the most efficient way of doing it.
No, but it's one of these things in the heat of the moment. You just wanna continue racing, and if you don't get the feedback from the pit wall from the team, you don't know where the next cars are, and then
yeah, absolutely. You see Ross McGregor there. That we saw that earlier, losing the back end through Blanchemont. Jamie's apologising for the rejoin. Don't worry about it, Jamie. Look, if the stewards aren't going to say anything, we're not going to say anything either. You are safe. Well, from me at least, you're safe anyway. Brian, you may think differently, but I'll leave that up to you.
I don't want to comment. I don't want to make it worse.
Exactly. Oh, this is the Bentley we saw that took an eternity to rejoin. I'm not entirely sure. I'm still not entirely sure why. If any of you are driving for I think it's a 61 Bentley, if you can explain what happens here, I'm very keen to understand. I'll keep an eye on the chat in case anyone's watching and wants to explain that to me. Because yeah, he just seems to almost. He looks like he's Bay parking the car at that point. Lexus, we've seen this happen a few times for this exact car. Too deep. Well, we saw this one as well, going too hot and heavy into No Name. Again, loses the back end of the car there, and that brings us back to the pitch black darkness of the live action. And on board, or sorry, on camera shot, is the E-Seniors car, who we saw a little bit in that montage of Mark Neutling's. Very big thank you to Steve Proudly for putting that together, whilst he's been doing all of the other broadcasting as well. I'm sure there's a trick to it, but I'm going to leave it as if he spent a load of time with his extra 17 hands that I'm sure he has, and has made that video, rather than it's something he had kicking over in the background anyway. I think that's much better that way. But anyway, Brian, I think that ticks us over to 11 o'clock, buddy. So I think at this point, we are all finished. Any final words from yourself before we hand over to our next guest?
I'm not going to say anything positive about the driving styles. That's over and done with. But now, to be honest, it's been a great race. Incidents that just they will occur, but still some, as we just saw in the awesome replay. Great overtakes, people aware of each other, not just closing the door regardless, you know. So just goes to show that I still believe, even though I've been proved wrong several times, I'm still saying it, that the amount of great drivers on this circuit is just amazing. So I'm really looking forward to being on the stream again tomorrow and ending the race and just following it to the end, to be honest.
I'm very envious of you. If I didn't have other plans, I would have loved to have come back again, but unfortunately that is my job here, all well and done. Before I disappear, the last couple of words, like I say, I'll echo your sentiments, Brian, to be fair. It's been some brilliant racing. We'll go into the night now. Of course, 1 hour left of commentary, and then we'll leave you in the very capable hands of Steve Proudly to continue bringing the cameras overnight until 6 a.m, where I believe it is Jesse Dodd who will come back, and he will manage the stream for 4 hours after that, and then it will be yourself, Brian, with Adam Bent and Jesse to finish off the final few hours. So yeah, really looking forward to that. But yeah, the racing's been brilliant. We'll continue to get some brilliant racing in tonight, I have no doubt. And let's also remember, and this is the last time I'll mention it, but it won't be the last time this comes up, that of course we are racing for a brilliant charity, which is the Racing Against Cancer charity. I believe, although I haven't seen a full total in the last couple of minutes, but I believe we are either very close or have already broken the €12,000 total. Last we heard it was at 11,894, if my memory serves me correctly, and you can see confirmation on your screen there. I'm 99% sure it's either very close to or it's tipped over the 12,000 mark, which is unbelievable stuff. And thank you to all of you who have donated so far. Thank you in advance to those of you who donate in the future. But anyway, I will let myself and Brian disappear. Thank you very much for joining us for the last few hours. I'm pleased to announce that joining us in the punch box and taking over from myself and Brian for the final hour of this evening is Ewan O'Leary and Dave Hedges. Chaps, welcome in. Thank you for coming on so late in the evening and taking over to finish things off tonight.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having us. It's been great, and it's been great listening to you guys for the last few hours as well. We thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope everybody at home has as well. So yeah, we're almost 12 hours in, and we've got a couple more hours of the darkness in terms of commentary, and then obviously that little bit of a break, as you mentioned there. But thanks David, thanks to Brian as well. We'll see Brian tomorrow, and thanks to David for his contribution throughout the 12 hours that we've had so far. But we're nearly halfway through this race, and it's only just dawning on me really, after having seen those highlights, quite how much has happened so far. There's been quite a lot going on, to be honest, and it's difficult to condense into a small highlight package, but we've seen pretty much everything that's been happening over the last 12 hours in that little package there, and it was good to see, certainly. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Dave Hedges for the last couple of hours here tonight until 1 a.m. when the radio will go silent for a little bit. But yeah, Dave, it's been a good race so far, as the other guys have been saying, and that highlights package has been saying as well. I can't quite believe we're halfway through the race, to be honest, but we are, and a lot's been happening, and I'm sure a lot will be happening over the next 12 hours as well, the last 12 hours.
Yeah, for sure, and yeah, the guys have got a good 6.5 hours probably until the sun comes up. So you know, battling the sleep deprivation through the night, it's very difficult to keep concentration. You know, when it's this dark. The Spa circuit is, you know, only lit around the pit lane, and you know, as soon as you get really tired, your concentration wanes, and you know, I think we'll see, you know, a few incidents through the night. To be fair.
Yes, it's entirely possible. Let's hope we do limit them though, because we do want to see all of the guys get to the end. I know that's not going to happen because we already have had a few retirements, possibly 4 to my count, but I could be wrong. Somewhere around there though that we've had in terms of retirements, and one big name as well of retirement, the Rocket Simsport car leaving the race is a shame to see. Having run so well early on. It has unfortunately had to retire, but either way. Looking at the number 720 at the moment, 16th position, and gain 16 at the moment. That's the biggest gain that we've had of any of the cars in the race so far. A good effort from these guys so far, David. I must say I am a fan of the McLaren, and I think it is the highest McLaren as well. So biggest mover and highest McLaren all in one go for these guys. It's been a good 12 hours for them.
Yeah, they think, you know, it's a very good effort to be that consistent, to gain that many places. And the McLaren's a very tricky car to drive around Spa. It's certainly not been historically the fastest car around here, and you really have to push it to get the most out of it. But you know, Robbie Stapleford has been racing in it for the last couple of seasons in our GT3 league, and he's, you know, proven that it is very capable.
It certainly is. As you can see, where's the next McLaren? Just out of interest, where they are. There doesn't seem to be too many of them around. But in 28th position, we've got the number 14 car as well. That's IDC Racing, who are in 28th. So yeah, they've got a healthy lead, if you want to call it that, in terms of the McLarens at the moment. The car we're on board with, Tish van Versveld, currently driving that car, making his way out and towards Blanchimont at the moment. Just have a little look at P3 as well, because we've got the fastest lap of the race going on. That's quite impressive actually, considering we're so deep into this one at this point, but still setting the fastest times of the race at all throughout the entirety of the event. So you'd think they'd be starting to slow down at this point, but no, speeding up for these guys in the 3-2-1 and trying to chase down those 2 leaders who've been untouchable so far, but maybe this is the car to be able to do it.
Yeah, obviously I was in a stint around the car 3-2-1, and as the temperature started to drop, it seemed to just generate extra speed. Chris Vickers did a great job to close me down, probably about 7 or 8 seconds towards the back end of my stints, and yeah, I think the cold temperatures do seem to be suiting it. Obviously Regan's been putting in some really good times and been very consistent. I think, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think also coming towards the 12-hour mark, there'll be guys and girls, thinking about changing their brakes as well. So, we might see some difference in lap times when the cars get those new brakes on board. So we're just keep an eye on it. But it's an excellent lap from Nipples there.
It is indeed, and we did see briefly saw a gap between himself and the 22 car of Regan Mitchell just up in front, but it's just disappeared from our screens just for the moment, because that's the way the timing works, but it will be reappearing in a few moments' time. It's about 30 seconds, it seems, just over 30 seconds, so half a minute for them to catch up. Either way, since we are just over half distance, I think I will have a brief rundown of the top 10 here, because we haven't spoken about that so far. So Sean Arnold is the driver in at the moment, leading this race in the 1-2-7 Aston Martin, qualified and started on the 3rd place in the field. and has got up to first over the first 12 hours, ahead of this car driven by Regan Mitchell at the moment, the 22, which was second off the start and is now in second as well. We've just spoken about the 3-2-1, just set the fastest lap of the race. They're in third position at the moment. Then we've got Chris Johansson in fourth, the first of the Lexuses for the number 42 car. And then it's the 62, another one of the Ferraris, rounding out your top five, and then another Lexus in sixth position, Dennis Kroll driving that car. Then we have a Bentley, the number 514 is David Balanga, who is in that position there, seventh place. A couple of Aston Martins next, Mike van der Hoek heading Partes in the 267. He's in, and that rounds out your top 10, I believe. I might have missed a car. I think I did. But anyway, that's roughly what the top 10 looks like after 12 hours of racing. But there's plenty of scope for that to change. And indeed, it's a testament to this race, really, that we've still got some battles going on up and down the order, really. We've got that one for 12th place, which is just separated by 2 seconds at the moment, and that is pretty impressive, to be honest, considering the amount of racing we've had so far. To still have battles for any of these positions, never mind some of the top ones, is a testament to how this race has been going, really.
Yeah, so there's a lot of good, obviously, I think from 7th to 10th they're all on the same lap, 10th to 11th to 15th as well. There's some very tight battles that are presenting themselves. I think obviously if the 3-2-1 can get up alongside the 22, if they can get that 30 seconds back, which is quite, it can be quite easy if there's a drive-through coming, then it will just open up the podium places again.
Yeah, it certainly should do. I just want to go back to the point you made about brakes a couple of minutes ago, about these guys having to change them. Of course, that is a thing that has to be done on ACC, and I'm very glad about it, I must admit. What is the best idea as we get another, well, I don't know if that's another fastest lap, but certainly a recent fastest lap for the 3-2-1. But in terms of brakes, is it the best idea? Because obviously in Sim you do kind of see, in terms of aware, how they're going off, and it's a little bit, I would say maybe a tad bit more predictable than real life, but you still got to kind of strategize your way around it. So is it the best idea to, as soon as it ticks over 12 hours, just get them straight away and then put a new set of brakes on, because that will kind of spread the efficiency of the brakes across, and you keep better brakes for more of the race? Or is it a good idea to let them go complete until you can barely use them anymore? Are these guys going to be reaching that level, or is it just get to 12 hours and then change them?
The safest way is to probably do a 50-50. I think we were seeing some wear around 11 hours or about 70%. So I think you could probably get 15 hours out of those brakes without seeing any real massive drops in performance. But they do tend to go off the cliff, and when they fail big time.
7 for the 751 car there, Positive Perception Racing, just having a dive down the inside of the Ferrari into Los Osos. It didn't quite work out, but second time is the charm on this occasion by the looks of things, and getting through on the 169 car. I believe we saw in that highlights package a little bit earlier on the RNE ACC car. That was the one that smashed into the wall at Eau Rouge, and I can't lie, I've never seen so much suspension damage on a car ever. He was really winching the reel around a good more than 90 degrees to try and get the car to go straight. It was quite phenomenal. It's lost them a lot of time, dropping to the 20th position. It just shows how quickly things can change at Spa, particularly at Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Your race can fall apart very, very quickly indeed. So it just serves as a reminder to everybody else, I guess, that they're going to have to be careful here. But there was a lot of damage on that 169 earlier on in this race. There's no doubt about that.
There was, yeah, and we have to be thankful that although ACC isn't like iRacing, where wheels fall off and bits and pieces fall off when you hit walls, at least the guys can get back to the pits and carry on with their race. It's for fun, and it is for charity. So we want to make sure that these guys get a full race.
And speaking of Eau Rouge and Raidillon, we've just seen the car, the Aston Martin of car 53 hitting the wall. This is the last running car in the race, 41 cars running, and they are 41st, I'm afraid. Looks like they've hit the wall coming out of Raidillon or up Eau Rouge, or both. Yeah, that's a long trundle back to the pit lane for them, and they're going to be set back a little bit by that one, but still not going to be. It doesn't matter too much because, as you mentioned, it is for charity. It's about getting to the end of the race, and that's the aim for quite a lot of these teams, really. I know there's a few competitive ones up the front of the field who are really going to be disappointed if they don't win, but there are a few guys who want to just get to the end. This team has to be one of them, and let's see what happened to them coming up Eau Rouge and Radion. Let's see what happens here on this replay. No cars around them by the looks of things, unless there's something going on behind us, but just doesn't get turned into the Eau Rouge park completely, and in trying to obey the track limits, I think has just overdone it there. Not the heaviest hit on the wall, thankfully, but still does enough damage, and good avoidance as well from those behind not to get involved.
Yeah, there's a nasty little bump actually on just at Radion there, and if you get it wrong, and it launches you over the curb, and you've got no chance. You know, your rear end's coming round, no matter what you do, and you know, so quick there. Any unsettling of the car is a death sentence.
We just saw the sparks from the 99 car we were just coming through Eau Rouge there, and yeah, it's a pretty big bump. I believe actually. This is a bit of an unrelated note, but I think it's relevant. I just see earlier on today on social media there was some reprofiling of Eau Rouge and Radion going on. I know that house was knocked down. Well, I don't quite know what it's called, but there's a house, or there was, up towards Radion, and they were knocking it down to make space for extra runoff. And I think the very first early pictures of the work going on there have been released earlier today. But yeah, there we are.
It's called the Chalet, I believe it was.
Yeah, there we are.
Chalet. It was actually a bar. I believe it was either the only cash bar or the only place you could actually buy things from on the circuit. But obviously, it's the only cash bar. So I think they've taken the decision, especially over the last 2 or 3 years with the incidents that have been happening at that corner, that they needed just to give a bit more runoff, so you don't have the chance of cars coming back on track if they hit the wall, which is obviously where we've seen the likes of Hubert losing his life because of massive incidents at that corner. It made sense to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. On that front, I don't think I've ever been so on the fence about something, to be honest, because it's been it's an iconic corner. You don't want to ruin that, but also you don't want to see the accidents that we did see 2 years ago. We've seen some pretty horrific ones this year, to be honest. If you look back to the Spa 24 hours in August or September, there was a 4-car pile-up early on in the race. It did kind of dilute that race a little bit, because I reckon all 4 of those cars might have been up towards the front, towards the end. So that was a shame, and also see drivers getting injuries. Obviously, you don't want to see that either. So. But also you want to keep the character of the corner, so they've got a very fine line to walk across with that one, but I'm sure that it will remain a challenging corner, because even in isolation it is, and I'm sure we'll continue to enjoy Spa for many years to come despite that. Let's have a look at a replay of car 452 here, one of the McLarens, one of the very few McLarens, and let's see what happens here. We're coming up to Stavolo at the moment, and just loses it on the rear. Didn't look to be on the brakes, that one, just a bit too hot on the entry to the corner.
Yeah, I think if they haven't got their tyre pressure set well for these temperatures, then you can easily lose the rear end. They just lose pressure, lose temperature, and it becomes very difficult to stay on track, especially on the quicker corners.
And then battles still going on up and down the order, and we've been watching over the last few moments Benjamin McConnell trying to chase down Simon Wilkes just up in front. This is Aston Martin versus Ferrari, and this is the battle for 19th position at the moment. And the 18th place car, the 71 Ferrari, is not too far up in front either, so there's plenty of positions for this 169 to be able to get in the next few moments, because it was running top 5 not a few hours ago, but now well outside of that now, and struggling to stay inside the top 20 as it was a few months ago. We did see this was the move that was done into Eau Rouge, by the way, with Simon Wilkes. He dived down the inside of La Source, didn't work, came back through Eau Rouge, and it did work, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to hold on for too much longer, given the pressure that's being applied to him right now. Even going to go a little bit defensive into the bus stop and into the pit lane together. Goodness me, we're about to see a battle here because they're coming down pit lane right together, and with the maximum 65-minute driving time in terms of one singular stint, you can imagine these pit stop times are going to be very similar indeed. They're absolutely nose to tail, and you'd imagine they're going to leave the pits like this in this order or the other way round.
Yeah, it's really tricky as well. If you don't get your pit box right, then your mechanics have to move your car back, and it can cost you 3, 4, 5 seconds in the pits. So you've got to really button on the stop and get away quickly. You know, there's been positions changing in very close positions like this. I think our team with the 3-2-1 managed to pass the car in the pits literally because of them having an issue with their car being rolled back. So let's see how it goes. I mean, you'll be able to see probably the car move if they don't stop on the nose.
Yeah, let's see if they get it right, and of course they can't drive through each other here, so they do have to be a bit careful of that. We've seen some problems with that over the years. See, into the 937 has come in not too long ago as well, but I thought they were going to get near to the Honda there, but they're not going to. It's going to be just these two battling it out between themselves, and it seems to be that, well, I don't know this for sure, Dave, but pretty much a full tank of fuel and a new set of tyres almost every time. There's not much variation at this stage.
No, pretty much, and it takes 30 seconds to change a set of tyres, and to put in the full amount of fuel that you need. Around 110 litres roughly for a stint. It takes less time. I mean, certainly the car 169 have not changed their brakes there. That was just a 30-second stop, and as you can see, he's left Simon in the pit box.
Yeah, absolutely left him there. Thought they were going to lead absolutely nose to tail, and it nearly has happened, but it's the opposite way around. The Ferrari goes out in front of this precarious pit exit that we have here at Spa, especially when you're pushing the limits. But there we have it, changing position, and it's 19th position changes around, it looks like. Well, it's going to be 20th now because they've dropped down a place to the 11 Lexus, but either way, we've got Ash Coupland now into that car. Sam Wilkes getting out of that one. Would that maybe change the pit stop time ever so slightly, a driver change, or should they be able to fit that into a normal pit stop?
Yeah, it takes 30 seconds when you do a driver swap anyway. If you don't start the car quickly enough, then or if you try and start it quickly. Okay, so we did have three seconds difference there, which obviously is actually pretty much where they are now. And obviously McConnell coming out of the pits did see that he went across the grass as well, which is a bit precarious. He just did so well to get out of the pits that quickly. But you can lose that 3 seconds just by having auto start on your car and the game turning it off because you started too early. So you have to be very careful.
You certainly do. We were speaking to Ash a little bit earlier on, by the way. We had a quick interview with him from the 751 team, but now he's back to the day job and back driving for that team at the moment. Just a word as well, by the way, as we watch the car in 11th position here, trying to chase down a top 10 here. Actually, 13 seconds separating E-Seniors Racing from the top 10 at the moment. Very possible for them to get there. Just a word on other things while this race is going on. Currently, Simsport Racing International, we're on 978 subscribers. So if we get to 1,000 while this race is going on, then that'd be great. While also raising money for charity, all within the same 24 hours, then that'd be magnificent. So hopefully we can do that. As we've seen there, the latest total, or the most recent update, we've had nearly 12,000 euros, but we've had rumours that we might be about to tick over there, so we're certainly getting close, and it's been going well so far, and we're only halfway through, so yes, hopefully we can continue with the way that we're going so far. It's a very good total, a very good amount of money to be raising at this stage. So
yeah, the teams have done awesome. Within, well, actually, hit the wall there. You've seen as that's the sort of concentration loss that I was talking about earlier. And it's very difficult. Some of these corners, the margins are so tight that if you go wrong, you're in the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Through No Name there, that was. Although it has been given a few names recently, so that no-name business is becoming less accurate, as the 107 is now going slowly on the Kemmel Straight. I don't think they're coming out the pit lane. I think they're recovering from a problem at you-know-where. So let's see about that one. Doesn't look to be any visual damage on that car, but either way, still on their way. As we look at the 39th placed car, this is a battle for one of those lower down positions at the moment. The 19 car trying to chase down the 380 up in front, one of the Bentleys. So still plenty going on, but it does look like Eau Rouge and Radion claiming a few victims. It's certainly not getting easier in the dark.
No, doesn't it look awesome though? There, the tailpipe, red from heat. That the cars look at. This sim is by far the best looking out there. It's fantastic, and the updates that they've brought recently. We had a few problems this week with various things, and they've did a great job to get this sim back up and running in one day effectively,
Okay, that Bentley we saw was only just leaving the pit lane, thankfully, so no problems for them in the end, but it's easily mistaken, those two events. This gap is really rocketing down at the moment. Mihaly Jodi is really turning on the pace at the moment, and you can see those tailpipes once again producing the flames coming into the bus stop, but this pass doesn't look like it's going to take very long at all, because the pace at which this 19 car has bared down on the Bentley here, it's quite phenomenal, and I'd be surprised if he makes it a few corners behind. And there we go, straight down the inside at last doors. 38th position is going to be his, and I can't say that's too surprising at all.
Well, that was close.
Very close. Into the campus chicane, one of the Mercedes, Robin Reuter, who's trying to chase down the 14 McLaren up in front and nearly getting involved with everybody else.
Yes, it's not the easiest place to be meeting back markers. That sequence of corners, and the guys and girls they find it very difficult to let past, and going on the grass there as well, just trying to get past the back marker. It's not ideal at all.
The McLaren is actually for position there, the 14 car. Don't think it's still on our inside as we're on board with Reuter at the moment, but through he goes. 31st position is now his. And so that's a good pass from him, and good from everybody really to make sure that there wasn't a colossal accident there, to be honest, because it could have easily been, and you can see that gap already opening up quite dramatically to the 14 by the looks of things. Not sure quite where they've gone, if they're going to go in the pit lane, or if they've just lost a deal of time. Like.
There was a lot of cars around them as well. If that had resulted in a spin, then they could have collected probably 2 or 3 cars. In the dark, it's not easy to see a car sideways, especially if you hit the front end hard. The lights do tend to fail.
Obviously, very important at this time of night. I did notice a little bit earlier on, by the way, that the sun was setting quite late. Obviously, we're in late November at this stage, so especially in the northern hemisphere at the moment, well, exclusively in the northern hemisphere, it's getting dark very early. But that's not been the case in Sim here. I'm not entirely sure what date the session has been set to. However, I can't imagine that when we come back to commentary at 6 AM that it's going to be dark anymore, even though it will be outside for us if we're in Europe at the moment. I think it might well be light by that point, so not an outrageous amount of darkness for these guys to be driving through, which is thankful for this time of year. I bet they'll be pretty glad about that, because these are tough hours.
Yeah, ACC, it's set for, we don't have control over what time of the year it is. It's set for midsummer, so it depends on where. We've got an incident here with car 14. Looks like he's getting chased there by, is that a Mercedes there?
Yeah, we were on board with this Mercedes. Whoa. Oh dear. Well,
that's what happened. with the guy on the grass.
We were entirely oblivious there. We noted the oh my life as well. Somebody was avoiding there, and the problem you were referring to a couple of moments ago there was writ large for us. Really, the lack of lighting really makes you see things quite late. So I'd like to know which car that was that made pretty heavy contact with the barriers on the left-hand side, but he had absolutely nothing to do with that, but got very involved. It just shows all of a sudden how things can certainly change, and thankfully everybody avoided the 14 because that was a very, very high-speed section of the racetrack, but I don't know how much Robin Reuter really knew about that because we certainly didn't riding on board with him.
No, you've got to be very careful when you've got cars around you as well, and that just proved the point that you've got to be 100% certain of what you're doing in terms of cars around you, especially when there was 3 wide there, back marker and racing. Not the easiest thing to do in the dark, but they've all got the same issue.
Yes, they have, rather. This is the battle for the highest position that we have in the race so far. 6th position at the moment. That is the 208 208 Aston Martin, excuse me, and the 33 Lexus, which is just following on from behind. Dennis Kroll, who we're focusing in on right now, and this is going to be a very, very exciting battle indeed. Both of these guys just over 4 laps down at this stage in the race, on the leader that is, but certainly involved in their own fights right now, which is the beauty of it, of course. So going through Blanchemont right now, traffic around as well, but nothing doing here, far too far back into the bus stop chicane, and indeed the 514 is not too far behind either, just under 10 seconds from this battling duo, so plenty of stuff to be watching in and around the top 10, including this.
Yeah, 11 hours, 36 minutes to go until the checkered flag, and there's still a lot of racing to be going on, and there's still lots can happen. As we've seen already, there's a small lack of concentration, an incident with another car, and you're in the wall, and those people up the front, the top 6, could quite easily come back to these people in the bottom half of the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. The gaps in the top 3, by the way, are slightly closing as well, but we'll just stay with this up until Les Coms to see if anything happens, but it looks like there's a few more car lengths there than there ideally would be if there's going to be a move here, and that's far too far back obviously for Dennis Kroll, especially at this stage, and so they are going to follow each other around. For the moment, with the leading gap is at 1 lap and 57 seconds, so that is quite fairly hefty as we got the 16 car off the Mercedes we were focusing on not so long ago, oblivious to some of the incidents happening to the 14 behind, and it looks like that Mercedes may well have lost 2 positions through one particular off at Blanchemont, although there are no small offs at Blanchemont to be fair, so it looks like they've taken some damage and into the pit lane. I just wonder if we're going to see a replay and we're going to see that car catching the curb on the inside line and spinning either right or left, because we've lost count of how many times we've seen that so far today. This is earlier. The 69 car getting involved. Oh my goodness me, 3 car incident, and the 16 was most certainly involved in that. Oh dear.
Oh, it's not ideal, is it? At least if you're going to go off at Blanchemont and only take yourself out, you've not got far to go to get back to the pits. But that's unfortunate when you have an off with another car. There's nothing they could do there.
You saw the shot straight away and you thought this is dangerous because there's a big pack coming up here, and unfortunately it was the leading car that actually came unstuck there. So it was not good to see.
Incident involving car 514 and car 91, ignoring blue flags, no further action.
Got a fight still here for position, 6th position. We've got and Martins and Kroll battling out still, less than half a second away.
Trying to listen to race control all at the same time as well. Here's penalties and warnings and so on and so forth being dished out to try and keep everybody under control, but this Lexus still trying to apply the pressure at the moment. Dennis Kroll just looking for a way through, but not really finding one as things stand, and they were getting closed on by the 5:14. Bentley just behind, but they've lost about 4 seconds on the last lap. 13 seconds behind now. So this battle for 6 looks like it is just going to be between the two of them, and no traffic really for him to help to help Dennis Kroll out here. I think obviously when you are driving, you do wish for a bit of clear track space as the sparks fly just behind. But in a situation like this, where you're just at an agonising distance, not quite close enough to get through, but also you can kind of almost smell the position up in front, you do kind of long for a bit of traffic just to break things up a little bit and maybe give you an opportunity.
Yeah, it's sometimes, especially in the night time, it's sometimes a bit easier to follow another car. Obviously, you can spot braking points a bit easier. And you know, if the guy in 7th, Dennis Kroll, hasn't quite got the pace, sometimes it's better to just hold up, watching brief and see if we can capitalise on the mistake.
It's got to always a bit of a twitch there from Martins, just getting the camper chicane a little bit wrong. Not quite keeping it tight to the right hand side like that would be ideal there to open yourself up for the next left-hander. Into Stavolo they go on the curveball throw, which is very, very important indeed. Saw last lap both of these boys all over the place really coming out of here. They were both off the road but keeping well within the limits this time around. Dennis Kroll in the slipstream nicely, but his strong point seems to be the middle sector where there isn't much, there aren't really places for him to go in terms of making a move, but by the time we get through Radion, for example, the Aston Martin's absolutely gone, so it's making it very, very difficult for this car to actually get through.
Yeah, the Aston actually is not the fastest on the straight, which is unusual. It's possible that the Lexus may be carrying a little bit of damage, and maybe just making it a little bit slower. Especially when you're trying to follow a Lexus, it's very difficult to keep up. But the Aston there is just getting really good drive out of Lake Holm, which on this long straight you really need the best exit out of turn 1, and we're just seeing here that they're just in the draft, and it's running a little bit wide.
These shots are absolutely wonderful on board with this Lexus, and it really helps us to understand quite where the gains and losses are being made, because as you mentioned, through La Source we saw there, the Aston Martin fantastic traction, so I guess it doesn't really, unless you are chronically slow in a straight line, it doesn't really matter how bad your straight line speed is coming down the Kemmel Straight. If your exit off of La Source is good, and you've got a good run through Eau Rouge and Radion, which is often down to the driver, but you see straight away we're barely meters into the middle sector, and Kroll is right on the back of that red Aston Martin already, so he's just quick in the wrong places at the moment, is Kroll, and struggling to make that work, but he is the closest he ever has been. But look what corner's coming up next. Pouon, who's going to dive down the inside through here? Absolutely nobody with 11.5 hours to go, so the frustration continues for him.
Yeah, it looks like he's just sort of trying to search ways to get him offline to make that mistake, which Martin's looked like he might be falling for it, to be honest.
A few moments ago he certainly was making a couple of mistakes, a couple of defences as well from Mark Martins, but not anything that Kroll could do with really, or not. Couldn't do anything with it, is what I meant to say. As we look back now from the DC Sim Racing Aston Martin at the Lexus, nothing. Yeah, you see the gap's just opening up again through Blanchimont, a little bit wide, just missing the apex, but keeps within the limits quite nicely. And you can see on the track map now that finally for Kroll there is going to be a little bit of traffic over the next couple of laps. It's not quite like a multi-class race where you'll close on the cars in front very quickly. It just happened slowly over a number of laps, but you can see a gaggle of 3 just up in front. You can maybe just see the rear tail lights of the first of those, and now maybe there'll be an opportunity here, because the 3 cars in front will throw an element of unpredictability into the equation that they previously haven't had.
Yeah, I'm just seeing Kroll's very good on the brakes in comparison to Martin's. He looks a bit closer this time, so coming up into Lake Holm, the end of the straight, it's I think he might have a good opportunity to try and get a dive up the inside.
It's a nice run, a very nice run from Kroll, and now he's got the opportunity, forces Martins to defend properly for the first time, and the Lexus is still going to go down the inside with his nose down there, given the room nicely by the Aston Martin. Good driving from the two of them, but Kroll returns the favour, giving the Aston Martin space in the second part. A nice racing between the two of them, but Dennis Kroll is through in the end. Through Lecombe is a good battle, not quite giving up yet. Martins doesn't want to cede the position just for the moment, but he's going to have to. Dennis Kroll does look a little bit quicker. Martins has to fall in behind, but very respectful racing between the two of them. A lovely battle.
Yeah, awesome. That's the sort of racing you want to see from people. You know, very respectful, you know, very close racing. You know, no need for rubbing. You know, respect given, no quarter given.
And no F1 running everyone else off the road either, which is nice. But that's opening a can of worms we don't really need to at 20 to midnight, so I'll leave that one. The battle for P13 is also going on. I did tell you it was kind of all happening, and there's battles going on up and down, and we weren't lying, because this 720 is making moves. This is the biggest mover and shaker so far, 18 positions now after starting 32nd. I believe it is still the biggest mover upwards. I'd be surprised if it isn't at this stage, and looking to make that 19. An impressive drive made even more impressive, and Van Verseveld has been doing a lot of it in the stint by himself here, so this has been a great effort, and P13 is very much on the horizon.
Yeah, I bet they wish they'd qualified better, because they could be quite up there. But you know, excellent effort to get 18 places, in fact almost 19. So it looks like he's going to be going side by side into Radion.
Looks like it, and just backing out of it rather sensibly. You've got one of the faster Ferraris coming through, or trying to come through, all at the same time as well. That could well be the third place car, actually, 3-2-1, but I can't quite identify it in the dark. It's certainly a Ferrari getting through, and it might have been. It's hard to see, but either way, not able to get through, and it is indeed the car with the fastest lap in the race, and currently holding a podium position, just running off the road ever so slightly there. Things getting a little bit touch and go, but there we are. It looks like they're all going to get through, and Aston Martin probably getting out the way there on the entry to Bruxelles, and down into the right-hander they go.
They got the leaders behind them as well, and in Wild Things wannabes, so they're going to be needing to let them by soon as well.
Absolutely. So the 3-2-1 about to go 2 laps down. I said that the gaps at the front of the field were compressing. Well, they were, but recently Sean Arnold has turned the pace on, and last lap around alone he gained 1.2 seconds on Nipples last time by. So we're about to be 2 laps down. I know that it doesn't really mean much, because we don't have safety cars punching up the field or anything like that, like we would in the Spa 24 hours that we had a few months ago, but it's still psychological. Being 2 laps down does seem like a lot more than one in your brain, and so it will be a little bit of a blow to them, but they've just got to keep their heads down at this point, really, in that Ferrari.
Yeah, I think you know what, there's the Ferrari's racing out car, the number 22, so they'll be concentrating on that and concentrating on keeping it on the road. I think after probably about 3 or 4 hours, the writing was on the wall that the Wild Things wannabes were obviously quicker over the laps, and maybe they can bring that back in when Sean's not in the car.
It's the 937 Honda coming up towards Blanchimont, and place your bets as to what's going to happen here. Oh, it's a lap car getting in the way and trying to get out of the way. All in one go. Oh dear, and the bumps on the outside are not nice. Into the wall, I'm afraid, and spearing back across the circuit at this point as well. I don't think the driver really with much control over the car when it's in that kind of state, so spearing back across the road, and thankfully not collected by anybody else, but that was a very scary moment for everybody. 720 tries to make this move on the 88, but Van Verseveld is going to have to wait a few moments once again, because towards Lecombe this is not close enough by any means. But just taking a look at that track map up in the top right, there's a nice bit of clear track for them to be playing with right now, so it's going to be a straight fight between the two, and Van Verseveld is looking pretty strong and looking like he's going to make the move sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I've just been watching Sean Arnold, and Nichols in the 3-2-1's actually pulled a little bit of a gap on him, so maybe his tyres are starting to struggle a little bit, and he's getting ready to pit, or his brakes. But yeah, he's certainly pulled out a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, that's just. Let's have a look at the lap times last time around, shall we? To get some. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter too much, does it? Because they were coming through lap traffic, and that does change things a little bit, possibly unfairly. But yeah, the gap is holding at the very least. To maybe even extending. But as I mentioned, it's purely psychological. That lappery, but it doesn't really matter in terms of changing the outcome, changing the face of this race, because we do know that looking at the moment, the 1:27 is the car to beat. I guess if you were to count it in seconds, it's probably nearly 3.5 minutes in the lead after just over 12 hours. Obviously that's a lap and a minute just over. So yeah, that's getting fairly hefty, I think it's fair to say. This McLaren still applying the pressure right now.
I think he's. I think Sean and the Wild Things Wanna Bees are probably nearly 4.5 minutes ahead, coming up to 2 laps, complete laps. So yeah, there's going to need to be some catastrophic issues for the 127. But yeah, we've already seen drive-throughs for the Simsport Racing International team, and also the Rocket Simsport team as well earlier on. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility, and it's another stop go if they accidentally speed in the pits. That could also quickly swallow up that 2 laps.
Exactly. If you would have predicted at the start of the race that the pole sitters Rocket Simsport wouldn't even be in the picture anymore at this stage in the race, then it would have been quite a shock, really. So yeah, certainly you do have to be careful still, and this race is not won by any stretch of the imagination. As the 187 is into the pit lane, it's going to allow these two to gain a little bit on that car, but nothing race changing once again with that one. So they're going to continue to follow each other through in this battle for 13th. A little bit of a poor line there from Washington, and a small opening there for Van Verseveld, but straight between the Lecom and also Bruxelles as well is not quite long enough for you to be able to do that. So not able to get through just yet, but biding his time for the moment. And I have to say, I'm really enjoying these onboard shots at night. The offboard ones aren't much use to us sometimes because it's so difficult to see, but the onboard ones are absolutely wonderful, and it gives us a great idea as to what these guys are going through.
Yeah, it just really does show how difficult it is to drive at night in these cars. Some of the tracks are quite well lit, whereas Spa being in the mountains, yeah, I'm sure there's light rules and stuff like that, so they can't have massive street lights that we see in the night races in the F1 at the moment. But yeah, it just makes it for excellent racing. But yeah, like you say, trackside cameras, and even in the real world when we watch the Spa 24-hour, it's not the greatest.
No, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it is a little bit difficult to see on occasion, but obviously both have their place, and certainly off-board cameras in the daytime can give us a great view of the action as well. But yeah, it's an opening here quite possibly, but not able to just for the moment. But as you mentioned, yeah, not very well lit at all. This is going to be the best lit section of the track of all, and you can see even here it's not great. It's certainly not kind of stadium-like, I guess you could say, yeah, it kind of it's a bit weird to say this, but it's a stark contrast to the Daytona 24 hours, which is only 2 months away. It doesn't feel like long enough, really, because it barely feels like we finished this season in terms of racing in the real world, and we're about to start the next one. But either way, that circuit very, very well lit. It's the kind of circuit you're referring to. Obviously, the F1 races, which are all at night these days for some reason, as well, very well lit circuits. But this is absolutely nothing like that. It's a totally different challenge. But as you mentioned, and I do actually agree with what you said a little bit earlier about following another car at night, it's actually a little bit easier. But as long as they know what they're doing, that's the only problem. You've got to trust someone else to know what they're doing if you are going to follow. But it certainly is easier to have others around you. But as we've seen in the past, gaggles can create free car incidents, as we saw a few months ago coming out of Blanchimont. It's a huge accident, so you want to avoid that at the same time.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be following a car that's maybe 1 or 2 seconds slower than you, because you're just going to be braking at different points. It's going to be very difficult, but obviously it looks like there's a bit of a mistake there, and he's getting past, finally.
Well, finally, the probing has paid off. Patrick Ruscana has just made a small mistake, and through he goes. Van Versveld was not going to need a second invitation there to go through into 13th position. And there you have it, the pass is done. It took a mistake through No Name Corner, and there you have it. Not the most important of the corners on the circuit, but there is a decent straight afterwards and a good exit through there will set you up nicely. Doesn't look like that Aston Martin handling quite as well as maybe he would have liked, because certainly running a little bit wider than he wanted through a couple of those corners at campus as well. As we go back to Sean Arnold, who's now got 2 laps on everybody apart from the number 22 car in second. A 3.5 minute lead and 2 laps over the 3-2-1 as well.
Yeah, he's done awesome. The team have done awesome. And obviously coming towards midnight, which obviously when we're all going to sign off in terms of the comms, and you're going to be seeing some pictures from Steve Frawley through the night. Hopefully, we'll keep going.
This might be how it happened. The double lap of this car. You mentioned earlier that it was actually kicking on a little bit and getting away, but lap cars. A lap car, one of the Aston Martins, couldn't see the number, but that will do it. 2 laps down now for this Ferrari through no fault of their own really, just a car trying to be helpful, but actually got in the way in the end.
Yeah, I think there's luckily he didn't hit the wall, so damage will probably be fairly limited, I would suspect, but still not ideal. He would have lost 10 seconds just on the spin, and if he's repairing in the pits, maybe another 10 seconds, which doesn't help in his fight with car 22, the Simsport Racing International car.
The 73 THRC Aston Martin has also had some kind of a problem coming towards the bus stop, at least if not in the bus stop, then it was before it, just before it, because there was quite a long yellow flag there. But they were able to carry on anyway without coming into the pit lane, so I don't think there was too much of a drama there, but either way, worth noting that there was a yellow flag for that car very briefly. And here is the 514. Now this is an interesting car. We've got Gabriel Lafreniere trying to gain on Mark Martins, who was passed a little bit early on by Dennis Kroll. We saw that lovely battle between the two of them through Les Combes, and now this Aston Martin trying to get involved in what is going to be a fight for 7th place. The drivers in the 514 I've just been told are all from Canada, so the tiredness that will set in over the next few hours is not going to be affecting them as much, but it would have been quite an early start for them this morning. I mean, it was 11 AM for us, 6 AM for them. I mean, surely if you're on the west coast of Canada, kind of Vancouver way, maybe it was even earlier. So it would have been an early start for them, but they're certainly feeling the benefits right now, you'd imagine, and a little bit in the next few hours.
Yeah, well recovered there, Ewan.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're towards the back end of the race, that's when they're going to start feeling it. When everyone's had their beauty sleep. The guys and girls that are going to be running sort of 6 AM, they're going to be sort of driving into their night. So it's going to be interesting to see how well they cope. That at least it's going to be in the daytime for them, in the sim. But it's they're going to be quite tired, I think, towards the back end of the race.
Yes, they are. Although they do have 5 drivers, which is a helpful thing. You can have, I think you might be able to have 6. I think it's 5, the maximum, isn't it? But either way, that is a lot of drivers to be going through the 24-hour race. Even if you split it equally, that's less than 5 hours of driving each. Not too much, especially if you compare that to a 2-car team, which is going to be obviously driving quite a lot throughout the day. But obviously you do have to cater for a lot of people and their setups then, if you've got so many drivers. So I can imagine the arguments on the setup will have been pretty fierce going on throughout the week and the weeks preceding this event, but they obviously have the benefit of being a little bit fresher when they step into the car all at the same time. So it swings and roundabouts really in regards to the driver debate, but there we are. This is the Porsche Cup car, the 444. We're getting periodic updates on this one now. 38th, kind of racing against themselves almost here at the moment, but trying to get a good overall position all at the same time. And by staying out of trouble, they're going to be able to beat a few of these GT3s, you can imagine.
Yeah, they've done awesome, to be still ahead of some of the GT3s. It's not the easiest car to drive by any means. No no ABS, but at least it's got some traction control. We've got another car in the sim, a Maserati GT4, which has no ABS and no traction control, which is frankly lethal, as I found out driving the season of it with Regan in my team. So yes, it's not an easy car to drive, but they seem to be enjoying it and relishing the challenge.
Yeah, they are. They're getting caught by the 19 GT3 Porsche at the moment, by the way, but it's not going to be much of a contest when this indeed does happen. But as you can see, not only does it not have ABS, but not got as much. I don't believe it's got as much power. Certainly hasn't got as much downforce as the other cars around. But as you can see, not slow either. Unfortunately, we didn't actually have any Porsche Cup cars in the reels bar 24 hours this year, but they've been a mainstay for many years. At least one or two, as the 751 goes off at La Source somewhere, or somehow I should say.
We got Sean Arnold in the pits.
Ah yes, the race leader in the pits. So briefly, the race is going to look very, very close indeed, with I think 3 cars possibly separated by about a minute. I think in the last pit stop cycle it was very close, but obviously it doesn't quite figure out like that. That car is a long way off, judging by the track map. There's cars comfortably edging brown there, and yellow flag's still out for the 751. So what has happened to that car? Positive Perception Racing. I think that was one of the front runners. Possibly one of the front runners.
Ash Coupland is in the wall.
Yeah.
Looks like he's struggling to get it into gear, actually, or even start the car. So yeah, it's not ideal being that far off.
This is the 12 having a spin at Lecom, or a half spin more like, but getting back on at least. Yeah, Coupland dropped out the top 20 now. The 11 of Nick Vorkes has got through, Benjamin McConnell as well, recovering in the 169. I think one of the Hondas might have been able to get through on there as well, and he's still stopped. So I don't know if this is a problem with the actual engine in the sim, or whether he's having a technical problem with his rig himself, maybe?
To be honest, it actually looks like he might have launched himself over the barriers.
My goodness!
I'm just trying to pick him up again. I think he's gone back to pits. I know he's still there, so just going to try and see what's going on. I keep trying to jump to his car, but
having some arguments at the moment with the. With the sim. The 444 comes into the pit lane, by the way. We're on board with the Porsche Cup car, and in making his way in, this is Regan Mitchell, who's second place, and is remarkably close to the 127 compared to how we've seen some of these gaps in the past. And we're going to have a change of driver as well, or we have done had a change of driver in the last few moments for those leaders in the 127. So we'll try and get a view onto who is in the car at the moment. It's David Kelly, who's just got in for the previous driver. Of course, was Sean Arnold.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Ash Coupland. He hasn't managed to go over the barrier. He does look like he's had a technical issue, because he's just sat in the barrier with one headlight.
Let's have a look. This is the run up to La Source, and
no brakes.
Or maybe stuck throttle and no brakes all at the same time. But yeah, thankfully for that car, I didn't quite catch which one, but just up in front of Coupland there. But they'll be very thankful they were able to avoid that one, because there would have been a lot of damage dealt there if Coupland had been any closer to them. He had absolutely no way of getting out of their way, and no way of knowing that was going to happen. So thankfully everybody got away, well, most people got away unscathed there, and it's only Coupland who's ended up in the wall, because it could have been very nasty for a few people there.
Yeah, at the moment it looks like it's a little bit of a race ending situation. He might be better off trying to get back to the pits, in terms of just porting back to the pits to get off the track, but obviously maybe it looks like he might be scrabbling around to try and fix his sim rig or his pedals, but which it looks like he might have had a disconnect on his pedals, which is unfortunate at any time, let alone into the slowest corner on the track.
Well, yeah, it did look like that, but then again, to me it seemed like he was still accelerating towards, as we got the 267 off. This is a top 10 car being chased down for that position by and just past there. 2:17 has just got through with that Bentley, so we've had a change inside the top 10, and we might be about to have another one here because Gabriel Lafreniere is really starting to chase down Mark Martins, who's falling away a little bit, has to be said.
Yeah, there's still lots of battles, going on. There's certainly lots of exciting still to be seen for the rest of the race, and hopefully when we come back at 6 o'clock, there'll be a bit more bunched together with some of those battles continuing into the morning.
Yeah, who knows how this race is going to change over the 5 hours we'll be absent. We've got 1 more hour of commentary to go before we'll go radio silent for a few hours. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Dave Hedges for this next hour of racing here at Spa in the 24-hour race. Let's see what happened to Partez, because he's dropped out of the top 10 because of it. It's just very simple. Clipping the grass on the way into the bus stop, and that's an accident you don't often see. I'm afraid it's cost him not only the top 10, maybe a bit of his car as well, and that's going to prove possibly quite costly in terms of lap time.
See what we got here. Looks like it's at the Bentley. The Bentley's actually been up, since the update. It's become quite slippery on the rear end. So for these guys to be up in 7th, they've done an excellent job there. Just hope it doesn't rain for them, because that will definitely be a bit tricky.
Yeah, certainly. I know some people have been longing for rain, and some people have been thankful it stayed away. It looks like it is going to stay away. That's the kind of consensus I've got from looking at what other people have been saying. It doesn't look like it's going to rain, but I guess you do never know for sure, do you?
No, and with the sim, normally when you've got a bit of wind, which we've got 9 kilometers an hour at the moment, it can blow the weather in. It's usually fairly stable if it's got sort of 0-1 kilometers an hour, which you find in real life. But with that 9, I think we could be seeing some changeable conditions. But obviously, it's partly cloudy at the moment. We could see it becoming clear. Certainly, when we run the 12-hour last year, it was clear almost the entire night, and it got to about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and the heavens opened for a good hour, and it really threw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, absolutely. The weather can change very quickly, but as you mentioned a little bit earlier on, the race in terms of in sim is set to midsummer here this afternoon, so the air temperature and track temperature both at 16 degrees right now, which the guys are going to be very thankful for, because if it was set to what it is in real life, well, I know where it is, where I am at the moment, it's -1, so thankfully it's not quite that cold for these guys. That really would be a tricky afternoon and a tricky day, 24 hours for everybody, but 16 degrees, this is a comfortable temperature for this time of night, and these guys will be enjoying that. But obviously they've got to get when the temperature changes, like it will when the sun rises in a few hours, they've got to get that right, because getting it wrong can screw over your whole stint in terms of where you are in terms of your car, as it looks like Aston Coupland has unfortunately left the server at the moment. We're not sure if he's going to be able to come back or whether that car's a retirement. Hopefully it is the former and they can come back, but not good news for them, no doubt about that.
No, for sure, and it's sort of 12:30 at night on the server, so in terms of temperature I think it's not going to get much colder now. It's normally settled by around this time, so which is actually a very good temperature for getting some decent speed out of the cars. Obviously the darkness can hamper that, but the tyres handle really nicely at these temperatures. It's if it gets down to sort of 8, 9, 10 degrees, that's when you start getting losses of temperatures. You start to lose pressure because you're running over the curbs, that type of stuff. So it's going to be quite nice and comfortable for the guys doing the night stints.
Danny is starting to poo on. This will be brave for Mike Seegers. He's been given the room here by Washington, who's been losing a couple of positions over this stint. He lost one to Van Versfeld not so long ago, and he's just lost another one to the 61 Bentley down the inside at Pouhon. Is not a move you see very often, and for good reason as well, because it can be quite dangerous. But that was well executed, but well facilitated as well, to be fair, from the 88.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was an excellent move up the inside there. You've got to take those chances when they present themselves, because it's so difficult to pass in these cars. When you've not got a long straight to help. Excellent move there. Actually went back in the server, so hopefully it was just a technical issue that he's managed to get sorted back.
Oh yeah, can he get it sorted is the problem as we look at David Kelly in the 127 car, and a couple of the guys further down who are in the pit lane as things stand. The second and third place cars who've been pitting on identical laps. Regan Mitchell first of all, we'll see if he stays in, and Nick Nichols as well, who has been driving that car for the last few laps throughout the last stint. The interesting to see from the Ferrari that's on your screen right now that they've still got 22 minutes left with 11 hours to go. Surely it's too early for back timing and all that kind of stuff, but I guess it is possible that these guys are thinking that far in front.
Yeah, they might have picked up some significant damage that was causing them to be too slow, so those 22 minutes is a good 9-10 laps, and they might as well get that fixed.
Yeah, absolutely, that's a very good point as well. If you remember, it was at the campus chicane, one of the Aston Martins letting the 321 through, but it ended up clipping them on the right rear and spinning them around, and there could well have been damage from that, which is slowing them down. That's a very good point, and so that might be why they are repairing it. Either way, with 65 minutes remaining, it's still, well, I suppose it is pretty impossible that they're back timing, isn't it? It's just too far from the end of the race, and too much is going to happen from now until the end for that kind of thing to be happening. It's really when the sun comes up that you think about that kind of thing, and we're still a fair way away from that as things stand. It's midnight in the sim, just past 1 o'clock in Europe as well, in real life. There you are. It's still fully into the darkness, and the graveyard shift just beginning for a couple of these guys. And we do actually see, for the first time in a very long time, a change for third position, with the 42 Lexus now getting in front, almost as a direct result of that early pit stop, and probably quite longer pit stop as well, maybe. So not so long until they have to pit, unfortunately, in the 42. We'll be having to see that position in a few moments' time. Either way, though, since we are at just past midnight here in the UK, it's time to let David Hedges go, unfortunately, because he needs to get some rest before the morning, where there's going to be a lot happening. But thanks very much for joining me, David. It's been wonderful to have you along. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company for the last hour. Any final things to say before you head off for the evening?
Obviously it's been an awesome first 13 hours. The guys have done brilliantly. The amount of money that we've raised so far is excellent. Just keep looking at those eBay auctions for the Grid Finder gloves, and get those bid up. It's great for Tom at Grid Finder to donate those for us. It's going to be an interesting last 11 hours, and I'm just hoping when I get my head down in probably 5 minutes, I can actually go to sleep, because I've got to be up in 4 hours. So let's see how it goes. But it's been good to spend the last hour with you, and hopefully the next sort of 50 minutes before we sign out is as exciting as this last 60 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Dave. We'll be seeing a little bit more of you in the morning after this one, if indeed we can get any sleep at this stage, because it is difficult. But there we are. Did just see a bit of an incident going on out there on the circuit. The 34 car was stopped for some reason. I think it had a crash through Eau Rouge and Radion, and then Mike Seegers, for whatever reason, was stopped it just in front of that car. I wonder if he was involved in waiting to kind of apply the gentleman's rule and let that car go back in front again, but he lost a lot of time doing it, and now he's behind Grappellini of the 71 Ferrari, so maybe not the best idea, but either way, we'll try and get to the bottom of what on earth happened there, but it is difficult to at some point. A big thank you to everybody who's still tuned in at this time of night, though. It's just gone past 1 o'clock in Europe, as I mentioned, and it's getting on a little bit, fair to say. And we're into the last hour of commentary now before the night stint. Let's have a look at the replay. This
Race
is
control,
the
race
61
control.
car, which has just gone off again in Puon, by the way, in live pictures. But this is a
Drive-through penalty
replay.
for car
What happened to him through Rouge
187,
and Radio?
causing a collision with car
Losing it on the
321
entry.
on lap 316.
I think this is actually Seegers.
Drive-through
And
penalty
the 34,
for
you can
car
see separately,
187,
is
causing a
off.
collision with
And
car
completely blocking the pit
321
exit
on
there.
lap
Not intentionally, of course, but
316.
their car is laid to rest on the exit of pit exit, excuse me. So there's a good 3 or 4 cars in there at the moment. So thankfully it's moved now, but you can be sure somebody's had to nip around that Ferrari, trying to get out of the pit lane. So yeah, a lot's been going on over the last 70 minutes or so since I jumped into the booth. We've not been bored, certainly. Let's have a look at this Ferrari. How did it get there? How did it get there? It's running in 26th position as we join up with it, getting the curb on the inside line, and a slide that couldn't be caught. Oh, and a flipping heck, a spin across the road multiple occasions, trying to get going again as well. I have to say, we've seen it on the 321 and we've seen it on that car there. It's a lot of nice lighting on those Ferraris. I don't know if they've actually been selected by the teams. I think you do get to select the certain lighting and the colours that goes on the LEDs. But it's very, very impressive on those Ferraris. Ride-through penalty, car 187. Rossenberger driving that one at the moment, causing a collision with the 321. That was the one at Campus. You were with us a little bit earlier on. It caused Nipples, we believe, to get a bit of damage as well as lose a bit of time and put him 2 laps down, which I believe he still is. It was at this corner right here, and he is indeed 2 laps down. He's right behind the ones, the race leader actually, by the way. So first and third are locked together, but 2 laps apart, unfortunately. And the 42 is in the pit lane, which is disturbing things a little bit, but there we go. Through. 3-2-1 on a bit of a comeback charge right now and gets itself to within 2 laps of the race lead, and we go on board with David Kelly, the current race leader. Right, onboard shot from this Aston Martin. But absolutely no answer for Nipples at the moment, who's a man on a mission, looking to make up for lost time. And you can hardly blame him for an incident that was not his fault at all. He's been set back quite dramatically, so looking to make up for lost ground now by indeed setting the fastest lap of the race, as I'm sure you have noticed from the purple icon on the left hand side of your screen. Big Parliament's opening up. Through Stadler and the Porphyry curve. No answers for David Kelly at the moment. Interestingly, this 127 car, by the way, we're having that conversation about the amount of drivers a little bit earlier on. It's 6 drivers for these guys. It does seem like quite a lot. But clearly they've managed to get a setup that everybody is happy with, so they've just got to abide by the rules now and they'll be alright. But it's a lot of drivers to be taking on a 24-hour race. Not dismissing the length of time, but you don't often see 6. There is a maximum drive time limit for everybody, by the way, and it does depend on how many drivers you have in the car. I'm not sure how many would be for 6 hours. For 6 drivers. It might even be 6 or 7 hours. Might not be that long. And they will have to be careful of that, the more drivers you have. But I've not seen any teams with particularly low amounts of drivers. There's a few with 3. The 444 Porsche Cup car's got 3. It's going to be a long afternoon for them. I don't believe you can run this race with 2. Even if you can, nobody has, because it's quite an undertaking going on for 2 drivers. Now then, Car coming out of the pit lane there. Potters has got out of that car. It's in 11th position. And Craig Holmes, no, that's not the same car, is it? The 267 has had a driver change and looking to try and chase down a couple of the cars in front to get back into the top 10 as we go on board with Jody Backer. And the 777 Lexus, the battle for 24th position that is going on at the moment. This car is Pulse Motorsport and 5 drivers in that one at the moment. Very wide from the 101 up in front. Anderson at the wheel. Looks like there's going to be a battle between the two fairly shortly. Olivier Anderson is at the wheel. Believe straight out the pit lane actually. Olivier Anderson, excuse me. Oliver Anderson, hear me, I'm getting it all wrong. We're past midnight, it's alright. Elbow Rouge and Radion we go. A little bit wide from Backer there. Out of pit lane, one of the cars coming right now, which is going to be a bit of a problem, but thankfully everybody has seen everybody else and they're all going to get through alright. It was the 99 car. These guys are very close in terms of positions themselves, but unfortunately there's a lap between them. So that's not a pass for position, and Jordi Backer is going to continue to chase down Anderson just up in front. Difficult task up in front of him. The Porsche Cup car's not too far up in front though, so maybe there's an opportunity there. 187 as well, you can just see on the track map. Just up in front, but I believe that is one of the faster cars. 14th position at the moment, and that's Maximilian Rosenberger. I believe it had an off recently, I'm speaking about, but so many things happen that it almost filters out your brain very quickly. Into Campus. You can see that white Porsche just up in front becoming larger in our windscreen at the moment as we ride on board with Backer. He is doing a good job here, chasing down the car in front. Through the pull for air curve, one of the most important corners on the circuit, and to be fair to Anderson, he's absolutely nailed it there. He's done a very good job, as we've got a yellow flag for the 107. Josh Schneider off the road, but back on it. You saw the gaggle on the track map there. He may well have been into contact with somebody else, because there's too many cars in a small space there for there not to have been almost. Backer really closing on the brakes. We've seen multiple times actually this Lexus, well not this particular Lexus, but the Lexus car in general, very strong under brakes. Dennis Kroll was very good under brakes as he was chasing down the Bentley. Is it a Bentley? Oh, well, one of the cars anyway. An Aston Martin, excuse me. We saw that battle a little bit earlier on. Eventually got that pass done at Le Comp, but and it wasn't under brakes really in the end either, but we did see him really gaining through a couple of these, but the Porsche using its rearward biased engine, nice traction, just give it an advantage in the wet, and historically has done so. As we look at the 107, was this on its own completely? Looks like Josh Schneider might well have just done it on his own, and he just, oh dear, loses the rear through the middle part of Le Comp, noses into the barrier. You can just see on the left hand side of this shot, you just creep up under that barrier a little bit. I think there's a lot of runoff there, and there is on the entry, but if you get things wrong after the first turn, then things do get pretty dangerous, and you can be sure there's a little bit of damage on that car now. Bit of a slide for Backer. And another one coming through, no name. Haven't seen the Lexus used an awful lot in ACC, I must admit, but I'm very glad to see it out here in this race. And running inside the top 10, having a great run. It's a car that's only really seen success in America, I would have said, in the Inter Series. Unfortunately, you don't see very many of them in Europe, but Jordi Backer trying to make it work at the moment. So a bit of a mistake from Anderson through the middle sector. wide from Baku. He's just about kept it on the road. Not entirely sure quite where the limits are out there, because there is a bit of tarmac and everybody seems to use it on the left-hand side there. But Baku, either way, he's got a good run, and through Bonchemont he goes now. Just misses the apex slightly and goes a little bit wide. As we have a look at car 452, the McLaren. Stepping on the power too early at campus and into the barriers, I'm afraid, for him. That's 31st overall, West Camp. But might be able to drop a couple of positions because Tips and Verhoeven are very close behind. 6 seconds separate those those 3 cars, excuse me. Nice gaps between them. But I don't think the 452 is going to be participating in too much battling. Josh Schneider, by the way, we saw going into the barriers at Les Commons, come into the pit lane, I'm afraid. He's had to repair some damage by the looks of things. And Anderson, after flying across Radion there, has opened up a bit of a gap to Baku once again. New car lengths open up, 0.8 of a second. And a bit of a mistake there as well, getting onto the gravel and the grass on the left-hand side. You can just see it's a difficult corner to get right. Into Bruxelles and into No Name as well. Up to the battle for 17th seems to be going on. 91 losing a staggering amount of time through the middle sector here. And Adrian Novak is all of a sudden right on the back of him in the Aston Martin. Seemingly being a strong car, this one. Just can see that by the fact that they're 1-2 at the moment. It's not done yet. Trying to get through on this Mercedes here and getting a decent run, even though they did both run very wide, late on the brakes, nicely on the brakes. And in the end, Paul Cook just gave him the room. Didn't really want to fight that one too hard because the Aston Martin was very set indeed on going through that particular corner. We're back on board with Jordi Bakker. Pulse Motorsport. With Blanchimont in the Lexus. And you might be able to see the tail lights of the Porsche Cup car just up in front here in a few moments, as they are closing. It's helpfully indicated by the little green icon on the track map. So we've got a drive-through for the 14. I'm sure we're going to find out what that's for in a few moments. A shame really, because I would have liked to have seen the battle develop for 31st there, but between the three of them, but it doesn't look like that's quite going to happen anymore. And there's your answer. Causing a collision with 91. I think that's Paul Cook's car. It is indeed the one we were just watching. Mercedes. A good while ago now, nearly an hour ago now. That 303. I'm not sure quite whose lap 303 that was, but it was a good 20 laps ago. But finally got to the bottom of it. I'm sure race control are very busy at this time of night with all the kind of things that are going on. Lots of incidents as we've seen in the highlights package just before I came to air, and just in the hour and a bit I've spent here as well. Oh dear, off very wide. Thought that was just going to be an innocuous moment for Bakker, but that was a full-on slam with the wall, I'm afraid, for the 777. And all hopes of them gaining a position here on the Porsche suddenly look very, very flimsy. Oh, how on earth was that allowed to happen? Not a particularly high speed or difficult corner, I wouldn't have said, No Name, but it just seemed to go wider and wider and wider until the wall eventually caught him. But he's going to have done some damage there, surely. And you can see the gap opening up, 1.8 seconds, and it's not exactly coming back again. Oh dear, oh dear. In the meantime, we've also seen the 71 of Berardini in the wall. Well, I don't know about in the wall, but it's certainly brought out yellow flag as the 61 is doing right now. We're about to approach on it. And there it is on the left-hand side. It's Mike Seegers in the Bentley. Oh dear. Well, this is weird. This is the 71 car. And pulls and brake, and people do use that bit of green AstroTurf on the right-hand side, so that would have been fairly nerve-wracking for a little bit, but I don't think any of us really know what quite happened there. A bizarre moment, to say the least. I just wonder if maybe a pop-up came up on the computer, something that, one of those annoying things telling you to update something or something like that. I know people have them turned off, but sometimes you forget, and sometimes they can appear. You have to pull off the road and get rid of it. It's unlikely. Oh dear, Geordie Backer having more issues here. He's bouncing his way across the anti-cuts there. Rejoins just in front of the third placed Ferrari. Getting through on the inside line, and you can be sure he would have got through anyway, but a little bit wide. This is just as Geordie Backer's first incident at No Name. He just understeered forever there. I don't quite know how that was allowed to happen, but understeered for absolutely miles into No Name. Now he's lost a lot of time to Anderson. He was 1.1 seconds behind coming into Lecombe, but then he made that mistake again, so he's lost some more time as, oh dear, the 69 car is off in a dangerous place. It gets back going again. That's at the exit of Blanchimont, and we can only guess what's happened there. Doesn't even have to be other cars around him, to be honest, for there to be an incident through there. Somebody commenting on the amount of times I'm saying oh dear. That is oh dear, yeah. I do that sometimes. I'm sorry. I've tried to use other words, but obviously I can't quite use normal language because that's not broadcastable always. So I'm trying to be careful. Anyway, looking at second place, Chris Pinchbeck, trying to do what he can to David Kelly up in front. 1 lap and 29 seconds, so that has come down. But to the tune of about 30 seconds since I came on air about 90 minutes ago. This is the 69 car we saw stopped at Blanchimont a few moments ago. Just, oh well, that was getting loose from the very beginning there. And you can be sure there's going to be some damage there. Some repairs to be made down there. Hopefully it doesn't drop them too far down, but it might well do. They're 23rd at the moment in that Mercedes Conceptor at the moment, and Oliver Anderson and Geordie Backer are going to be able to get through on them. They're just kind of separated by 3 seconds at the moment, unfortunately. So, oh, here he is, Conceptor. He didn't come in immediately, but he might be wishing that he did actually. Losing a lot of time now. And trying to stay out of the way of everybody more than anything. Just look at this. Mercedes going to make its way through. He's done the smart thing there. But there's only one place he's going to be heading after the bus stop, and that is down the entry to pit lane, if he can make it there, because this car doesn't look in control. There's a lot of damage on this car. It's a real shame to see for them. But there's still a long way to go. We have to get it repaired and get back out there and try and move forward. Moving on up to Noah van Bodgaard. This is not a battle for position, but an amusing rear end on that Mercedes, I must admit. And, the Ferrari following the instructions for the moment. Down into turn number 1. Looks like it's going to be a nice move here. Just I think an unlappery actually there. It is indeed. Getting through. Noah van... might be Bodgaard. I don't know if he's Danish or not. but either way. Possibly a new fastest... Is that a new fastest lap or a reminder? I can't quite tell. A new fastest lap. About a tenth of an improvement. There, so the 321 is the fastest car in the race on its day, but not quite able to be consistent enough to be leading this one just for the moment, as we've got Marcus Fredriksson off the road at leg. Oh no, it wasn't Fredriksson, was it? He's 11th. One of the Hondas, Spenkling, was off 17th position right now, and he's got a lot of cars nearby. Look at that. The 169 already through. Mike Seegers might be able to make his way through in the 61 soon as well, and there was heavy damage on that Honda, so he will be able to get through. So I'd imagine the 11 Lexus will get through as well. I've got to be careful how I say that name though. But there we are. You'd imagine there's going to be some positional change going on there. Oh, Fredriksson, a little bit. We'll slide through the bus stop. 267. I don't believe that's... No, it isn't Rosenberger, just immediately behind. He's about 30 seconds behind Holmes at the moment. This is what happened to the Honda. Spenkling getting it wrong up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Oh, very early. Ah, and the overcorrection as well as massive contact with the barriers. Very fortunate for the car immediately behind to get out of the way, and that Mercedes is going to be counting its lucky stars as well. That could have easily turned into a multiple car incident. Thankfully it didn't, but having the one car involved, and it was a big enough crash. Repairs going to have to be made over the next few minutes. Oh my life. That's not a well handling car, and difficult to see out of at the moment as well. Sam Spenkling trying to get back to the pit lane as quickly as possible. Oh, he's going to have trouble getting in here. Car's behind him trying to... Oh dear. He's just about made it. I've said it again. He's just about made it into the pit lane. And there's going to be a fair amount of time stationary, and there might be for this one as well. I was just saying that Mike Seegers is going to be able to gain a place, but he's actually not going... Or he hasn't yet anyway, because... he's off at Blanchimont himself. Lots of incidents going on over the last few laps. It's another very fast lap from the 321 of Nick Nichols, by the way. Good second and a half or more quicker than the race leader, and 2 seconds quicker than the 22 car in second. The gap comes down to 42 seconds, and all of a sudden over this hour the gaps at the front are condensing again as opposed to extending, which they have been over the past 90 minutes. This is Mike Seegers. Oh dear. He's come to a basic standstill on the exit of Blanchimont. That is a very scary place to be. Possibly only second to being stationary at the top of Radion, actually. Certainly on this circuit. Thankfully, I think everybody avoided him, but it would have been a very scary moment. Okay, Chris Pinchbeck trying to chase down David Kelly in the lead of this race. Just about 2 minutes and 50 seconds behind on the road. Even though he has lost 4/10 of a second on that last lap. The general trend is coming down. But it may well be difference just in pit stop strategy as well, but they're fluctuating. But one thing that is helpful for us, and I think we will get at least one more cycle of pit stops before we go off air with the commentary here this evening, as the 34 is off again at Radion. Not the first time we've seen that this hour. But what we will now see, which is quite nice, is the 22 and 33-2-1 coming in together, and there's a car spinning off there. Oliver Anderson was trying his best not to get involved, but I think there came a point where he couldn't stay out of that one anymore. One of the Aston Martins had to go across, and it didn't really seem to me like it was paying too much attention there. Oliver Anderson, excuse me, has gotten away with that one by the looks of things. 1.6 seconds back to Bakker, who doesn't seem to be too phased by the damage, if there is any, to that Lexus. Here's another replay. 34 car with the fancy red LED lights, or the orange LED lights. A very late one. Ouch! A very late loss of the car, a loss of control, but a very big accident all in the same way. As I mentioned, not the first time that car making repairs after an accident at Bradion in this last 90 minutes. Now then, battle for position. The recovering Sem Spenkling and Alex McGee in the 750 Ferrari. Battle for the final spot inside the top 20. I'm amazed that Honda has been able to get repaired so quickly, actually. I was expecting them to be in for much longer than that. But either way, partially done. They've gotten away with the incident that they had at Eau Rouge, really. They lost it very early. The overcorrection spearing them into the wall. Through Paul, curve Paul Frere. And it's a nice exit for the Honda, a very nice line through there. To say the silhouettes of these two cars very similar. They look very similar in shape. Very sleek, traditional sports car look, as opposed to the Aston Martin, which is chasing them down. A bit of a, and especially the Bentley, a bit of a bus compared to these two. And a quick shout out as well, because it is past 1:30 in Europe and past midnight in the UK as well, and wherever it is in the world. A shout out to everybody who's still tuned in on the stream. It's great to have you all along. It's quite a relaxing, nice time in the race. I always do like night time. Done the couple of graveyard shifts in the past. Well, not too many, but some. And they're always very relaxing, very therapeutic watching an endurance race roll through the night, I have to say. So it's been enjoyable, and I hope everybody else at home is enjoying it as well. And of course, teams and drivers. After all, it is a charity race, so taking it maybe a little bit less seriously than they otherwise might. There's nothing wrong with that. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, for some of these teams, just getting to the end is the main objective of the day. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. 10 hours and a half remaining in the Sport 24 hours. We're fully into darkness now, with daylight a mere myth at this stage. Full on headlights on and head down at this stage. Lap car in the way for these two. So Sam Spenkling and Alex McGee battling it out for the final spot inside the top 20, with the 99 Aston not too far behind either, only 4.3 seconds behind those guys. So we look at a recovering 34 car. Some very nice orange LED lights, as I mentioned. I was trying to point this out earlier, but we've got a good shot of the Ferrari from the front on now to be able to see that. And there you have it. Just over 4 minutes of a pit stop for Kieran Cox, who's back out again. Cost them just, I guess that's under 2 laps, just under, isn't it? Jordi Bakker looks like he's been off here somewhere. Oh, he's been in the pit lane, that'll be why. He's still in that car though, admirably, still going, pounding along. So that was scheduled, so he's on his way. 22 seconds up to the Mercedes up in front. But we really are, well, I was going to say we are into a bit of a pit stop cycle, but I guess every lap's a pit stop cycle at this stage of the race, really. so many people's strategies have been thrown off and people just going for different things that at this stage especially it is all over the place. Towards the end, in about 8 hours time or so, it will start to converge again and you'll start to see on the hour marks or just over people coming into back time. But for the majority, those who've been sticking to the schedule, they're about halfway through their stint. And that does include the leaders, who are not quite pitting at the same time, but second and third are. The 22 and 3-2-1 pitted on the same lap last time around. The leading car is 20 minutes further along, so we do have about a third of a stint, a quarter of a stint, where it's actually very, very compressed at the front of the field, but it's not always, well, it's never actually a real gap, if you see what I mean. It's just a pit stop, kind of affected the pit stop. This is Daniel Togni. 62 car running inside the top 5 at the moment, 2 Ferraris inside the top 5, and about, oh dear, oh, I said it again, nearly got tipped around there by one of the Bentleys. It was Belanga maybe, in the 514. So with, at this stage in the race, cars laps apart, but 2 very fast cars being laps apart, and the one behind trying to unlap itself is often an awkward conversation to have. Chase down at Johansson up in front. This is the 62 at the moment, up to the 42, but about 3/4 of a minute behind as things stand. So a fair amount of chasing to go. Hook into the pit lane at the moment in the 91 car to serve a drive-through penalty. Well, he's serving it almost as soon as it's appeared there, so fair play to him. Not one of the circuits you really want to get a drive-through penalty. We're using the full endurance and Grand Prix pit lanes all mashed into one. And it makes it for a very painful trip down pit lane. Is a battle for 26th. 2 of the bigger cars on the grid, Aston Martin versus Nissan. The one and only Nissan still remaining in the race. I think the one and only Nissan that was entered in the first place, actually. Certainly the only remaining one, and I'm very glad to see at least one here. It's a slightly newer version of this car. It doesn't look quite as good as the 2015 version, or whenever that came out. The one that used to be absolutely monumental on the straights. Always a classic car, but the Evo has, I think, served them a bit better in the end, even if it's not as much of a fan favourite, I guess, but probably served them a little bit better in terms of victories. They won Bathurst at least once with this car. I don't see too many of them anymore, unfortunately. Another fastest lap. Goodness me. Oh, and the very wide there from the 787. And surely there's going to be a move here for the Nissan around the outside. Difficult to make your way around Stavolo, and no way through. Aston Martin shutting the door there. 3-2-1, setting the pace out front. 1.1 seconds gained on the leader. 2.2 gained on the 22. Only 34 seconds between them. Very wide there for the 787. Through Blanchimont, trying to defend. You can see they're both being caught by the 911. Oh dear, that's going to help as well. With the Nissan going very wide. 78 car exceptionally wide through the bus stop chicane there, and Porsche is going to be in the background of this shot in a few moments' time. Eckstein right here in the battle for 26th, which has turned into a freeway battle. The 19 car getting well out of the way. So it's multiple laps down, about 4 laps down on these guys, and There's the Porsche on the left-hand side, you can see making its way through. Looks very much quicker than both of the cars up in front of it right now. Up through a Rouge and Radeon. You're right next to the ground with the Nissan. Oh, very late on the brakes. Outrageously late. And a bit of contact that was coming. Dear oh dear, the Nissan goes spinning around and it's going to be awkward to get going again here because there's a lot of cars coming. But that was ambitious on the brakes to say the least, and there was only one way that was really going to end up, I'm afraid, in the end. Ends with the Nissan spinning around. It was a brave effort, but comes to nothing. And that is a real shame. Through Pouon. And Pascal Eckstein looks like he is going to capitalise on this and make 2 positions, possibly in 1 lap. Trying to get through on the Aston Martin up in front. Seven, 8, 17, Ghost Racing, 4 drivers to their name, and let's have another look at this incident. The Nissan has got good straight line speed, as I mentioned earlier, and pretty good braking performance as well. But maybe this was a step too far. Late on the brakes. Well, it wasn't as outrageous of a move as I initially thought, actually. But in the end, a racing incident for me. Not too much in that one. His biggest problem came when half the field were coming up behind, because if you look at the track map and the train, it's quite a difficulty to get back going again there, but thankfully the Nissan has done, although only 5 seconds in front of the next car. Meanwhile, Eckstein down the inside of the Aston Martin into La Source, not as convincing as some we've seen in the past, but the Aston swung very wide there and basically let the Porsche through, although not quite giving this one up yet. Ghost Racing briefly demoted, but we'll see if they can get back at the 911 up in front. Going to have an advantage here, a nice run through Radeon. Going to have to be a defence here from Eckstein. Is there a gap on the right hand side? There is. A small gap to squeeze through on the inside line. Ghost Racing looking to try and get 26th back, and we've seen a carbon copy. We've seen a carbon copy. We've seen a very similar incident once again. Last lap it was the Nissan, this lap it's the Aston Martin. And the 911 gains 2 positions in 2 laps in a very similar manner. Well, that is symmetry like I've never seen before. To be honest, a very scary bit of symmetry going on between those 2 incidents. It is opening the race up a little bit. The 420 car's not too far behind them all. Only 5 seconds behind the Nissan. And we get to see where the 787 will rejoin. This is the battle. Oh, the Aston sort of misses the apex there. The 911 did go for a bit of a slide that had to be corrected. But most of all, Eckstein kept things going. Someone's suggesting a £1 donation for every time I say oh dear, but we're going to be breaking the bank. Yeah, or a £1 donation for every time someone spins, yeah. That wasn't my idea to say that, by the way. I'll make that clear. But there we are. So, battle for 17th going on. Paul Cook was in that position. And it looks like he still is, actually. Ruben de Koning trying to chase him down. Where has the Mercedes got to? Looks like it might be off up the road already. It is indeed. A couple of lap cars will have helped, of course, but that battle was a good 2 seconds closer 10 seconds ago. So things can change rather quickly. 10 hours 18 remaining on the clock for these guys right now, and here is Paul Cook in a very busy part of the racetrack. Where did the Aston Martin 787 rejoin? Well, it doesn't look like those two cars are too far apart, so we might see the Nissan and Aston come together again. This is a bit of an unlapping from Paul Cook, or attempted. Holmes trying to stay out of the way. Now the Aston Martin we saw rotating a couple of moments ago has only got 3 minutes left of the stint anyway, so he's going to have to be in at the end of this one actually, otherwise he's going to run over the drive time. 65-minute limit on one singular stint that any driver can do. You can stay in the car to do another 65-minute, if you see what I mean. These cars could sometimes go longer than that, I'd imagine, but limited at 65 minutes. Very much mirrors the rules of the real life 24 hours we have here at Spa. More battles, this time 32nd in the order. And this 34 Ferrari has been in the wars today, not least in the 2 hours I've been here. Turned off twice at Radion in that time. I'm sure there's been a couple of trials and tribulations along the way as well, other than that. Upu on at the moment, on board with this Mercedes. Rather deep engine sound. Everybody off into the AstroTurf through there. Into Stavolo and pull for a curve. Stavolo actually named after a town that is very close to Spa-Francorchamps. I believe the very old circuit actually used to go through it, although it maybe wasn't a town back then, probably more of a village, but it used to be vast, this circuit. It kind of still is really, over 7 kilometres long. That is quite a long circuit, but even double this size. It's 14, 16 kilometres long, back in the old days. Bruxelles corner as well, by the way. I'll get this fact in. I like to get this fact in on a Spa-Francorchamps broadcast. I'm not entirely sure how well known it is, but as you turn into that hairpin, the downhill right-hander, you're actually facing Brussels, which is why it's got that name. Or at least partly why. As the crow flies, you'll arrive in Brussels. It's quite a long way away, but still. Up through Eau Rouge and Radion. And Cox is in a bit of trouble right now because Thomas van Schaik looks like he's going to be able to get through quite easily. And I think the 34 car is resigned to that fact, although brings it to the middle of the road. We've seen this episode before. We'll see if they can get through cleanly on this occasion. Turning its lights off on the outside line. What on earth is going on about that? And side by side. Oh no, there's contact. The 16 car goes for a half spin. The 34 car goes for a whole spin. I was hoping the two of them would get through cleanly, but it doesn't look like that's been the case, I'm afraid. The 34 continues on its way, but not after a bit of an incident. A shame to see that battle end in the way it did. Through Lecombe would have been nice to see a clean battle between the two, but it hasn't transpired quite in that way. Well, 787 has got a drive-through penalty, but I don't know quite what for. It could have been the contact with the 911, but that would A, be very quick, and B, possibly undeserved. You could make a case for both. But, yeah, they've got a drive-through, and considering they have to actually pit this lap, that might be a problem for them. Not entirely sure what the rules are around that. Anyway, let's see a replay of the battle between the Ferrari and the Mercedes, and what I want to know is... Oh, it didn't turn its headlights off, it just looked like it from the onboard camera. I'm afraid the Ferrari didn't stick to the left-hand side nearly closely enough for that to really work out. And so they come into contact and both go for a bit of a spin. So the rules on the drive-through, you have to serve it within 3 laps. I was just wondering whether the sim would actually let you do a pit stop while you have a drive-through actually next to your name, but it will. Well, they're certainly hoping so, because they're in there right now. I think they've stopped in their box as well. Since I'm trying to just peer through the track map there, but yes. Somebody in the YouTube chat saying somebody's got a penalty for the drive time. Is this the drive-through for the 787 they're referencing there, or a different one? Because we did know they were close. They're in now. But it could well be for a drive time infraction. Suppose. 29th position at the moment, this car. The 452. Not too far behind. We're not showing having that car over, and that driver has actually cleared itself. So I do wonder if there has been the penalty served there, or whether that was a pit stop. But either way, that is very strange. Although I'm not entirely sure whether just entering the pit lane at all resets your drive time or not. Or whether you have to actually do something to the car. There's all these rules that are very intricate, and hopefully these teams will know what they're doing better than I do. Because I'd be a terrible team manager at this stage. Rulebook flying everywhere, pieces of paper all over the place. Back to Sumner Marty with the leader, David Kelly. 127. Just before we sign off for the commentary in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll just have a quick run through of the top 10. Because we haven't done that since I came on air for the last couple of hours. So how have things changed? Well, David Kelly's still leading, or the 127 is still leading. David Kelly's now driving that car. It's Chris Pinchbeck who's in second position, but he's closed that margin just a little bit over the course of our 2 hours here. And speaking of closing the margins, Nick Nichols has been here the whole time, and he's been roaring up to those 2 Aston Martins. The gap now only 24 seconds, the smallest it's been for a very long time. 23.5. It's closing even as we speak. That's rounding out your podium. Then we've got Chris Johansson in 4th place, 42 Lexus, followed by the 62, one of the Ferraris. There is the Lexus, and Daniel Togni is in 5th position. Then it's the 208 Aston Martin, 3rd of the Astons, Mike van der Hoek. Head of the first of the Bentleys, David Bellinger in the 514. That's another couple of Lexuses. The 33, Ivo de Groot and John Betton. Both running just 25 seconds apart, and then Craig Holmes rounding out the top 10 in the 2nd of the Bentleys. So we've got Aston Martin, Ferrari, Lexus and Bentley all represented up towards the front of the order, which is nice to see, certainly. Still very, very close margins going on. Battle for 14th, only separated by 2 seconds right now. 17th, only 1 second apart, and just under 2 seconds in the battle for 19th as well. Plenty of battles to be watching, and plenty of stuff going on, even with nearly 14 hours complete in this race. It's Nick Nichols who's still the fastest car out there by a long way. Half a second quicker than the race leader last time, but more importantly 1.9 quicker than the 22. That was on the last lap. As we're seeing a drive-through penalty here for Maximilian Rosenberger. We might find out what that is about shortly. But he's in quite a close battle, as I referenced a few moments ago, for 13th, I guess you could say. Berardini's not too far in front of both of those two, 5 seconds. Here's Chris Johansson. And the first of the Lexuses. You see it's Christmas lights everywhere with the Ferraris either side of him at the moment. The grille lights, which I'm very much a fan of. So the battle for second comes down to less than 22 seconds. For the first time I can remember, it's been a very long time. A little bit of a slide for that Ferrari there, and just jumped across the curbs at Radion to avoid an incident, which is probably a smart thing to do in the end. Johansson able to make his way through. Here is the man of the moment. 321 car, absolutely flying. Pace is absolutely phenomenal from him at the moment. We have seen glimpses of this. He's held the fastest lap for a long time, and every stint it seems he is going ever so slightly quicker. But on this particular stint, he set multiple fastest laps, and he's kept the pace up in the 219s, which is very impressive. And the Aston Martins up in front haven't been able to do that at all. So it's been an up and down couple of hours for him, but it's ending on the up as we're approaching 10 hours to go. So then it's just ticked over to 1 AM in the UK and 2 AM in Europe as well. A big thank you to everybody who's still watching at this stage in the night. It's good to have you all along here, and I hope you've been enjoying the coverage of this race so far. I'm going to sign off with the commentary here for the moment. It'll be about 5 hours of just the pure cameras and the pure racing action in the night time. I'm sure there'll be a lot of onboards, a lot of battles, a lot of incidents to be watching. So well worth sticking around, and the commentary will resume in about 5 hours time, 6 AM UK time, 7 AM in Europe. So make sure you join us then. Ideally get some sleep as well, because it's a long night, there's no doubt about that. But a big thanks to everybody who's been joining us here tonight. It's been thoroughly enjoyable to have you all along. Pleasure to be here as well. I've very much enjoyed it, and I hope you guys have at home as well. It's me, Ewan O'Leary, signing off for the night. Steve Proudly has been behind the cameras so far, and is going to continue to be throughout the night. But commentary is going to sign off for now and enjoy these pure racing action over the next 5 hours. We'll be back with the commentary at 6 AM.